Hello, everybody. Welcome to your July 2020 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. I know I'm a little bit late. It's been a challenge to get my head in the game, not going to lie. I'm going to be totally honest with you guys. But I hope that these readings are still quality enough and that you do, receive some value and some insights from what came through. Timestamps are going to be down below in the description box, so you don't have to scroll through. You can just go down to the description or the comment thread. I will post it in both locations, so it's super easy to find. And just click the timestamp next to your zodiac sign, Western or Vedic. It doesn't matter which astrology system you use, Sun, Moon, Rising. And if you're here for love, you can also check out your Venus sign as well. Quick announcement. I am going to be postponing my private readings. I know I've had a lot of people ask. I don't know that I can offer that right now. I'm not in the best headspace, and I think it would be a disservice to you guys to be doing privates like that because I'm very distracted. For the first time in my whole life, I used to hate the news when I was younger, like really, really hate the news. But for the first time in my life, I'm actually watching the news. I'm actually abreast of what's going on. I think we all are kind of glued to our social media accounts and our TVs a little bit to really see like, holy cow, there's just so much going on. And because of that, I know that my mind is a little bit cluttered. But I also feel like it's inspiring me to do more things on my channel that are more relevant to the political environment, the national environment, the global environment, a lot of the moves that the countries and people are making, the key players, if you will. So I'm going to be doing a little bit more of stuff like that. Maybe not tons of stuff, but just a few more videos. And I want to dedicate a lot of time to putting some real effort into them. So that's where I'm at. So if you want more detail, you can certainly purchase the comprehensive. It's only $5.99, so it's not really that big a deal. But that's where I'm at, all right? I love you guys, though. I really, really do. I love you. I'm sure everything is going to be working out great for you. These readings were really incredible, and I will see you very soon. Take care. Hello, Cancer. Welcome to your July 2020 reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. Welcome. Happy birthday. I'm so happy for you guys. Hopefully most of you can actually go out for your birthday. I know that there were a couple months where people were still in lockdown. So let's talk about the stars for a minute though, okay? Because the stars are still doing their crazy stuff, okay? We've got a Mercury retrograde in your sign. We had an eclipse, right, in your sign, first degree of Cancer, last Cancerian eclipse until the next time the nodes go around. We have Saturn going back into Capricorn. We have Jupiter conjuncting for the second time, Jupiter and Pluto retrograde. We have Mars connecting with Chiron. There's a lot. And I don't know that this summer is going to slow down. I think it's going to be a hot summer, to be honest. Okay, so I'm not trying to freak you guys out or anything. I think because as individuals, life will still go normal, but don't be surprised if globally there's yet another thing that happens. Okay, so we have the King of Earth, which is your energy, specifically Cancer. Now, why do we love this King of Earth card? Just look at him, right? He's wise, been around for a while, an old soul, truly a real patriarch, full embodiment of the divine masculine, knowledgeable, strategic, and really understands the lessons of abundance and manifestation. Okay, look, Cancer, I think it's important that you recognize your role in your sphere of influence, whether it's your workplace, your family, your partnership. I think you're really taking on the leader, and people are looking to you to really determine how they should feel about things. So the more calm and cool and collected and intelligent and practical you can be about stuff, the better everybody is. Water signs have such an emotional impact on so many people. Like you walk into a room and you feel good, like everyone's going to feel good. And your mindset, right, creates your reality, as we know, right? Law of Attraction 101. Mindset creates reality. And I see Cancer taking a lot of responsibility for their mindset right now. And because of that, a lot of other people may feel like the word that I'm kind of like getting at this image where they're gonna observe Cancer as being this, really profound, mature type of person, hopefully most Cancers. And when they are getting riled up, because Mars Chiron is not usually the best kind of energy, right? They can get really riled up and try to project. And when it doesn't work, like when it hits this very sturdy brick wall of an energy, it's going to ricochet and hit right back at them. And that's not going to make people super happy, okay? But Cancer, you're powerful, and this is obviously nothing to apologize for, right? Because you're coming at everything from a place of love, and that is without question. And that's what the environment really is. It's full of love. And you have love for the people around you. You have love for your family members, for your coworkers, and for the people that are, present in your life. Everything that Cancer does, every Cancer, people who are watching this kind of content, people who are trying to be conscious. So if you're dealing with a kind of a lower vibrational Cancerian, this may not apply, and you might actually be this person. Okay, so you can flip-flop the roles a little bit. But see, the love and the compassion does not mean that this Cancer is going to try to change anybody. That's the thing. Like, Cancer is not about to try to reach out and try to get you to see things from a new degree or a new angle. Who's not going to try to get you to do something that you don't want to do, because a King of Earth is like, do what you want, but you're not going to impact me in the process, especially if you're being destructive. Like, do what you want, but you can't impact me. You can't touch me. And this is the epitome of 2019, which is where we were all learning how to be untouchable, right? That was my word that I said every single month, and I'm continuing to say it because it's becoming more and more relevant that you are in fact becoming more and more untouchable. The more crazy the world gets, the more untouchable you become, right? Kind of balances out like that, because you just can't be touchable. That's it, right? That's totally it. And you're operating from a place of love. And when you truly love, you never truly try to change the way, you never try to change a lion. You either become a part of the lion energy and you adapt to one another, or you just let the lion be a lion. Okay? Before we get into the 9 cards, I wanted to pull up 2 of the other oracles that I pulled. The first one is Expect Powerful Change. Another Jupiter-Pluto conjunction, Mars conjunct Chiron, Mercury retrograde, Venus still in shadow. Yeah, I mean, our minds are expanding, our hearts are expanding, our mindset is changing. Our economy is changing, right? A lot of things are changing. So you as an individual can expect a powerful change. And also communication is key. Mercury retrograde. Yes, it is not a good month to jump to conclusions. It's not a good month to make assumptions, right? Don't assume that because someone says something with a tone that maybe you don't like, that it means something else, okay? Clarify, right? Boom, you get triggered, something affects you. Like a King of Earth, calm, cool, collected, practical, put it on the table and be like, hey, yo, what you said, can we talk about it? That's it. That's all you need to do to avoid any issues. It doesn't have to be a big deal. But I think it's important to bring out, because not everyone is going to want to do that. Mercury retrograde in Cancer can bring up a lot of stuff. And that alongside of a Mercury conjunct Chiron, there's going to be a lot of stuff coming up for a lot of people. This is a month of healing. That's what Cancer is really all about. Healing ancestral lineage, ancestral lines, ancestral DNA, right? And a lot of people are hitting up against that brick wall and they're experiencing a great deal of resistance because they simply don't want to feel that pain. But then here it comes. And here's that person. Let's put the 9-card block up here so you can follow along. I have a hair or something. And here's that person, right? The person who is not going to handle the emotion well, because this is not an emotion-friendly card. This is someone who typically likes to think their way through things. They like to use logic and practicality. They like to detach a little bit, especially when they're reversed. This can be a very difficult energy when it's reversed. And I also really don't like the Magician, but reversed right next to it. Really not liking that either. Cancer, this isn't you. This is someone else. And I don't think that it doesn't have to be like a lover. It could be anyone in your life. It could be, the global stuff. Not a lot you can do to change this. That's when love really becomes that much more important. Love and harmony. Because Cancer, when you are in harmony with yourself, when your ego, which is kind of the lion representative, and your higher self, which is, kind of the angel here, when you have that harmony within yourself, then the only thing that you'll see here is someone who is not at harmony. And for that, you must be compassionate. That's it. That's the only option. You've made it far in your spiritual journey when you experience this and all you feel is compassion, right? You're on the right track. You know that you're doing well for yourself and for the people in your life and for the world. Because a lot of people are going to try to fight back against this kind of energy. Cancer's not. Cancer's just going to say like, okay. And they're not even going to be like, if that's what you want to do, it's not even going to be snotty like that. It can't be like that. King of Earth is not like that. He just nods his head pretty much, probably doesn't really say a lot anyway. And in a way, it's almost as though your wisdom, like I was saying, it's going to ricochet because they're going to have the stuff. They're going to try to project. It's not going to work, and it's going to come back and hit them in the face. And they may try to retaliate, or they may try to react in some way. And you just like, okay, that's it. That is not a train you want to be on, right? Chariot reverse. Definitely not a train you want to be on. And you won't be. Because I think you have better things to focus on, right? You're working, you're doing your day-to-day life, you're, making things happen, you're taking care of your kids, you're, out with your friends, celebrating your birthday, hopefully. You're taking care of business. You're just being a normal person, just living your normal life. And I think what you want for yourself more than anything is to completely separate as much as possible from the people who are more likely to hold you back, right? To completely separate yourself from the people that you cannot have a logical and practical conversation with. People who aren't running parallel on your spiritual vibration, they're going to go in their own direction, and that's perfectly fine. And we must honor their path. King of Earth will honor everybody's path, always. There is always free will, and unfortunately, some people use their free will to self-destruct. So that's where we're at, right? Top row. Let's go to the second row. We've got the Six of Wands, because this is you. This, to me, of course, is a card of victory. That's not to me. That's kind of the definition of the card. It's a card of victory and success. It's also a card of maintaining your dignity. Not really lowering yourself for the sake of just lowering yourself, right? You're not going to get off your throne. You're not going to get off your horse to fight with something that's not worth fighting. This is definitely a high road kind of energy. This is also what might piss people off too. And you'll see, like, if you kind of, do this whole high horse thing, I'm not going to get on the low road thing, you'll notice when people start getting upset. And you have to just laugh at that and be like, okay, fine, get upset. It's not worth it. And look at, you're making your way, you're successful, you are creating your path, you're starting your businesses. Maybe during the lockdown, your side hustle started going. Maybe other things are happening in your life that, are just so much more important. Queen of Coins, a King of Coins, which is the King of Earth, right, is all about planting, nourishing, and harvesting the fruit of your labor. That's exactly what the coins are about. It's about having the reward. That's where your mind is at, on the reward. It's on the success. It's on the bounty and the abundance of that which you are hoping to create for yourself. You seem to be using your free will in a good way, in a constructive way, rather than destructive. King of Swords, Magician reversed, Chariot reversed, not using free will in a good way. Okay? And in a way, with this Two of Cups reversed, I'm almost seeing you sort of turning your back on conversations that just simply cannot even be had, right? Like if someone isn't really willing to listen to logic, they're not willing to listen to practicality. For some reason, I don't know why, this card is hitting me as really emotional. And it's disorienting because this person is usually not emotional, right? Everyone has emotions, but it's like some people are better at, not projecting them out and whatever. And this person is usually not like that, but here they are. I feel like they're just kind of emotionally vomiting all over everything because it's just so much they can't contain it. So it's going to be hard to really talk to them. It's going to be hard to really reconcile. Now, for those of you who are in romantic relationships, I'm not saying this is an ending. It might just be like a little emotional temper tantrum that someone needs to, kick and scream a little bit, and that's fine. That's fine. You can work through it. I don't see a lot of temporary stuff. If it's a professional scenario and your boss or your company owner is really, really struggling, probably financially, they're probably struggling with the fact that they don't have control over a lot of what's going on. That can be really burdensome on the company owner. So just let them do what they need to do. There's not a lot of open ears right now. Mercury retrograde. And I told you guys last month that, with Mercury through Gemini, that it was very important to keep your ears open to listen. I don't know how many people really did that, but if you did that, you were able to hear all sides of all stories of everyone, and every perspective, and you were able to remain cool and calm. Same thing goes for this month during a Mercury retrograde, for sure. Okay? It might be difficult to reconcile differences right now. Not forever, but just right now. So keep your eye on your goal, Cancer. Keep your eye on what you want to really achieve, in the years to come. I think 2021 will be more smooth, hopefully. I think 2021 will be, more conducive to your finances and all that kind of stuff. We'll see. You can only do one day at a time anyway. And then we have this Queen of Wands energy. I don't know if this is you. This has been coming out as Cancerian energy for several months in a row. However, I'm getting a feeling that it might be someone else. Okay, a feminine energy. For some reason, I feel like you're connecting a lot more with the feminine, not necessarily women, but people who are more feminine, like divine feminine type people, because you seem to be more divine masculine type people right now. So this kind of has a nice pairing that maybe, kind of just fits kind of nice. And this person is kind of a balls to the walls kind of person, like let's get this done. Let's go for it. Let's make this happen. Let's get the funding. Let's get the financing. Let's get this set up. Boom, 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 boom. And she really pushes. And I think you're responding well to that kind of productive energy. You're responding well to that kind of vibration, because I think that's where you are at as well. So this is definitely a good friend, a good partner, and this is a person with whom you can actually succeed. Someone with whom, you can share like your mindsets together and be so much more effective, be so much more efficient than how a lot of other people might be right now. And the thing that I like about the queens as well is they're very non-judgmental. They're not critical of other people in this moment because they're so focused on themselves. This is the mark of true success, right? People who are successful don't sit around and talk about how silly other people are. No, they just let people figure it out for themselves while they continue on their own path, and that's it. right? And that's the kind of people you should be really separating, or really should be connecting with. Those are the type of relationships you should be truly nurturing, because they will be fruitful, because they will get you to the next level. They will help you to make that jump into your new career or something like that, right? They will, because they'll be like, just do it. It's almost like they might even dare you, like, Cancer, just do it. You know, get off your little throne where you're so comfortable and do it. And because you have that kind of a daring energy around you, you might actually do it. And it might actually be the beginning of a really amazing time of your life. And it's a time where you can feel peaceful about that. You know, like you make a decision and you move forward in accordance with that decision, and you feel almost like nothing even happened, like it was not even a transition at all. No matter what comes at a king of earth, he can handle it. Give him an earthquake, he can handle it. You know, maybe you're in the process of handling a lot of stuff and you're just super, super flatlined, watching everyone else going up like this. Right. I say flatline, not like, a hospital monitor, right? But like, just even like the Tao, the middle way, it's all just very balanced, just maybe like a few little rolling hills, right? Rather than the incredible peaks and valleys of some pretty jagged mountains out there, it's easy. And just like that, you move on. And just like that, you're in a new place. This is the process of changing vibration right here. This is what this card is. When you decide that something is not worth it, something is not worth the attention, is not worth the energy or the effort, and you switch gears and your focus suddenly goes in a new direction, and then you're just in that new world on one decision. The one decision, that one day that you said, cool, I'm gonna go that way. And it was so much easier than everyone had told you it was. All of a sudden, it was so much easier than what everyone said it was going to be. And you leave behind the things that might be comfortable. But I think you're ready for discomfort. And in a way, the discomfort is the new comfortable. And then you begin an incredible journey, and I think it really is. It's the perfect way to really cap off these eclipses in your sign, right? North Node through your sign, which won't be there for another 18 and a half years. It's a great way to cap off all the Capricorn energy that was like pulling Cancer into their polarity, and just was like, it's a lot. And it's coming to a close, this year. Not this month, but this year. It's coming to a close. So, Oracle, rejoice in celebration. That's where you're at, and it will succeed. Your path, your choices, they will take you to a path of success. And the thing I love about this card is it does indicate wealth, financial abundance. It does indicate a fulfilling life. I'm in no way, shape, or form afraid for Cancer in this. So I hope, Cancer, you're not afraid of this at all. You should be afraid of this kind of nonsense, right? This kind of drama, whatever this is, whoever this person is, or whatever this institution is that's using their, like I say, their free will to kind of shoot themselves in the foot here. And I love this, childhood, innocence, because that's what new beginnings always look like. When we are in our innocence, when we are in our inner child energy, everything becomes more possible, more doable. Everything becomes more fun and exciting. When you watch a child just, walk on grass for the first time or walk on sand for the first time, it's like the most exhilarating experience. And I feel like, you are becoming exhilarated by life as you take this on. Everything becomes fun. Everything becomes an adventure, even if it's painful. And then we have lead the way, light your own path. You are a leader. your choices. People are looking to you. That's what I said in the beginning, right? Did I say that? People are looking to you. We can even see, you know, he's got the horns. He's got the horns. This is stag energy. This came out in my weeklies yesterday as well. You know, we had this kind of prince of the forest, truly a spirit guide. That this spirit guide, by the way, has been coming out a lot. I don't know if you guys have been noticing in my readings, but the stag has been making an appearance like crazy. And here it is for you, double dose. It is truly a prince, and you are being led by a prince, and I would say even like the prince of the forest, right? Because the forest is kind of a very mysterious place, but boy, oh boy, is it bountiful. Okay? So this is where we're going to, these are the last of the cards, but let's put the camera down and we will pull out the cards that we will cover in the comprehensive reading. So I'll see you guys in just a sec. Thanks. Okay, Cancer, let's go ahead and dive right in here. Pulling the clarifiers. For those of you who are new to my channel, these are the cards we're going to talk about in the comprehensive reading for about 20 to 25 minutes. We'll continue forward. And that link will be in the description box down below. Okay, let's take a look at this King of Earth here. Additional information. Okay, the Hermit. Oops. Okay. I got 4 cards, that's fine. A King of Wands, beautiful. 7 of Coins and a Hierophant. Okay. And let's look at this Love card over here. King of Cups. Taurus coming out very masculine, or Cancer coming out very masculine this month. Sorry, I was thinking Taurus because that Hierophant is like a Taurus card. Cancer coming out very masculine. And the Lover, so kind of a repeat of that card there. Beautiful. Okay. Now let's pull clarifiers for the 9-card block. Let's start with the King of Swords reversed. Okay. Justice. I don't know that life is going to be super easy on that King of Swords, whoever that is. I think they've got some things to learn, and they have a lot of work to do. One more for that guy. Let's see. Yeah, okay. The Magician reverse. Let's take a look. Yeah. Saturnian lessons. Never easy. That's a good sign. Okay. Chariot. If that is a person that actually does wrong you in some way, or does, you know, get it super emotional, or does act out, or, you know, whatever it is, I do think they will see the error in their ways at some point. Queen of Swords. I do think they'll see the error of their ways. And there will be an opportunity for you to hear them out. It might even be someone that's been kind of quiet lately too for some of you. But man, you got so many other things going on. So many other things. Yeah, see, you've got your own magician stuff going on, and yours is upright. So you're using your power to the max. Movement forward, making things happen. Ooh, wow, a lot of major arcana coming out for you guys. I think this is a pinnacle moment. It's a really important birthday, you know, or depending on what it is, you know, sun coming through the ascendant, connecting with your moon, whatever it is. It's an important turning point for you in your life. It's not just kind of a, you know, just another month. Just like this has definitely not been just another year, you know? It's not just another month. Okay, there's another Hierophant. I do see you second guessing yourself a little bit. I see you second guessing even your own passion a little, feeling reserved, cautious. And yet I don't think that's really where your soul is needing you to be. I think the soul is needing your courage. See with the lion there. Page of Swords. And last but not least, the Eight of Cups. Let's see what else comes out here. King of Wands again. It's all for the greater vision. You know, if you're not sure what your kind of greater vision is, now's a good time. This is a good month to really just be open to receiving that message as much as possible and not really entertaining a lot of confusion. You know, if you're feeling confused, you know, take a break, wait for the clarity to come. Because I think there's going to be a moment where you're going to be like, I don't want this. I want the other thing, you know, and your course is going to change. So this is where we're going to pick up for you, Cancer. If you want to join me, the link will be in the description box down below. Thank you guys so much for everything. I love you, and I hope you have a happy, happy birthday. Talk to you guys soon. Bye-bye. Hello, Leo. Welcome to your July 2020 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. Now, we've got a lot to talk about for you guys, but first, let's get started with the cards, beginning with the Queen of Water, which signifies your energy, specifically Leo. Now, this is perfect for someone going through a 12th house transit, right? The sun coming through the 12th house. We have Mercury retrograde in the 12th house as well. 12th house is no joke, okay? It's the end of a cycle. 12th house is the end of your personal little astrological year, right? It's the end of the Zodiac wheel. It's the end of the way you thought it was supposed to be. Now, what I love about the Queen of Water is how mature she is. When you acknowledge that this is a time of letting go, not a time of acquisition. It is not a time to go out and grab things. It's not just the sun coming through the 12th. It's your ruling planet coming through the 12th. You're the only ruler of the sun, right? Vedic or Western, doesn't matter. The only sign that is ruled by the sun is Leo. So this is like your sole property here. So you're the only one truly being affected by this in the way that you are. The sun coming through Cancer is deep enough, right? Cancer is cardinal water, like it's a deep oceanic depths. So it's that on top of the 12th house, which is also deep oceanic, returning to the oneness of the cosmos kind of stuff. So when it comes to the things of the world, you can still keep your mundane things going, right? You can still like go to work and pay the bills and and, you know, keep it consistent, that's fine. But when it comes to going out and trying to acquire a lot of things, it might be a bit of a struggle. Not only is your ruling planet in the 12th house, but Mercury retrograde, right? A planet of, you know, commerce and business and communications and delivery and exchange and all that kind of stuff. It's just kind of funky here. You know, Mercury really prefers to be in earth and air signs, right? Ruler of Gemini and Virgo, earth and air. So Cancer is just a little tough. So right now, if you can find a way to really let go of a lot of the worldly things and focus on your own alignment and not being tossed about at the whim of how the world is wanting you to be tossed around, right? To be truly in control of your emotions, your responses, your, you know, psychological triggers, and to not act out, to not project, to not just kind of vomit all over people, you know, like emotionally vomit all over people, you're going to be great. Some of you are going to be dealing with some Leos who are hyper emotional, and they're going to be like really like up and down, like on this roller coaster, because they're feeling the depth. And I'm going to tell you, this Mars coming conjunct Chiron near the end of the season, it's not that comfortable, right? It's not like a fun, friendly kind of energy. It's just simply not. And it's, we're more capable, all of us, every single person, we are all more capable of lashing out because of this transit. So Leo, when you step into your more mature role, when you step into that heightened state of awareness, this is you maintaining your position as the head of the pride, right? Your families, your friends, your coworkers, all of these people are impacted by your leadership. So this is a lead by example type of situation. Now, I know that Leo might not necessarily always like to be the one that's always being watched, that's always being held up on this, set of standards or whatever. But anyone born with prominent fire in their chart is experiencing what I call good karma, right? Like, these are dharmic energies. They're energies of blessings. They're energies of good fortune. They're energies of passion and wealth and spirituality and goodwill. And you've earned it. You've earned your place here on this pedestal. But you have to keep it, right? A lion at the head of a pride has to continually prove to the other members of the pride why he's the leader, why he's the strongest, why they should, still follow him, right? King of the pride. And I think that's where y'all are at. You're at a place of having to show by example why you've earned this place. And it's not proving it to anybody else. Mostly it's proving it to yourself and the universe. Okay, now let's pop the 9-card block over here so you can follow along. There's going to be some missteps. They're going to be small, right? Little miscommunications, little, people jumping to conclusions, projecting things onto you, whatever it is. Who knows? Mars conjunct Chiron, it could really be anything. But if you can accept that most of those things are, 1, completely out of your control, 2, are merely projections of other people's stuff, and 3, not worth time and energy and attention really worrying about what people think about you, you're golden. When you get into this little metally mess here, this is when it's kind of a slippery slope, because this is when like little gossipy stuff starts happening. This is when, getting irritable and just kind of saying things you might not necessarily mean. It is a slippery slope. So when you're kind of on that, about ready to fall, just catch yourself. This is when awareness comes into play, and that's why the Queen of Water is such an important energy for you, because she has the awareness to keep herself from falling. She will always, always, always keep herself stable in a time where there may be turbulence in the external realm. All right. The next card is the 10 of Wands, because you're busy, because you don't have time for all the nonsense. You don't have time for, coddling other people and making sure no one's offended by stuff. You don't have time for that. It's been very interesting with all the global events lately, how offended people get when you say just the smallest, teeny, tiniest little thing. I think getting offended is the best possible thing for our spiritual growth. Getting offended is important. And I see Leo holding other people accountable for their stuff. Like, why? It's not that you're going to sit here and justify and explain why you said what you said. You're actually going to make the people that you may have offended or, whatever, go through that process of realization to help them blossom. And this is how you are truly a leader, right? A leader does not apologize for its actions. It does not apologize for things that it should not be apologizing for. Now, if you're kind of a jerk to somebody, then yes, please apologize, right? Admit where you're wrong. Put it on the table, right? 12th house. Let's not hang on to our ego here. This is a very humbling house. So if you have something to apologize for, yes, but also don't apologize for things that you should not be apologizing for. Okay, and know the difference. Wisdom to know the difference. because you've got stuff going on. You have a life, you have career goals, you have money goals, you have passion, you have love, you have something that you're building. You don't have time to play other people's little petty games. And I don't see Leo pulling themselves down off that majestic throne of theirs. I just simply don't see it. I see someone who is taking a role of leadership within their own life. I see someone who is holding themselves accountable to the highest standards, and those are the standards by which they have set themselves, right? You are up here because you want to be up here. If you are a Leo and you're still kind of like, oh, but so-and-so thinks this about me, and so-and-so cares about this, and my boss that, and my friends that, right? That's a mess. And 12th house is going to make it a mess. Mars conjunct Chiron is going to make it a bigger mess. Probably, kind of the way Mars-Neptune did. So you can get out of the mess simply by changing your mind about things. That's it. You can get out of the mess by not playing the little games. And I see the Queen of Swords standing firm. And can we just for a second, just kind of admire how beautiful and majestic these two feminine energies are. Now, whether you're a masculine or a feminine watching this, it doesn't matter. This is the divine feminine in its most powerful place. We have the masculine swords and we have the feminine water. And then we have the femininity of the queen, right? The divine feminine, which is a highly receptive yin kind of energy. It's absorbing. Which is why you don't have to prove anything, because you're not in that masculine space. You're not out there trying to put it in people's faces. No, it's just you for you. Okay? And I think that's a beautiful place to be. And because you're there, you are going to be receiving blessings. See, this is the story of what happens when someone accepts their divinity. This is what happens when someone says, and it clicks in their mind of oh, I am a creator. I am a magician. I am an architect. I'm a designer. And when you start realizing this, and you start realizing, well, if this is the kind of life that I need, that I want, I need X, Y, and Z. And then the universe starts giving you X, Y, and Z. And you're like, wait a second. That was so easy. I didn't realize it was so easy. I didn't realize it could just be done. I didn't realize that all I had to do was just make a request and wait. 12th house is going to force you to be patient. It's going to force you into your power. Not everyone's going to get forced into power. Some people are going to drown a little bit. Okay, they're going to get drowned in emotion, drown in drama. They're going to drown in, the whole thing. But I don't think people watching tarot and astrology are going to do that. You could be cross-watching for a Leo and you're like, oh my God, my Leo will never do that. They're getting lost in the 12th house. They're getting lost in Mars and Chiron. They're getting lost in a Neptune retrograde in the 8th house. Okay, that's Pisces right there, right? 8th house. So they're getting lost in these incredibly deep houses. And that's fine. No, we cannot judge, right? As we move forward into the next card, we have the Eight of Wands reversed, which suggests that this Ace of Cups will not necessarily come swiftly. Mercury retrograde. It's not going to happen in July. There could be inklings of things. There could be little breadcrumbs of things, but the whole enchilada is not going to come in July. Maybe in August. And I feel that there's a calm around the Eight of Wands reversed. In fact, maybe even a sense of relief. You're ready, but you're ready when the universe is ready. I think you're happy for that synchronization. You're happy to be on the same pace as the universe, so you're not trying to push. There's a famous quote, and honestly, I've tried to find this quote and I haven't been able to find it, maybe because I'm misquoting it, I'm not typing it in properly, but it says something along the lines of, true freedom does not mean that you have whatever you want. True freedom is being free from desire itself. And 12th house does that. It takes desire away. And we can feel very lost because we're like, oh my God, I don't know what I want. Or I thought I knew what I wanted, and now I don't. And oh my God. And that's actually freedom. That's what liberation feels like. It's just that normally we are under these constraints of desire. I want this. I want that. I want to go here. I want to be like this. I want my life to be like that. And we're so dedicated. Now, being an architect, being a creator is a beautiful thing, but that's not the whole reason why we're here. Big part of the reason why we're here is just merely to be alive. We can experience wants because our wants guide us, our wants direct us, but they should never own us. And when we allow our wants to lose their ownership over us, we may feel disoriented at first, but then we become empowered, where our wants and desires can then become tools for us to use. Do you see? And I see that that's what's happening. Your desires and your wants are becoming tools that you can use to create and architect your life, not the other way around. It's a big switch. And this has a lot to do with Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto. A lot. And in the meantime, have a good time. In the meantime, enjoy what's happening right now. Go out with your friends if you can, right? If you're not still like in lockdown mode, do what you got to do. Express gratitude and abundance for where you are today, 12th house. There's no reaching. I should know, I've got 3 planets in the 12th house. When you have 12th house transits, when you reach for something, it's very hard to grab onto it. So in the meantime, just wait. Keep your life going. Enjoy, express gratitude, express appreciation. Be with the people that you love. Be with the people that make you laugh. Be with the people that bring joy and knowledge and wisdom and kindness and passion into your life. And just enjoy it. 3 of Cups. And I think the world is going to try to distract you with some shiny objects. And actually, again, this is the epitome of maturation, right? You're maturing spiritually. You are awakening. You are ascending. Because what happens when the universe gives us the things that we think that we want and we're still like, kind of like, well, I don't know if I want that. That is a symptom of you becoming less controlled by your wants and desires. It is truly the mark of a mature individual, a spiritually evolved or a wise individual that does not run around grabbing everything that's desirable. And you are going to find yourself shifting and changing in that regard. You're becoming a lot less of a victim of yourself. And the 4 of Cups is very mature. I love this for a Leo because it's very much on the throne. And the universe can throw you a whole bunch of things. And you're going to be selective. Okay, maybe you want all the things, but you can selectively choose the right want, the right desire to help to guide you to that end result that you're seeking in your life. Wanting all the things and not falling head over heels for them, mature. Because you know that the 12th house is about leaving stuff. It's about an ending. 12th house is about eliminating drama, eliminating obstacles, eliminating possibilities that you know might not be right for you in the long term. 12th house is about forgiveness. It's about connection. It's about reunion with ourselves. And you're heading straight toward the tower, which means as your frequency adjusts, this tower, by the way, is the effects of the scales of justice snapping back into an equilibrium, right? The tower is not scary. It is not bad. It is nothing to be afraid of. Just things were out of balance and boom, right? All of a sudden, life is different. And you can never go back after a Tower. You can never go back. And that's what you're facing. That's what you're heading towards. Mars conjunct Chiron. There's going to be, kind of a point of no return. And your growth is going to be accelerated from this point forward. Now, let's take a look at some of these oracles that we got. A fiery climax approaches. The Tower, fiery, electrical, powerful, Mars. You can expect a change. Like I was saying, it's going to be a hot summer. I said that on my Instagram. It's going to be a hot summer. It's a U.S. people especially, right? I know I have a lot of international people. That's why I have international in my name. But there's a lot of U.S. people watching. It's an election year. It's really political. We're in a cultural kind of war situation right now. So don't be surprised if there were global events that happened that mirrored individual events. I'm sure you guys felt the tension build up to that eclipse, right? Solar eclipse in Cancer, that build up, that tension. And then it was like on the day of the eclipse, it all just like went away. It was so bizarre. I don't know if you guys felt that too. I know I felt it. It was just like, oh, build up, and then just went away. And this might be something similar in that regard. And it could be representative of some kind of relationship that you have with someone that needs to change, a habit that you have that needs to change, a path that you're on that needs to change, something absolutely unexpected. And your dreams need a practical plan, which means in the meantime, at least kind of an idea of knowing where you want to go, or if you're just happy being where you are, or accepting an open blank slate for whatever needs to happen. Your dreams need a practical plan. This is a step-by-step planning for yourself financially, planning and just kind of saving. And it's nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. And then we have this choose wisely card as well, which does suggest that there's going to be an opportunity where you're going to have a lot of options in front of you, and you're going to need to know which the right one is. And the only way that you're not going to get sucked into the drama of this, like right options, oh my God, I don't know what to choose, I feel so confused, it probably is best for you to just do nothing and let the universe decide for you, because that's exactly what's going to happen. The universe will make everything clear in the right time. And you don't need to get stressed out because of this. Just, this is where you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be in a period of unknown. This is 12th house territory. You're supposed to be in an unknown space. You don't have to be reaching and grabbing and longing and lurching and going after. Just set back. Wait for the Mars Chiron thing to dissipate over the next few weeks. As we enter into Leo season, you'll see the energy will be completely different. Totally different, okay? Now, we have vigilance, stone people. I love that. I love the vigilance quality, because vigilant is just being so alert and being so hyper aware. This is like what it's like when a lion is completely, in analytical mode, crouching, walking, analyzing, its prey, analyzing the herd, really paying attention to who's doing what. Which one do I think I could get? This is awareness at its finest. And the Queen of Water with the Queen of Swords combined, absolutely, right? Receiving the information without judgment, without personal projection, without perspective, completely lifting yourself from that veil, no bias. Is it difficult? Yes. Is it possible? Yes. Through the power of consciousness and awareness, it is possible. When you're in the ego, it's very, very difficult. But your ego, sun, 12th house, it's not there. You're going to have some ego stuff. You're going to have to really face that ego. And you're going to, be able to understand more clearly what it is. What your ego even is. A lot of us don't even know what that is. As you age, as you mature, as you grow, as you ascend, you become more conscious of what your ego is and how you can use the ego, again, as a tool, in the same way you use your desires and wants as tools, but to never be owned by them and to never mistake who you are with that which is being represented by your ego. Vigilance. Powerful, powerful stuff. Last card is Soul Fragments. Balance will be restored. Boom, Tower. Yes, it will. Indeed, it will. And you can, bet on that for yourself. Bet on that for yourself. Karma will be delivered to those that need it. Maybe even yourself. Good or bad karma. Good or bad, whatever. Try not to label good and bad because then it becomes that. It doesn't have to be. It's just the change. It's just simply balance. That is all there is. That is all that exists in the universe anyway, is balance. Polarity. Duality. In this realm. In this realm where we are. But I see you becoming more unified, which means this stuff, come or go, you can go through it completely unaffected. Completely unaffected in every way. And this is the power. This is the power of self. This is the power of awareness. So this is an opportunity for you to really practice. It's going to be a great month. Let's go ahead and put the camera down and let's get the comprehensive cards out. All right, see you guys in just a sec. Okay, Leo, let's go ahead and take a look at some of these comprehensive cards. So for those of you who are interested in what these are, the cards I'm about to pull out, we will talk about in the comprehensive reading. The link will be in the description box down below. We'll talk for about another 20 to 25 minutes about these cards. So we tend to go a lot more deep into the energies at play for you. Okay, the Tower again. Okay, Tower is inevitable for you. Whether you try to escape it or not, there's going to be a shift. Some people it will be a powerful thing. Other people, it will be just something small and subtle. It might not be the most life-changing thing, but your awareness is going to be enhanced. And the star, absolutely amazing. The Tower with the star. And I love the electrical component here as well. Let's take a look at the Hanged Man energy, which is your environment. 10 of Swords, yes, 10 of Swords, 12th house, endings, things closing out. Makes sense. Finding freedom. 6 of Coins. And 4 of Cups, which is a repeat of this card here as well. All right. Grab my other deck. Let's take a look at the 3 of Coins. What's going on here with the 3 of Coins? Queen of Coins, beautiful. I feel like you are coming out with a lot of the Queen energy. Oh, okay, we got, the Hanged Man again and the 5 of Wands. 9 of Cups reversed. There will be a humbling experience. That will be a guarantee. And another 10 of Wands. Leo, one thing I'll say with that 10 of Wands, double down, is do not accept responsibility for anything more than you can handle. And do not stay in places where you are the only one doing all the work, where you are the only one that wants something, okay? Yeah. If you can take this month to rest, take this month to reevaluate. Take this month. Let's not forget also the Saturn going back and forth over your descendant. That's a big deal too. Your sense of self is shifting. You're changing at a rapid pace. Take this month. Take it off, right? Take this month off. Just regroup. Keep your life as stable and as on track as you can. King of Coins, King of Cups. You clearly have someone important in your life. And I think there is a key player here. Another star. Five of Coins reversed. What was this card again? 3 of Cups. Some of you may have someone a little bit dishonest around you. And you may have a difficult time really making up your mind about whether or not you believe. And that may feel frustrating for you as well. I wouldn't spend, see, the Tower came out 3 times, you guys. The Tower is no joke. That is officially your most powerful card. And, but just know that the Tower will be the source of your liberation, your source of freedom. That is without question. Yeah, 3 of Swords. See, I do think you have someone a bit shady around you. But again, I think they're going to expose themselves. I think that Mars conjunct Chiron, it's inevitable. They're going to expose themselves. They're going to say the things. And that is not, you know, it's not something that you need to do anything to get it out of someone or anything. It's just going to happen. 8 of Coins and the Emperor. Let's look at this Tower now. You may have a Pisces or a Virgo in your life. Tower definitely associated with them. Six of Wands. 6 of Swords reversed. I do think you are going to emerge from this successfully. For sure, for sure. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up if you guys want to join. Again, link will be in the description box down below. We'll talk about all these energies, and I'll see you guys soon. All right, have a good month. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Virgo. Welcome to your July 2020 tarot card reading. Let's go ahead and get started with these cards. Okay, your ruling planet this month, retrograde in the 11th house, along with the Sun in Cancer. We also have Mars coming conjunct Chiron in the 8th house, which is going to be a little interesting. We also have Neptune retrograde happening across from you as well. And the Queen of Air, or the Queen of Swords, I love that she has an owl on her shoulder, because to me it tells me that you actually have guide companions right next to you and are at your disposal any moment that you feel that you need them, whispering into your ear as needed. The owl energy, the Queen of Swords, Queen of Air energy is all about, it's not just about knowledge and intellect, right? This is the 11th house. This is about wisdom, okay? That's the motto, right? 3rd house is I think, 9th house is I see, and the 11th house is I know, which implies wisdom, okay? So I suspect you've been doing a very good job of staying out of dramatic situations, dramatic conversations that you could be having with people. I suspect you're also challenging yourself to learn a lot. You're challenging yourself to break down your own structures and your own belief patterns, asking yourself a lot of questions and taking it upon yourself to evolve, because that's what Virgo does, right? Virgo is the sign of self-mastery, and they are always constantly challenging and pushing themselves. And if someone brings something to the table that kind of, you know, hurts a little bit, Virgo, if it's mature and if it's highly evolved, will take that information and say, okay, let me think about that for a minute. And, you know, let me wrap my head around it. Let me think critically. Let me feel, let me intuit my way through this. And because of that level of maturity, there are many, many Virgos on the ascent right now. Okay, Chariot in the environment. Virgo, you are ascending. Now, a lot of you are dealing with some maybe toxic Virgos who might not necessarily be on this track. A lot of you may be dealing with Virgos that are going to cling to their old way of life. They're going to cling to the way that it's always been. And for that, I say, let them go. For that, I say, don't worry about it. For that, I say, you know, let them be who they are and let them do what they need to do. Because one thing I've learned as an astrologer, right, and I'm learning about both Western and Vedic astrology. I'm learning about the dasha system in Vedic astrology. And you see the patterns, you see the behaviors of the planets. And the only thing I can say is that there can never, ever be a judgment projected onto anybody for not being where you are, period. And as human beings, that's hard for us to swallow because we want people to be on board with us. We want our significant others to grow with us. We want people to, move forward and move as quickly as we move. And yet that is not a possibility, okay? Because of how the individual charts interact with the stars and our own karmic paths. But you, Virgo, are on an ascent, and that's all you need to know. So it's not about clinging on to things. It's not about grasping or trying to, bring all the baggage forward with you. This is about letting go. And you're getting ready for a 12th house transit, okay? So yes, Cancer is 11th house, but as the sun makes its way into Leo, that's going to be 12th house, which means there are going to be some pretty substantial endings for you. And I don't necessarily, it doesn't have to be your relationship or whatever, but just your mode of being, right? Your trajectory. There's going to be some kind of a final point at that, during Leo season, and then you're going to be able to move forward with a whole new cycle, right? Solar returns are very, very important in our astrology because they do signify a new beginning of time for us as individuals, okay? So this is a beautiful month for you, and there's a lot of productivity that can be had and done. And I think you have an opportunity to really showcase to yourself, and therefore the universe or source, spirit, God, however you identify, you're going to be able to have those deep, meaningful conversations with source and prove to yourself that you are growing in the way that you think that you're growing. Now let's go ahead and pop the 9-card block over here so y'all can take a look at it. We have the Devil coming out first. Okay, the Devil is a very important energy right now because it's ruled by Saturn, and we do have a Saturn retrograde going on. Saturn retrograde in Western astrology is going back and forth between Aquarius and Capricorn. And there's deep, heavy Capricorn energy, whether it's Vedic or Western astrology, okay? So the Capricorn archetype is being really, really hounded pretty hard. And Capricorn within our own lives is truly indicative of the rules and regulations that we abide by as a person. And because this is showing up, it says, well, you're hitting up against your own rules and regulations. And we see that on the macrocosmic scale. It makes sense that we as individuals are hitting against that as well, challenging our own systems, challenging our own rules, our own regulations, all these things that we have set in place. And there's some that will stay enforced, and there are others that will break. But it's that internal work of having to go in deep and having to ask yourself, what is working and what is not? And that can be a really, really hard thing to do. That's why if you're dealing with a Virgo who's being a bit difficult right now, okay, just know that it's simply possible that they do not like the feeling of change. They do not like the feeling of admitting that they're wrong. They do not like the feeling of not even feeling like they're wrong, but maybe actually being wrong. And they are clinging to the things that make them feel safe. And there's nothing you can do about that. But the Virgos who are willing to do the work are doing the work. Now, we can't escape it as Mars comes in contact with Chiron. We can't escape it. All the planets are retrograde right now, right? I always say the planets are like our puppet masters, right? Like the only way that we can escape it is through going through it and raising our consciousness above it. And that's it. And I think Virgo is really willing to do that. The thing, though, with Virgo is that I think you may be having a difficult time really articulating what's going on with people. And you may be, dealing with other people's emotions as well, because this Mercury retrograde in Cancer, it's in Sun through Cancer too. It's not even just the Mercury retrograde, it's also the Sun, which is a huge, powerful planet. Plus we got the North Node going through Gemini as well. So, there's like a lot of all over the place kind of energy, all over. It's really, really deep with Cancerian energy. It's all over the place with Gemini, mutable. and people trying to figure things out, people trying to connect the dots, people trying to understand things in their own life, and they have all these questions about where my life is going. Believe me, as a private tarot card reader, like, everyone is asking me, like, what's going on? Where is this going? Where is this headed? Nobody knows where it's going to mean, what it's going to mean for them, okay? And in that fury or in that frustration, there's a potential of, acting out emotionally and not being aware of it. Page of Swords reversed, not being aware of it at all. So you, Queen of Air, Virgo, need to be aware of other people's lack of awareness. And people hate this, right? This is going to be a really tough place to be, because as a Queen of Air, you just want to take that Page of Swords and just shake some sense into them and be like, dude, like, it's so obvious, it's so easy, it's so clear. Don't you see? Don't you understand? But they don't. We are all just at our current level of awareness, and there's nothing we can do about it. We can only do it for ourselves. Queen of Air knows that, but can also be very frustrated by that at the same time. A Queen of Air is not so happy dumbing things down. Queen of Air is not so happy pulling herself out of her ethereal realm, right? Air is an extraordinarily high vibration. 11th house, really, really high vibration. And I know you're an earth sign, but you're also a Mercury-ruled earth sign, and Mercury is most powerful in Virgo. So you are all up in here, and you are detached, meaning there's no space for judgment. And it can be hard. People not being clear in what they're trying to say, people fumbling with their words, people miscommunicating, jumping to conclusions, doing all sorts of crazy stuff. North Node in Gemini, thank you, next year and a half, right? And you have to just sit back and just watch. But you're on the ascent. Now we have this Hanged Man reversed, or not reversed. He's just upside down, right? The Hanged Man, which also came out for Leo as well, which is relevant because it's your 12th house energy, meaning this Hanged Man energy may actually hang out for a couple months. July, August, it might just be kind of a good time to just stay out of it, whatever it is, whatever's going on with coworkers, whatever's going on with friends, just keep your opinion to yourself unless someone asks. I would highly recommend just being quiet and just observing and allow other people to figure things out on their own. People that come to you for advice, you can give them advice, but I absolutely wouldn't give them the whole thing. Mercury retrograde, it wouldn't be handled well, it wouldn't be accepted, and it would be quite overwhelming. This is breadcrumbs, Page of Coins, just little breadcrumbs here and there. And that's it. I'm not saying you're the smartest people in the world, but I think right now with the 11th house transit, it's a pretty, this is old soul type of territory. We all have moments of immaturity and maturity, and we're all flip-flopping all the time. So right now you're in a position of being in maturity with the 11th house transit. So, there's merit to your advice. You've been through it before, most likely. There's likely a mirror effect going on, meaning you're seeing people go through what you've already gone through. But again, breadcrumbs, that's it. That's all people can handle right now. I think the energy is so agitated with Jupiter and Pluto and Saturn and everybody going backwards, the whole thing going backwards, that it's probably best to only speak when it's either asked for or it's truly relevant. Okay? I do see Virgo being just really caught up in your own stuff, your own jobs, your own family, your own money, like just staying completely out of stuff. No gossip, definitely no gossip. Please don't do that to yourself. It will come back to bite you in the butt. Just keep it cool. Right? Temperance is all about the chill factor, the Zen factor is what I always say. Temperance is the Tao, just walk in the middle. And while the world is kind of going like this, if you can be like this, you are contributing to the peace in the world. You are contributing to the goodness. You are contributing to the joy and the fulfillment of the world. I may have said this last month. This is kind of a little visual that I always use whenever I'm having a spiral of negative thoughts, right? I always think to myself, you know, if there's different vibrations to each type of thought, one is a high vibration, one is a low vibration. Let's say high vibration is represented by the color yellow, low vibration is represented by like the color blue, right? So I always ask myself, am I contributing to the blue sections of the world or to the yellow sections of the world? And I always kind of see like splotches going up all across the globe. And I'm like, you know what, I would rather contribute to the yellow. You know, yellow. I'd rather contribute to the yellow. That's probably going to be better for everybody in the long run if every individual takes individual accountability for what their contribution is on an energetic level. And the temperance just clearly says, okay, you know what? I'm contributing a little too much to the low vibration. Let me just alchemize this. Let me move. Let me slide up the pole to something a little bit more high vibration. Gratitude, appreciation, love, being of service, meditation, prayer, all these wonderful things that anybody can do at any moment during the day is a good way to really just switch. Now remember, you're on the ascent. So if you contribute to the low vibration of the world in some way, it's going to hinder this chariot, which is, like I say, there's a quality of destiny. There's a quality of inevitability with the chariot here, but you can stop this chariot at any time. You do have control of the reins. You have control of the reins. So if you want to stop, you can stop. But my guess is that a queen of air who is really, really high vibe does not want to stop. Okay? Have you guys ever heard of equine therapy? I don't even know why I'm saying this. A really important woman in my life. She has a beautiful ranch with beautiful stallions and horses and everything. And she, you know, teaches people self-awareness and consciousness through the power of the horse spirit. And when I see this card, I think immediately of my experience on that horse ranch. Sorry, I'm not quite sure that ranch that she has, where there's a presence about larger animals, smaller animals, any animals have it. But when you're around a large, powerful animal like a horse or a lion or, you know, even a cow, you know, something like that, when you're around the power of these incredible horses, they force you to be real, right? They force you to be who you are. Like you can never approach a large animal in a state of fear. You can never approach a large animal with a state of ill intent. Like you just cannot do it. It's very dangerous for you to do that. And when you have a pure heart, they will absolutely embrace you. And I think it's important. Look, we have these animals coming out here a lot, actually, in these two cards, a lot of animals. And I do feel like you're becoming so pure that you could approach these wise, intuitive, you know, spirit animals with no problem, with no issues, with no concern, because your intent is pure, your heart is pure, and you are operating and walking in and from a place of love. Now, Hanged Man reversed, Devil, Ace of Wands reversed. Look, July is not a month of massive action. To an extent, okay? Now, Mars coming in contact with Chiron, you could act out in a jolted manner that might not go so well. That's why the detachment of the Queen of Air is going to be very important, your knowledge and your wisdom. However, in your personal lives, with your personal goals and your personal ambitions that you have for yourself, July is actually going to be a great month to begin the things that have been on hold all year, okay? You know, if you've been waiting for a project, waiting to sign contracts, waiting for agreements to come in, waiting, those small things, I do believe, are going to be really beneficial. Now, not only is Mars coming into Aries, not only is he coming in contact with Chiron, but over the next couple months, he's going to be making his way through his shadow phase because Mars is also going retrograde September, October, November, okay? So we can only really do things in short-term intervals, right? Only thinking short-term, or that's probably in the best interest of everybody, right? Just think of it all in short-term intervals. Think of it all as just like a couple months ahead, and don't push too far into the future. But please still take action, okay? Please still do things, because the dust is settling and your vision is becoming so clear. And I think you're going to be receiving a lot of confirmations that all the things that maybe you were confused about, all of a sudden now, with the changes that you've now implemented as you kind of really hit up against some of these things. But now the dust is settling as we make our way toward the end of Cancer season and to the beginning of Leo season. This dust is going to settle, and you're going to realize that you're actually pretty good, like you're actually pretty solid. That your knowledge, your actions, your words, your all the things were really the best things that you could have done. And you're going to receive confirmations. You're going to receive affirmations. People will, probably mention it. They'll probably say something. And it will help you to feel like, okay, I know I'm walking in the right path. I know that I'm not hindering my chariot from moving forward. And you'll have external confirmations of that, for sure, for sure. Okay, let's look at these oracle cards. Okay, the first one is it's time to take action. And this is what I was saying with, your own personal goals and ambitions. Okay, it is okay to take action on small things. Now remember, Mars, right? Aries is ruled by Mars. Mars is a very emotional planet. Mars is coming through a very emotional house, the 8th house. So there will be volatility for you guys. And it's coming in contact with a planet of pain and suffering, Chiron. Oh goodness. So there will be emotional volatility, which is why the Queen of Air, like if you can, just like take a picture of the Queen of Swords or just download it on online or something and just make it your wallpaper on your phone or something, just as that reminder to be diplomatic as much as possible, the reminder of the path that you're on, the reminder of your vibration and your contribution to the vibrations of the world. Because it will maybe kind of just help you to keep it at the front of your mind, because as Mars connects with Chiron, it's going to be hard to really, stay on top of it. And the next card is the answers you need are coming. And I think that has a lot to do with the 7 of Cups reversed. The answers you need are coming. The dust is settling. You don't need to go out and strive and make things happen and make people see stuff. It's going to be a total waste of time for you to do that. It's much, much, much better for you allow the universe to bring you what you need rather than going out and seeking. Because if you go out and seek right now, you're going to step into a whole bunch of cloudiness, and it's just not needed. Now, memories of love. I think, Virgo, you are coming in contact with your childhood self. You're coming in contact with the part of you that you always knew was for you. You always knew it was your destiny, right? Because when we come in as children into this world, we know. That's it. We know. We know exactly what we're here to do. It's when we come in contact with the world and the teachings and school and culture and parents and friends and all the things that shape who we are. While it's beautiful and it's a part of this beautiful experience, it's important for us to continually look back on who we were as a child, and we look back on our own purity, and we look back on our own innocence before it got, all kind of lost in this world a little bit, so that we can find that trajectory again. Because I know that with Jupiter and Pluto coming conjunct, all of us are seeking that pure path. And many of you are already on it, and you're looking for ways to enhance it. You're looking for ways to contribute more. You're looking for ways to develop and to grow. And I think your intentions are pure, and that's why the Chariot is showing up for you, because you're in that place of like, show me, right? Because you're truly operating from a pure state of love in your heart. And then we have Whale, which the Whale card, which says breach. And then when I look at this card alongside the Devil card, it tells me that you are breaking your own limits. You are pushing yourself beyond where you ever thought you would need to go. And because of that, your next chapter, right? Your next chapter is going to be a chapter that you never expected to be a part of your life. I do think, Virgo, is opening the door for some pretty amazing experiences right now. And again, mouth, right? Don't speak unless people ask for your opinion. And it's probably not a good idea. And one of the reasons for that is not because I don't think you have anything relevant to say, but I also think that a lot of other people's opinions and ideas and can actually shape you in a positive way, because what we have here, the very last card, is the galactic healer. Move forward with an open mind. Because we know that Virgos are healers, right? Virgo, Pisces, this particular axis. Virgo is the healing of self, Pisces is the healing of others. But they go hand in hand. Without healing ourselves, there's no way we can heal another person. And so the healing of the self is so, so, so important. And when you have an open mind and you recognize your own limitations and your own barriers and your own boundaries, and you're able to breach those barriers, okay, when you're able to do that, it kind of does feel right when a whale jumps up and takes that huge breath of air, just whoosh, and all that water comes out of their, their hole up there. It's like a really incredible thing to see. It's like the breath of life. And I think that's what this moment is for Virgo. It's truly a breath of life. And you'll feel more connected, more empowered, more capable than you've ever felt before. And you are aligning. And I think a lot of people, I love this deck because it does bring in kind of that, galactic energy. And I think a lot of people do ascribe to the idea of being a starseed, being an earth angel, being a being that is reincarnated here on this earth at this very specific time to really help humanity over some kind of a hump. Now, not all of you are healers, right? Not all of you are in the spiritual space, and that's fine. But I do think that your energy itself is a healing presence. Even if you're an accountant or if you, are still a student in school or whatever, it doesn't matter what you do. It matters who you are. And I think it's important for you to understand, Virgo, the essence and the energy of the healer's quality that is your birthright. Simply by being born with prominent Virgo in your chart, you are a healer, whether you know it or not. And so your energy is important because what you bring to the table actually does have an effect on others. Okay? All right, let's put this camera down. Let's pull out the comprehensive cards. It's going to be kind of an interesting thing to see where this goes. All right, see you guys in just a sec. Okay, Virgo, let's go ahead here and pull out the comprehensive cards. For those of you who want to join me, the link will be in the description box down below. We'll talk for about another 20 to 25 minutes about the cards I'm about to pull out. So sometimes the story develops quite deeply. So let's go ahead and take a look here. Queen of Air. Let's see what more she's got to say for us here. Eight of Coins. Excellent. Really good idea to keep your head in your own business right now. Two of Coins. Temperance. Beautiful. Double Temperance coming. I'm going to do one more for the Queen of Air. One more. Ooh, Strength. Excellent. Okay, let's take a look at the Chariot, which is the environment. What is your environment right now, Virgo? What is the essence of the environment? The Ace of Cups. Page of Cups. Okay, we'll take two, that's fine. The Queen of Coins, that's you, Virgo, and the Six of Coins. Wow, a lot of earth energy, which is so beautiful and very welcome for an earth reading. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Devil. I feel so much love coming from Virgo. And maybe, Virgo, you're not, don't even really know where it's really coming from. Six of Coins again. We got that twice. I think that's a part of the Chariot energy. That there's just a love, whether it's for your own life or a love for someone else, a love for growth, a love for knowledge. And I think you're being fueled by that love right now. It's not like romantic love. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe it's a part of that. But I think it's different than that. It's deeper. It's more galactic, if you will. It's more cosmic. Ooh, Emperor. Beautiful. Love that. Yes, Tower. Why am I not surprised? Mars conjunct Chiron. Definitely going to bring some event. Ten of Swords reversed. There's going to be a straw that breaks the camel's back. It's kind of a shifty energy. Okay, I'm going to do one more for that Page of Swords reversed. Okay. Look at just these like really balanced, calm, cool, collected energies. That's 8th house type stuff. Like you're going to be a storm on the inside, but no one's going to know. Right? You've got Venus in the 10th. You're going to be like all diplomatic and all regular on the surface, but there's going to be a lot of stuff going on inside. So if you're dealing with a Virgo and they're acting a little bit weird, just give them space. Just give them space. They really, really need it right now. Maybe dealing with a Leo, Sagittarius, or Aries. Okay. Beautiful. I love the star with the Chariot. Makes me very happy to see that combination coming out. Excellent. Temperance. Feeling I'm not going to take this whole pile, but I will take the 8 of Wands, and I will take this one here. Okay. Jeez Louise. Okay. Four of Swords. I feel a little story developing with another person or a couple other people, friends, coworkers, romance, whatever. There's going to be some stuff that really does need to be addressed. But remember, it's in your best interest not to jump to conclusions and to not make any assumptions, and to really just listen to what everyone has to say and really tap into your intuition purposefully and consciously, to really suss out like what makes sense and what doesn't. Because I think there's going to be some people that are going to try to, be a bit shady a little bit, or not be totally honest, or they may omit some things. And that's why you're just going to have to kind of wait and see. That's why all the suspended energy with the Hanged Man and Temperance, right? Just kind of wait and see. Yeah. And then bottom of the deck, 10 of Wands reverse. You're definitely making your life easier, which is always a good thing. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. If you guys want to join me, the link will be down in the description box down below. Thank you so much. I love you guys more than anything. I am so, so, so grateful for each and every one of you. I hope you have an amazing July, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello Libra, welcome to your July 2020 tarot card reading. This is 10th house season for you, right? Sun coming through Cancer, Mercury retrograde in Cancer. I think really giving your 10th house a break, right? North node is gone now, so that North node is no longer in your 10th house. And your 10th house can breathe, right? 10th house is all about your career, how you show up in the world, how you show up in public, your contribution to the world. And finally, you can breathe in this area. Finally, you have some illumination with the sun coming through there. And I do think that Libra is really trying to make sense of, how do I take my gifts? How do I take my talents, my knowledge, my wisdom, and apply it in the world in a positive way? You're coming out as the King of Earth, Libra. This is a very strong energy. I mean, this is like, showing up, making no apologies for who and what you are. And it's a very wise energy as well. And I know Libra's been really, really affected by what's been happening in the world, right? There's no way Libra is not affected in a soul level. Any imbalance is an imbalance for Libra, right? As above, so below. It's kind of a given. So I know you've been feeling a lot of the imbalances here. And I think you're ready for that to like stop, right? You're ready for yourself to be able to like take control of those scales and, you know, work them into that equilibrium as much as you possibly can on your own. And I think you're doing a really bang up job of it, right? I think you're doing a really good job. I think your consciousness of what's going on internally far surpasses that of many, many people. The environment is the wheel of fortune, all right? So there are amazing blessings coming toward Libra right now, and that is just fact, okay? There's no disputing that. There are amazing blessings coming toward Libra, but it's really important for you to understand that both of these energies are very slow moving. They are not fast and they are not sudden in any way. And this is about breadcrumbs, and the King of Earth operates very slowly. The Wheel of Fortune turns over only because he's responding to your energetic field. That's the only way that the Wheel of Fortune can turn, is when you adjust your own frequency, when you adjust your own vibration. You know, I know that Libra has been having a hard time really discerning what you want. Like, that's been a really hard question, right? I've had so many Libras come to me in my private readings and being like, look, I'm at this place in my life where I don't even know what to ask for. I don't even know what to request. I don't even know what to manifest at this point. Do I manifest this career? Do I manifest this change? Do I do this? Do I do that? Like, what am I even supposed to direct my energy towards? Those are the kinds of things that are going to be coming into clarity here in the next year, really. It's not going to be sudden, right? Wheel of Fortune. But within the next year, I think you're going to get a really solid handle on what to even ask for. Because you've gone so deep with all of that Capricorn energy in the 4th house, right? 4th house, 10th house, cardinal houses impacting your ascendants, impacting your relationships. I mean, your cardinal cross being activated like that it's not a joke. It's very serious, right? And the level of change that cardinal signs, all 4 of you, Cancer, Capricorn, Libra, and Aries, the level of change that you've gone through since 2017 is paramount. It's huge. So you are a different person now. And it's okay that you might not know what you really want to manifest. It's okay that you don't know what to ask for. And it's not something that you should try to push. Okay, let's go ahead and pop the 9-card block up here so y'all can follow along. Very first card that comes out is the 8 of Swords. This is that feeling of feeling trapped, feeling maybe even helpless a little bit. Maybe you're even, being really impacted by global and national events. I don't know how to help. I don't know how to contribute. I don't know which way to direct my life. This is kind of one of the reasons why Libra gets that bad reputation. And I talk about this all the time. Libra's bad reputation for being indecisive, right? This is the whole narrative here. But this is not the truth at all. This is not Libra being indecisive. What it is Libra does not have a good enough choice, right? It doesn't have a choice that is really pulling or calling, which means probably, it's got to be extra spectacular for a Libra to be really excited about it, right? Libra doesn't really operate in fear. It's a cardinal sign. So when there's something attractive, it's just going to go after it. So if a Libra is hemming and hawing about anything or staying stagnant and feeling trapped by something, it's simply because the alternatives aren't that great, right? And I think Libra is really at a time when you're like, okay, universe, you got to give me something great. You got to give me something awesome. You got to give me something worth fighting for here, And I don't know that Libra is going to really budge until that really happens. And I think your faith that is happening is actually really strong. And it should be. If you need a reinforcement of faith, Wheel of Fortune, boom, there it is. There's your reinforcement of faith. Have faith that the thing, right, that really calls you, the thing that you feel compelled to do, is on its way. That's it, plain and simple. I know that the King of Earth moves slow. He moves with patience, but all of those things, slowness, patience, quiet, all those things, it's a symbol of wisdom. and you've been pushed toward wisdom because of this fourth house stuff going on. You know, all the air signs, Gemini, Aquarius, Libra, especially if you're an air sign ascendant, this Capricorn stuff has been happening in the 4th, 8th, or 12th houses, which are the moksha houses. And these are the most transformative. So air signs have been evolving so quickly because of this Capricorn stuff. So you're kind of getting a double whammy, the air sign stuff and the cardinal sign stuff. So you're getting it really deep. But it is turning over. Okay, we've got the World card. World card is ruled by Saturn, which is slow. We've got Saturn in retrograde right now, coming back into Capricorn this month. Very last degrees of Capricorn. We're not ready for the big reveal. Okay, for our own selves, for our own independent lives. We're not ready for the big thing. The universe is saying, hey, look, massive adjustments are happening. You know, we can witness that. I mean, that's obvious, right? Massive changes are happening. And for you, Libra, as a person, with your own individual mind, your own individual existence, right? It's going to need to adjust as the world adjusts. And I'm telling you, right, with the Death card here, whether you can perceive it or not, a massive transformation is happening. Now, as Mars moves into the 7th house, this is going to connect with Chiron. And this is the first time it's hit Chiron in the past 2 years. So it's kind of an important transit. Like, we have to pay attention to Mars, okay? Mars, since the beginning of the month, right? Mars has come through Capricorn. It's hit up against all the major players. We've got Pluto, we've got Jupiter, we've got Saturn, we've got Neptune. Now it's doing Chiron, and then it's going to do Uranus, right? That's next on the docket, the beginning of 2021. So all of these really powerful outer planets are being activated by Mars, which is really aggressive. Mars will not be debilitated until it comes into Cancer later on in 2021. So, you know, change is happening and Mars is really taking charge. So the wheel is turning at the same time that the past is destructing. Is that the word? Deconstructing? The destruction of the past and the evolution of the future happening simultaneously, right? We've got the wheel of fortune. We have the world, which is a wheel. The wheel is spinning. Time is turning over. In the same way, January 1st, boom, the calendar resets. Midnight, boom, the calendar resets. We're at the 4th turning here. I don't know if you guys have read that book. I highly recommend you read it, The 4th Turning. But time is resetting. So that's why all these things are happening right now. And death is coming here to just remind you, like, it's supposed to happen. Your beliefs are changing. The things you care about are changing. The things that really matter, your priorities are changing. This is one of the reasons why I think Libra has been afraid to ask for stuff, right? This is one of the reasons why Libra has been afraid to put themselves out there. They've been afraid to, chase anything because you intuitively know this is happening. This is not even for people who are into tarot and astrology. This is just the way the stars are kind of puppet mastering us right now. We're kind of afraid to push until we know for sure that this is really over. Okay, now I will tell you that as Mars comes into Aries, which is, your natural house, 7th house, in its house of rulership, right, Aries, connecting with Chiron, there will be a lot of emphasis on love for you from now until the end of the year. Mars is going to be coming forward. In September, he's going to be making his way in a retrograde from the 29th degree of Aries in Western astrology, okay, 29th degrees of Aries, and then coming back a few degrees and then going back forwards again. So your 7th house is getting hit really hard. When I say hit really hard, what I mean is there's going to be a lot of emphasis on the relationship arena, even if you're single. Now, it could be business partnerships. It could be any kind of one-on-one kind of connections, but most likely for many of you, it will be romantic. Plus, we also have the Lover's card here. Some of you may fall in love during this time. Some of you may get married during this time. Some of you may do some really incredible things romantically or partnership-wise during this time. And for many of you, the things that I think I don't even know which card to pull up here to reinforce this point, but whichever whatever the things you've been afraid to ask for in your life, I think with Mars coming through Aries, you're going to be a lot more daring to ask. You're going to ask for the love that maybe you weren't sure if you even wanted because you were so like happy just taking care of yourself. You're going to ask for the marriage that you didn't know you wanted because you were just so happy with the way the relationship was. You're going to ask for the evolution, right? The next step of whatever situation you're in. And I think a lot of single Libras out there, no matter your age, right? Whether you're a 20-year-old single Libra or a 78-year-old single Libra, your heart is going to be pulled in that direction. And there's going to be a desire to connect. There's going to be a desire to collaborate, to work together. Some of you might be also getting a divorce because of the Chiron stuff. So if your relationship is already kind of shaky, right? Death with the lovers, there could be some disturbance there as well. So it could go either way, but it's the thing that you've been afraid to ask for. Mars is going to give you the courage, and Chiron is going to be that place of like, you know what? I need to heal this. I need to expose the wound so I can begin healing for real. And all the fourth house activity with Capricorn for the past couple years has really been preparing you for this moment. And when you admit what you want, that's the thing is Libra, I think on many levels you have to admit that you want it. I do think the King of Earth is very reserved in expressing his wants because he tries not to be ruled by the things that he wants, because he likes to be above that. He likes his consciousness to be the main ruler, right? He wants his consciousness to be the dictator of what happens. But I think your heart is, it's so like the energy is so thick. It's so dense, and the desire to connect sexually, the desire to connect intimately, emotionally, passionately, intellectually, it's all there. And because your vibration is going to be there, I think there will be movement in this area. And because the sun is going to be coming through the 10th, plus a Mercury retrograde in Cancer, right? Your cardinal cross still being very activated right now, which means the directionality of your life is pushing forward in some way. And it will happen quickly, and it's going to start this month. Now, there's still a lot of stuff happening, and, globally, there's pretty big events happening over the course of the next 4 years. So I'm not saying you're not going to be impacted by global events, because I think we all will. But for you as an individual and your choices, you're absolutely on the right track here. And your vibration is adjusting, right? The kind of like the stars are like the conductor of the orchestra, and we're just, we're performing, and our harmony is coming together. Our minds and our hearts are, meeting in the middle. And I think on many levels, Libra, you're ready, right? 9 of Coins, you're ready. This is a symptom of someone who has worked very hard. They've gotten themselves to a place of absolute independence and self-reliance, right? So you can take care of yourself. You're good. You got your money taken care of. You got your living situation taken care of. You've got all the things taken care of. And now you are in a place of being ready to share if someone wants to share that experience with you. You're in that place of wanting to share or being ready to share in your career as well. You've got knowledge, you've got talent, and I think that the world is ready. The world is ready to see what you really have. The world is ready for your level of caring. Because when a Libra can be very standoffish, right? Because it always wants to even things out and analyze, and well, what about this and what about that, and da 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 da. But when it decides to charge forward, it's like a tidal wave, and it's usually rooted in love, because that's air, right? Rules the heart chakra, air. It's air. It's rooted in love, and that's what keeps you going, because you care about something. Now, this is something I always say to my Aries. But because Aries is your opposite, this absolutely applies to you in every way. You need a cause. Libra and Aries both, they need a cause to fight for. Without a cause, without a reason, Libras and Aries can feel very sad. And now is not a time for sadness. Now is a time to make the changes or to allow the changes to occur. Now is a time for self-affirmations. Now is a time for feeling confident. Now is a time for feeling like the time is now, so to speak, is what I'm hearing. And even though you're still not sure, I do believe that there will be omens for you. And the more, for some reason, I'm not even seeing confusion in this card. Really, it's more about omens. And I think you're going to be inundated by omens. You're going to hear things on your podcast. You're going to watch, see things on, tarot, astrology, and spirituality videos and whatever else you watch. You're going to be watching your favorite entertainers and they're going to say things, or a new song comes out and there's going to be a lyric that's going to just like jab you and you're going to be like, oh my gosh, like the universe really is talking to me. Numbers, right? Definitely numbers. The universe is talking to me. The one thing that's so crazy about us as human beings and kind of our culture, especially like westernized cultures, right, is we tend to be so skeptical of metaphysical things. And even if you're in the spiritual world, sometimes you can see something or hear something and not see it as a synchronicity, but rather label it as a coincidence. I'm telling you, moving forward over the course of the next 12 months, there are no coincidences. Jupiter, Pluto, Saturn, Jupiter and Pluto are going to be doing, right? They're conjunct right now. Like as we speak right now, they're sitting at 24 degrees exactly, conjunct. Jupiter's going to continue going over across Pluto, and then they're going to come back together and do another conjunction. This is, truth, the exposure of truth. And that's happening for you as a person too. So there are no coincidences, you guys. So if it's a synchronicity, it's a synchronicity. We have an earth sign popping up here who weirdly is kind of matching your own earth quality as well. But I don't know that this is like your person, so to speak. It could be a friend. It could be a coworker or someone with whom you have some kind of relationship. This could be the type of person that helps you feel motivated to see yourself as this, right? I don't know that you really see yourself as a king of earth a lot of times. I think Libra is one of the signs along with Pisces and Gemini, right? Because of that duality, you kind of always have that flip-floppy kind of narrative going on. I don't know that Libra often sees themselves as very powerful or very strong. I don't think you will often see yourself as someone of influence, unless you have other things in your chart that indicate otherwise, right? But this is a time where I think Libra really starts to understand how impactful their voice and their talents and their skill sets actually can be. And I believe that this Knight of Coins is going to help you to see that, going to help you to work through the logic there so you feel compelled to manifest opportunities that will help you utilize those things. Because what we have here is the Ace of Cups. Now, there could be a romantic interest. Okay, I will say that's a possibility because of the 7th house stuff. I'm a little hesitant to tell you to jump into this with this Knight of Coins, whoever this might be. And this might not happen in July. It may happen, later on, August, September-ish, right before Mars goes retrograde. Hesitant to tell you to jump in because I don't know that you're finished with your death process yet. And whenever we jump into a relationship when we're in the middle of the death or the transformation or the metamorphosis process, we can attract a really unstable connection. It can be really volatile because we are, one day we're over here and the next day we're all the way over here. And that, you with a partner might not be entirely in sync. So the goal is to invite love, to invite good things and blessings and things to be grateful for and appreciative for into your life without an expectation of the whole big enchilada. Just one day at a time type of deal. Now, if you have an established relationship with this person, right, like you've been dating forever and this person pops the question, like, yes, by all means, say yes, right? By all means, fall in love. If you've known this person for a really long time and they want to start a creative project with you, yes, why not? Go for it. The thing with Mars retrograde is it can be a little tricky. If it's something new that comes in, it can have a kind of a short-term life. It's not guaranteed to be like a whole big lifelong endeavor. But it doesn't mean you shouldn't take it. Just because it might not be forever and always doesn't mean you should completely reject it. I think whenever the universe gives us an Ace of Cups and it's in line with what we're trying to ask for, you should take it. To show the universe that, yes, I am in the mode of receiving what you have. Sometimes we have to prove to the universe that we're in the mode of receiving. We have to prove it. And we do that through our actions. Okay? Now, let's take a look at these oracle cards. The first one is work through your fears. And I do think Libra, it's the fear of asking for what you actually want. The fear of really following your instinct, because maybe your instinct is taking you to a place that might not be so welcome in your friend group. Maybe your instinct is taking you down a path that is going to be hard for other people to swallow because you're now becoming a totally different person. But you have to have faith in your dreams. Have faith in your dreams. See, this is a waxing crescent energy, which means you're entering into a build-up phase. It's a creative cycle. It's building up into things. So you're at the beginning stages of something. And we see that with the World card. We see that with the Death. When there is an end, there is a beginning. And a beginning means we have a ways to go. And this is also a new moon in Scorpio as well. So we have a lot of this new moon quality. Makes sense with the solar eclipse as a new moon in the sign of Cancer. So here we are. Have faith in your dreams and expect changes in the physical and material realm. Okay, financial and material changes. Because as your frequency is evolving, so will your external world. Please do not for 1 second think that when something changes externally in your life, that it is completely disconnected from you. It's not. It's a synchronicity, remember? It's a synchronicity. And then we have reflection, winter solstice. Now, I kind of felt like this card was quite poetic, if I'm being totally honest with you. Because Libra, as we know, is, in the northern hemisphere. It's the vernal equinox, right? That's kind of where we're at on the vernal equinox, the ascendant coming up over at that time. And I always see Libra as like a flip-flop. It's always a mirror of everything. And even if you're a Libra ascendant, right, all the signs, right, Libra is ruling the first house, which is opposite of Aries, which is directly opposite of it. Scorpio is ruling the second house, which is opposite of Taurus, which is ruling its right? Everything is exactly opposite in a Libra's chart. And you're always having to balance out, right? Scorpio doesn't necessarily want to be in the second house because it's completely opposite of itself. Libra doesn't want to be in the first house because it's completely opposite of itself. But that's your whole role. And as we just kind of went through the summer solstice, yet you're kind of seeming to be experiencing it as a winter solstice kind of quality, right? Always the reflection going on with Libra. And I know you've been reflecting, you've been thinking a lot about your past for the sake of your future as well. I think you're balancing out past and future, you're balancing spiritual and physical, you're balancing the external world with the internal world. And it's, I think you're doing a really, really good job. So, pat yourself on the back and give yourself some credit for all the work that you've been doing so that you can actually feel ready. So when all these beautiful things are ready to manifest in your life, they can come in easily. Then with the last card we have is Sacred Divinity. There are 2 paths ahead. Libra, 2 scales, always. There will always be an element of choice for Libra. And there is no wrong path. That's what's so beautiful about it. You are likely going to be inviting multiple things into your life. The best thing to do is to wait until one of these omens becomes clear enough that you know exactly what to do. Libras that jump into things without a lot of consideration right now, with the Mars retrograde creeping up on us here in the next couple of months. You know, Mars in shadow phase, you know, we're going to be jumping into things that maybe we're not thinking through entirely, and we're doing it based on emotion, and that will not have longevity. So the way to win in that instance is going to be just simply to take it slow and not make any major long-term commitments with yourself or with other people, and just take it slow. Again, unless you have a long-standing history of things, then it's fine. But yeah, I mean, this is a beautiful, like, I love when we have the duality being represented in a Libra, Gemini, or a Pisces reading, because it's kind of your whole thing. But yeah, okay, let's go ahead and put this camera down and we will pull out the comprehensive cards. See you guys in just a sec. Okay, Libra, let's go ahead here and take a look at the comprehensive cards that we're going to talk about. If you're new to my channel, the cards we're about to pull out, we will be talking about in the comprehensive reading. The link will be in the description box down below. We'll talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards here. So let's see what comes through for the King of Earth here for Libra. Additional information for Libra here. Okay, Four of Wands, beautiful. You're really in a secure position right now, Libra. Really, really secure, which is great. Ooh, the Wheel. You got a double Wheel of Fortune. You know, when I was kind of sitting here preparing for these comprehensives, I did feel inspired to say, it's time to believe in something. I don't remember if I said that before, but it's time to believe in something. It's time to find that cause. The Sun and the Three of Wands. Beautiful. Let's look at this Wheel of Fortune here. The Moon. Another circular image. The Sun is a circular image. The tambourine here is a circular image. The Magician. One more for the Wheel. And the Three of Swords. Okay, excellent. Let's start with the 9-card block. Let's take a look at the Eight of Swords, clarifying the Eight of Swords. Something's definitely coming. You're definitely going to be, you're going to receive something that's going to kind of set you free, I think. That's good news. Ooh, who's that? One more for that. That's what we like to see, right, Libra? Ooh, okay, let's take a look. World. I feel like there's going to be an indication that comes into your life. There's going to be an indication that the past is officially done and over with. You're officially over it. It's officially done and gone. And you're going to feel it in your gut, in your bones. It's done. The karmic debt is paid. Lovers. Ooh, definitely new stuff coming on. I think you guys are going to be feeling very sexual as well. Please just make sure that you are choosing to have, sex with only people that really, you know very well. People that you trust, people that have good energy. We don't need to be mixing our energy with any negative influences right now. Let's do one more for that. Three of Cups. Yeah, okay. Eight of Wands. You're going to really need to make people put their money where their mouth is, Libra. If anyone just comes through and promises you something, be like, okay, great, show me. People are now at a, double 9 of coins. Look at that. People are now at a place of, like, that's the thing, is like people are at a place, they have to prove it. They can't just say it anymore with Libra. Feeling a lot of wonderful energies around the month of August. I feel like August is going to be a good month for you guys. Last but not least, Ace of Cups. Okay, and bottom of the deck is the High Priestess, which we love to see for a Libra reading. Beautiful. Okay, you guys, I'm going to leave you with that. This is where we'll pick up in the comprehensive if you want to join. Again, link for that will be in the description box down below. Thank you guys so much. Talk to you guys soon. Bye-bye. Hello, Scorpio. Welcome to your July 2020 tarot card reading. Let's go ahead and dive right in. Your energy coming out as the beautiful Page of Air. I really love this image. It's very obviously angelic, right? There's an image of an angel here, and looking up toward the heaven, there's an ascension going on. A high level perspective is mandatory during this Cancerian 9th house Mercury retrograde and 9th house Sun transit, okay? It's going to be important for you not to judge, and most certainly not to try to shove your opinions, at anybody or down anybody's throats, right? Please just let everybody be where they need to be and just remain as elevated as possible, because the universe is really going to need you elevated, Scorpio, because we have a Tower coming out. Look, I don't think this is stuff in the recent past. I think this is stuff yet to come. And I know people are like, oh my God, so Debbie Downer, such bad news. But look, guys, we have to be honest with what's going on with Mars right now, okay? Mars is coming in contact with Chiron. This is happening in your 6th house. So it's somewhat of a karmic house, okay? It can be kind of intense, 6th house. Of course, you can handle it. You're Scorpio. This is where you thrive. This is your whole scene. This is where you like to be. But still, it's got stuff. Globally, there's going to be stuff, and personally, as an individual, there's probably going to be some stuff that surfaces. Now, it doesn't have to be external. It can be internal as well, like a light bulb turning on, or you change your perspective, or something comes and, is illuminated at that time, and that's fine. But to remain elevated, right, to remain in a angelic-like mind state, if you can, it can be hard, but if you can, it'll be in your best interest and in the best interest of all of the parties involved, okay, in your life. Yes, this Tower, you actually got it twice. You got the Tower twice. Let's go ahead and pop the 9-card block up here so you guys can follow along. The very first card is the Knight of Coins reverse. Now, I feel like this is someone with whom you're going to have to be very patient. When I very first got this, I'm not quite sure why, and this may not apply to all of you, but the very first thing that entered into my mind were these words. It said, they're killing you with silence. And, just because it's Mercury retrograde does not guarantee that you're going to hear from that person, right? It doesn't guarantee that you're going to get that kind of interaction that maybe you're hoping for. Now, again, not everyone will relate to that, but I am getting this killing you with silence quality. And it might leave you feeling a little confused. And hopefully you're not dealing with anybody manipulative who's doing this on purpose, because they know that if they don't respond to you, then it's going to create chaos. Or hopefully that's not the case. I try not to keep my readings on that kind of a petty level, but sometimes life gets like that sometimes, so some of you may be dealing with that kind of stuff. And if you are dealing with that kind of stuff, remember, stay elevated. That's kind of the overarching advice for the entire month. Stay elevated, stay elevated. This is the high road kind of energy, because I think it's very easy for Scorpio to get pulled down because of the Cancerian energy. And I say pulled down, not in a negative way, but just kind of really in the ego, in the lower self, in that desirous, ego-driven kind of modality. It's deep healing. It's a deep healing month. Mars with Chiron, Cancer energy. It's deep healing. I know we keep saying that, and it's been like that for a long time. Yeah, it has been like that for a long time. We've had the North Node in Cancer, right? I mean, we're kind of finishing that out. We're kind of capping it off here. And any last stuff that's needing to come out is going to come out. And this person may be triggering you in some way. Now, it doesn't have to be romantic, right? Some of you may be maybe looking for a job and you're like, wait a second, I thought we were ready to go, but now we're not. We kind of are dealing with second wave kind of stuff with the virus. So maybe even more businesses are kind of holding back. We all don't know. We're not sure. Killing you with silence. Don't let it spiral you out of control. Now, I love the Seven of Cups, though, on another side, from another angle, because it can afford you a lot of opportunities. Seven of Cups can be a card that says, hey, look, Scorpio, look at how many things are in front of you. Look at how many possible paths you have to take. Maybe you don't really need to worry so much about this one thing that you might be focusing a little bit too much on, because you have a lot of other things at your disposal. Sometimes you just have to open up your perspective, right? Elevate, look down, see the entire forest. Because there are going to be certain trees that pop up and grab your attention. And any one of those really could be pulling you in. And there's a reason why this silent energy is coming at you, right? Because you're meant to choose something else. The next card that comes out was the Hanged Man reverse. As you guys can see, we got a lot of reversals. Knight of Coins reverse, Hanged Man, Nine of Cups, Eight of Coins, Five of Wands, and the Tower, all reverse. So the energy is a little choppy, to be expected. But I also love the productivity aspect of Mars through the 6th house. Okay, Mars through the 6th house is going to afford you that Energizer Bunny quality that I think you do very well, right? I think you handle getting things done, ambition, goals, like that's Mars, right? And this is, important transit for you, because Mars is one of your ruling planets, right? It's your traditional ruling planet. So the fact that it's coming into the 6th house and connecting with Chiron will be highly impactful for you. I also think you're really tired of sitting around and waiting for stuff. I think Scorpio is getting pretty impatient with things, maybe impatient with being at home all the time, maybe impatient with the person, impatient with the client, whatever it is. I just don't know that Scorpio is going to be hanging out on this tree for that much longer. I just don't. I think you've been doing a really good job at relaxing. You've been doing a really good job at reeling it in and, allowing life to go. But now you're okay, I'm really needing to get out. I'm really needing to take charge. I'm really needing to do the things that I was really initially planning for this year. I think the Hanged Man, it's getting uncomfortable now, and Scorpio is starting to squirm in their energy. And with the Nine of Cups reverse, it's an important reminder to stay humble, because like I was saying before, there's things yet to come out. Don't ever think for 1 second that you know everything. Don't ever for 1 second think that, you're right and someone else is entirely wrong, right? It's a good time to just listen, right? Page of air. It is a messenger quality, which means you're going to be receiving messages. If I can even speak right now, you are going to be receiving messages, and they may come through other people. So your humility, right? People who are arrogant are going to get smacked down by that tower real hard. People who are arrogant and think they know and, think they're so right and all that. I mean, the universe is going to be no, you don't. Let me show you how wrong you are. I'm not saying you're wrong about everything, but it's probably a good idea just to keep your opinions to yourself. Ideas, you can flow, right? Fine. Ideas are great. Discussions, conversations, all those things beautiful. It's Mercury retrograde. It's a really, really creative time. But reserve your judgments, okay? I also think you're getting really tired with the routine, but 6th house Mars is really going to force you into that stuff. The 9th house can make you really want to expand and travel. It's going to make you want to pick up all these sorts of new books that you've never read before. It's going to make you want to talk to people you've never talked with before, but you still have to, 8 of coins, you still got to put your head down, do the work, keep the money coming in, and do all those mundane things. But like I said, I know that you're getting antsy, and I think that's really showing in these 2 cards here. Like Scorpio is not wanting to sit still. And you might actually be getting more involved than you ever gotten before, whether it's with online stuff or with community stuff or with any kind of thing, right? Any kind of group or whatever, getting more involved. Scorpio is not usually the kind of energy that just dives right in and gets all involved with stuff unless it truly believes in something. And so right now you may be in that space of like, oh my gosh, I really, really need to align myself with something that I care about, with something that matters to me. It's funny, going through what we've gone through as a nation, as a world, as a globe, right? Internationally, there's a lot of things that were perfectly acceptable before that now seem so silly and ridiculous and petty, right? Like every time I see an Instagram model doing, or like, oh, I just got this mascara. I'm like, oh my God, really? And like, this is where we're at. So I think we have to, we're all switching gears here, and we're becoming more involved. We're becoming more, like we're dedicating our time to more relevant things and things that really matter. And this is, again, where Scorpio thrives, because this is the authenticity. Scorpio is not an energy to really participate in all the superficiality of life, right? You guys like it deep, you like it real, you like it truthful, you like it authentic. And I think that's a side of you that is coming out full force. And I think that's great, because the world really, really needs it, and it's going to pay you back. The efforts that you put out when you dedicate time and energy and attention into things you care about, it pays you back. The one thing I love about Mars, and I said this to Libra as well, because their opposite sign is Aries, but this is even more relevant for you because your ruling planet is Mars. If you have strong Mars in your chart, which you do, you have to have a cause to fight for, right? You have to have a belief in what you're doing. And when you do, and when you're not floundering, and when you're not trying to, be something other than what you truly are, the universe pays you back handsomely. And I know your charitable self is kicking in. I often see Scorpio being a highly charitable sign. Your charitable side is kicking in, your caring side is kicking in, your nurturing side is really kicking in, and those efforts will not go unnoticed. Not that you're doing it for the good karma. That's what's so great about this. You're not doing it for the positive rewards. You're doing it because it's the right thing to do, because it's what people do. I'm not saying all y'all are getting all, political and everything, but it's just, that understanding that, like, okay, we are a part of something bigger. We are all dependent on one another. We are all connected, right? It's perfect 9th house energy. It's perfect 9th house time. And the world is changing. Boom, here it is. The world is turning over. And you, Scorpio, are evolving heavily. And the way you think, look, guys, you guys just went through a 3rd house Saturn transit, right? 3rd house from you, 3rd house from the sun, 3rd house from your moon, 3rd house from your ascendant. Doesn't matter. You went through a 3rd house Saturn transit. That impacts the way you think. I'm pretty confident that the past 2 years have changed you, have changed your thought patterning, have changed, like you have probably had a lot of things that you used to think was right get smacked down and proven wrong, right? That's Saturn through the 3rd. I went through that a few years ago. It super sucks, right? But you learn so much. It's really incredible, intense. It's like it's like one of those intensive language courses. You're just like, boom, you're in it. It's intense learning, immersive learning, if you will. And you're emerging from that a much better person, a clearer mind, right? Page of Air, a clearer mind. And we also have the North Node coming through Gemini, right, for the next year and a half, which is in your natural house, your natural 8th house. So with the new mind, you are also going to be revising your depths. Now, the North Node through the 8th house is really uncomfortable. I natally have North Node in the 8th house, but it's uncomfortable because the North Node is very materialistic a lot of times, right? He likes to, earn money and prestige, and he likes to go out there. He likes to get things. He likes to succeed and be seen by people. He likes the things of the world, the North Node. But in the 8th house, there's nothing of the world in there. This is internal growth. This is transformation. This is change. So North Node is doing a deep dive internally. Again, a place where you thrive. So past couple of years, you've changed a lot, and you are going to continue to keep changing over the next year and a half. I mean, we're always changing, but there's always these spurts, right? There's these definitive moments in our lives that, we can always look back on and say like, wow, that was like the most pivotal 5 years of my life. You're in the middle of it right now, Scorpio. And the world is changing, and your true colors are surfacing. And some Scorpios are falling deeper in love with themselves, and some Scorpios are just learning how to do that to begin with. Learning how to unprogram all the negative stuff going on, learning how to distance themselves, learning how to decipher what truly belongs to them and what were the things that they inherited from a culture that, might have other interests at heart. You're not about to get in the mess. That's why whoever this is, someone who might be giving you a silent treatment, it's not worth the battle. It's not worth the drama. That's the thing. If someone's going to give you a silent treatment, let them give you a silent treatment and just walk away. It's totally not worth it. There is absolutely nothing that you can force someone to give you. I see Scorpio looking at this 5 of Wands and saying, you know what? I don't even want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Completely out of it, because I know you're, like I said before, you're feeling antsy, you're feeling anxious, you're feeling like you got to move, but you also want to make the right move. Because remember what I said at the beginning of the year. I said it, and I'm going to keep saying it. 2020 is the year of setting precedents for yourself, the precedents for the next decade. And the precedent that you set is determined by the choices that you make and by the people that you involve yourself with, by the new cycles that you begin. And I think you are going to absolutely stay as far away from this as possible, especially when the Tower hits. I think Scorpio is just going to sit back and be completely unsurprised, completely unfazed. It's just going to okay, just a true and absolute observer, like I said, elevated from an elevated perspective, 9th house. I don't know that the Tower is going to happen right now, so a lot of you guys might not even know what that is, right? We as a culture probably don't know what that is. I do think the Mars Chiron is going to bring something about near the end of the season. Yeah. And the Tower is not going to affect you. You're just going to watch it, and you're going to watch everybody else freak out about it. I think you are going to be very disengaged from that, which is all the more power to you, because then you can leverage the new beginning. You can leverage the new place. Okay, let's take a look at these oracle cards. Very first one is a new start is coming. Well, yeah, it has to after a Tower, after a double whammy Tower. It has to start. And this is the perfect rebirth that is that is the Scorpio archetype. 8th house, I know it is the house of death, but more specifically, it is the death of the ego, which is why the humility is important. The death of who you thought you were cannot survive the 8th house. And Venus is in there. Venus just did her retrograde in there. So I know y'all have had some humbling experiences already. She's not done yet. She's going to be in there most of the season. So a new start is coming. A new rebirth is coming, as is activated by the Venus transit there. And will continue as Mars, he'll be doing his retrograde in your 6th house, right? In Aries, September, October, November, and then he'll make his way into Taurus at the beginning of 2021. And then a couple months after that, he'll be in the 8th house again. I think really wrapping up all the stuff that's beginning now, that's been beginning for the past couple months here. It's a longer story, Mars moves, kind of slow, 2 months per sign. So he's going to take his time, plus the retrograde will take some time. But during this moment, communication is key, especially with Mercury retrograde. It's not enough to assume. But don't, it doesn't have to be words. I think actions are a really great form of communication as well. What someone does or doesn't do is important. And because I'm not seeing a lot of, I'm not super happy about the Knight of Coins coming out reversed next to a 7 of Cups. I wouldn't sit around and wait, and actions tell you everything you need to know. You don't need an explanation. You don't need closure. You don't need any of that, Scorpio. Just let it be what it needs to be. If they do come forward, if they do talk, make them really lay it out on the table and say, tell me, what's your offer here? What's the real deal here? What are you really bringing to me? What's the value to my life? Because at this juncture, Scorpio is at a place of demanding value from everybody. You're demanding value from your family members, demanding value from your friends and your peer circles, and demanding value from your partners. I think we're done as a society of playing those games, right? I think we're done, especially those who are on the spiritual track. It's old news. It's not sexy anymore. It's not fun anymore, and we have this love begins, which is so beautiful with Venus starting to go direct again, because I know that you seem to be ready for something that's special. Now, it doesn't have to be romantic love. It could just be a feeling of love in your heart. And remember what I was saying about Scorpio being so charitable and being so giving, this is really showing you what you care about. And I think love could be not only for a person, but also for your communities and for the people that you're around all the time. And you're finding deeper levels of that every passing day. With every new crazy news cycle, all the noise, all the nonsense, the love is deepening. It's becoming more solid. It's becoming more secure. And for those of you who are married and deeply in love with your partner, this is the type of energy that keeps you together for 60 years, This is the kind of thing that really welds two people forever and always. We have the invocation. I know you've been doing a lot of magic. I know you've been working on your energy. You've been working on your meditation, as we have the meditation card. This one says, improvements require persistence. I do think you're holding yourself up to an incredibly high standard right now. You are connecting most likely with, I don't even know that it's astral projections. I don't think it's necessarily with your guides, but I just think you're connecting with your higher self, it's you. And you're kind of bypassing a lot of the, astral projection is great, right? Fine. Past life regression is great. Spirit guides, also great. But I think you're coming to a point where you might not need those things right now. That might not be really where your meditations are focused. Maybe your meditations really are on self-discovery and nothing else. Maybe you are coming closer to the Creator through your meditations. And you're invoking your higher self. You're invoking your superpowers. You're invoking, your highest quality, which is really lovely. This is just a kind of an interesting month. It will be interesting to see how everything transpires. But let's put the camera down and we'll pull out the comprehensive cards for you guys, all right? See you guys in just a sec. Okay, Scorpio, let's begin with the comprehensive clarifiers. For those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out we'll be talking about for about another 20 to 25 minutes in the comprehensive reading. The link will be in the description box down below. So if you want to join us, you're more than welcome. Okay, for the Page of Air, we have 6 of Wands, the Emperor and the Empress and Justice. Wow, okay, 3 major arcana coming out. So Even though you started off as a page, you're definitely coming to a much, much higher level here. Let's see, let's clarify this Tower. Ace of Wands, beautiful. See, I know you're feeling so inspired to take action, which is so great. Mars ruled sign, it's important for you to take action. 9 of Wands and 10 of Wands. Okay. And let's start with the 9 card block, clarifying this Knight of Coins. Either you're on the offense or the defense here with this person. Okay, that's a good sign. Let me pull one more. Okay, we're getting 5 of Wands twice, both reversed. Not worth the fight. Well, you're definitely going to have clarity, right? You're going to have your answer. Whether it's the answer you want or not is irrelevant. You're going to have the answer. And I think the universe is intervening here. And whatever the outcome is, just know that it is absolutely in your best interest here. Okay. 9 of Cups reversed. Another Hanged Man reverse. Definitely coming off that tree. You're kind of like, okay, I'm illuminated enough. All right, we got it. I'm higher consciousness enough. Like let's get started with the, familiarization of this new consciousness level. I know that this whole pandemic has definitely sparked a really incredible awakening for a lot of people. I'm pretty sure Scorpios and also Aquarians were on that train, really deepening their knowledge of what's going on and the desires you have for your life. And I think that's great. Another World card. Beautiful. Excellent. You don't have to worry about the Knight of Coins here because it's going to come around, as the 6 of Coins always suggests. It always comes around. Some of you may be dealing with a Virgo or an Aquarian, or another earth sign or another air sign, which would be Taurus, Capricorn, Virgo, Aquarius, Libra, Gemini. Definitely earth and air. I do feel like people are giving you tokens, which is probably really irritating for you. Like tokens of attention, just little things here and there. And I just don't know that Scorpio is appreciating it all that much. I think Scorpio is really demanding more from the people in their lives. If you're dealing with a Scorpio, and if they start getting short with you or start, kind of snapping back the way a Scorpio can, maybe you want to reevaluate what you're bringing to the table because maybe it's just not deep enough in the star. And I think Scorpio right now is not really interested in anything superficial. I just don't think they can handle it. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up. So if you want to join me for the comprehensive, you are more than welcome. We are going to talk about all these cards. Link will be in the description box down below. Thank you so much. I love you guys more than anything. I really wish you a wonderful Cancer season, and I will see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Sagittarius. Welcome to your July 2020 tarot card reading. So, looking at these cards, before we jump right in, looking at these cards, I feel very strongly that there is some choice, whether it's a choice between people, a choice between any kind of options that you have. And this is the month where you will likely make a pretty substantial breakthrough, okay? So let's go ahead and jump right in. We have this page of Earth, which is your energy, Sagittarius, which is a very muted version of who you are. I think there's a choice that you need to make, or some words that you need to say that you're holding back on, finding the right way, waiting for the right time, the right moment. Because I genuinely believe that Sagittarius wants the best for everybody, especially themselves, especially for the other person if it involves a single other person. You know, Sagittarius is in kind of a little bit of a rough spot right now because we have this South Node coming through your sign now for the next 18 and a half months. And the South Node, or K2 in Vedic astrology, as we refer to it as, it's a tough thing to really deal with. This is a planet of absolute detachment, and a lot of, South Node kind of energy, there can be a loss of some kind. And it might be a loss that you might not quite be ready to incur, but I will tell you that one of the stupidest things a human being could ever do to itself is to tell itself that loss is a bad thing, okay? So don't go down that road. That's totally not worth it. Loss is not a bad thing. And change is obviously not a bad thing. So I see that you're trying to be kind, diplomatic, fair, especially because we also have justice in the environment. I think you really, really, really are fighting for the best possible way. And the North Node coming through the 7th house, right? 7th house, it's technically ruled by Gemini for you guys, but we have, the 7th house naturally ruled by Libra, which is the scales, the dualistic nature of that. And we have the scales being represented here. North Node in the 7th house can really skew things a lot. North Node creates a lot of desire, creates a lot of focus. It creates a lot of attention. So when we have a lot of focus and attention on the other party, on the other person, the other partner, whatever it is, the other thing other than ourself, because that South Node creates a little bit of a void in that first house, which is the house of like the self, right? There can be a tendency to overgive and to over accommodate for the other person, leaving out your own desires and your own hopes and wishes for yourself. So you need to make sure that you're not giving too much weight to either side, neither too much to yourself, neither too much to the other thing. It has to be an equal balance. And if there has been an imbalance, this is the adjustment month, okay? Because we've got Mercury retrograde in the 8th house, Sun coming through the 8th house, and in the very center of the reading, which you'll see when I put the 9-card block up, we've got the Tower in the very center, which indicates the adjustment of the scales, which is happening. So there's certainly this like swing, and it's going to snap back into equilibrium. Plus we got Venus going retrograde in the 7th house as well. Now for some of you, that might mean you come closer with somebody. You fall deeper in love, you deepen your commitment, or for the others of you, it means that it's time for that to leave your life. Either way, okay, it doesn't really matter. It's all going to depend on your own individual circumstances. It doesn't have to be romantic either. It can be any kind of one-on-one type of situation. So, but this is the breaking point. This is the decision moment. And, Mercury retrograde gets our mind working in all different kinds of ways, and he's going real deep, right? And I think there's this quality of just admit it, Sagittarius. Whatever it is, just admit it to yourself. And I think that's an energy that's going around for a lot of us. It's time for us to admit where we're at. Admit what we want. Admit what's important to us. Admit that we don't want to change in a certain way, right? Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But it's time for you to have that kind of come to Jesus moment with yourself and to be as truthful and honest as you possibly can with yourself first, and then with the other people involved, okay? 8th house, it is a house of reckoning, right? 8th house, we call it the house of death, but it's really a house of the death of ego. True death is like 12th house, right? Where we actually reconvene with the oneness, right? But 8th house is massive transformation, and that house is being illuminated by the sun. It got amplified by the eclipse, and it was, really magnified by, or it's being magnified as well by the Mercury retrograde in there. Between last year and this year, with the Mercury retrograde in Cancer both year, last year it was between Leo and Cancer, now it's officially just all in Cancer. Between last year and this year, wherever you were, it's kind of a bookend, right? We're kind of completing the sentence, if you will, completing the cycle. So the adjustments are absolutely going to be needed. Let's go ahead and pop the 9-card block up here so you can see, because I want to focus on this first row. The first column. Queen of Cups, Queen of Coins, and King of Wands. I think you're the King of Wands here, being that you're the fire sign in this whole thing, right? You're the King of Wands. Now, the King of Wands is powerful. He actually represents the archetype of Leo, which means, you're having an opportunity to really stand up on your throne. Again, to admit what you want, right? There's no apologies with the Leo archetype at all. So Sagittarius, you're on the throne now. You're in the power seat, and you get to decide what is and is not for you. And you can ask that of other people. Now, if you're cross-watching for a Sagittarius, this might be a little concerning. You might be a little bit nervous about this because you're like, well, wait, are they, it's not about sitting around and waiting if anyone's going to choose you or anything like that. It's about everyone being in a situation that will ultimately help them with their highest level of good, their highest level of joy and happiness and fulfillment. That's it. That's all this is about. And everyone needs to admit what's working. Everyone needs to admit what isn't working. Now, I'm seeing we got the 3 of Cups and we've got the 3 people coming out here. Okay. If any of you have had a third-party situation, this is it. If any of you are faced between 2 options, one probably calling you your heart, right? Calling your heart in a certain way. The other more practical. This is a heart versus head kind of scenario, okay? And if you're feeling torn between what's best and what's right, the Tower is going to come in and make sure that you know exactly which direction to go. I feel like the Queen of Coins has a little bit more of your obligation, meaning you may have commitments in that way already. Someone is depending on you. Someone's expecting you to show up. Someone is, really needing you to be there. But this is the one that maybe your heart is more connected to. There's definitely a wand versus wand and cup. Wand and cups, fire and water, are much more emotional. Whereas earth and air, if I can say this right, earth and air are a lot more cool toned, right? I'm not saying earth and air, people don't have emotions and stuff, because yes, obviously they do, but this is how it's impacting you. Something is calling your heart. Something is calling your passion. Something is calling from a deeper core soul level to go in that direction. But the other one, in a worldly sense, is more needed. So this is your battle, right? And unfortunately, there is no one that is better than the other. But I think this is going to come to a breaking point. Okay, I really do. As we take a look here at the 7 of Coins, I see a very serious deliberation, a period of deep consideration, right? Because I don't think, right, Page of Earth, Sagittarius is not trying to make the situation worse. So if you're dealing with a Sagittarian in any way and they seem to be on the fence or non-committal, or they seem to be, being nice to you, but also not really, maybe a little flaky or whatever, this is because they're not trying to disrupt something that's already quite volatile. And I do think they have the best interest at heart, even though maybe they're not really doing it the way you would like. It's what they need. So it's not without consideration. There's no haphazardness here at all. The thing is that I wonder, Sagittarius, if you feel like you want both equally, both things equally. You want this as much as you want that. That's the justice energy, the balance. You want both, right? Maybe you're the one here in the center. Maybe you are the Lady Justice, and the options, the queens, sit on both sides of the scale. And you want both, and you need both, because without both, the scales wouldn't be equal. So you're here trying to figure out how you can have each. Now, some may say Sagittarius might be trying to have their cake and eat it too. That's possible. I just really think you want it to be a win-win-win. There's clearly three things involved. There's you, and then, other things. A win-win-win situation, a win all the way around. And I think what Sagittarius wants more than anything is just for everyone to be happy, like I said before. If your Sagittarius has done anything to really hurt you, they're just simply not ready. They're not feeling compelled enough to be so committed in this particular area, right? That Queen of Coins, they're not so committed to that they are willing to let go of a passion or a love of something else, whether it's a career path, another person, whether it's a desire to travel or a desire to be artistic, so giving up that corporate job, right? Like, it's kind of like heart versus practicality. That's a tough spot to be in. So I know you're working very hard to figure out how everyone can be a winner here. In the center, the Tower. Now I'm going to skip ahead a little bit into the oracle cards because one of the oracle cards was lightning power. So we have two lightning bolts, which means, and I have a feeling this is coinciding with Mars connecting with Chiron, because we saw what happened with the Mars coming conjunct Neptune, right? It was the whole George Floyd stuff. So from a collective standpoint, there could be something big, global, national that happens. But from an individual perspective, you are also going to have a lightning moment. And because this is labeled as power, I do see empowerment, meaning courage. I see you climbing on your throne, and like I said, just admit it. Because I have a feeling that the Queen of Cups is kind of winning, right? The thing that represents where your heart is going. The thing that you can't not care about. The thing you can't not love. I think she's winning a little bit. When I say winning, I mean it's just the part of yourself that can no longer be denied. And as much as you would like to have both, I think the Tower is suggesting that you can't. You can't appease the Queen of Coins thing. Because if you were to do that, I think because this is in the same row as the Queen of Coins, right? You can see. So if she's in that same row, you would not be being honest. The hard part for me as a reader is to know that there will be Sagittarians that will keep the Queen of Coins thing going out of true love, out of true caring, even though it goes against what their soul is trying to tell them. This is South Node energy, guys. Okay, this is South Node energy for sure. South Node is not easy. I always say the South Node is like our black hole, right? It's like the thing that's kind of like a void, represents a void in our life sometimes. But it is our most spiritual thing, right? It's the source of our spiritual liberation, truly. It's the place where we completely, even if you look at your own natal chart and say, okay, well, where is my South Node, right? Where is my K2? Where is it placed? And what area is that affecting? And, there can often be like a kind of an absence in that area. Like if you have it in your house of career, your 10th house, there can be an absence of career in your life, or just a lot of struggles in that area, because the world is telling you, you have to, you have to, you have to. And yet for you, somehow, some way, it's just something you just simply don't care about. It's something you don't want. It's something that makes you unhappy, right? That's South Node. So, when you're appeasing that North Node in the 7th house, you are neglecting your own self. That's the balance. Ace of Swords reversed is a tough card to get, because it means that you're not operating in true truth. And the only way that Ace of Swords is going to be reversed is if the Tower happens and you do not act accordingly, and you try to keep everything the same for the sake of other people. Because I know you don't want to hurt anybody. I know you don't want these messages to get out, right? I know that you, not to get out, but I know you don't want to necessarily be the bearer of bad news or whatever. You don't want to be the source of someone else's heartbreak or pain or loss or something. And I think you know how this Tower is going to impact people. Knight of Swords. I mean, this is kind of an attack energy. Your back is turned. When you are truly sitting in your, uncorruptible place, there will be people that try to corrupt your state of mind. They try to corrupt your desires. They try to corrupt what your soul is saying to you, because it doesn't make them happy. This is very much a me and them kind of thing. Very much me and them. It is important for Sagittarius to remember, though, that there is nothing that you can really do unless you genuinely want the same thing, but there is nothing that you can do to change your words, to change your behavior, to change your energy, to make somebody else happy if it isn't genuine. On the surface, it can look a certain way, and for the moment, it can appease somebody. But energetically, there is no escaping the reality that these vibrations no longer match. There's no escaping. You can't escape the energy. You can only lie to yourself and try to tell yourself that something is one thing when you know energetically and metaphysically that it is a different way. And you are going to have to kind of, bear the brunt of this a little bit. I think this 5 of Wands, clearly this Tower is going to upset something. It's going to upset some kind of system in your life. But the thing is that none of this is fatal. None of this is detrimental. Everyone will come out a better person. Every single person. It will be better for all involved. And 5 of Wands is a growing experience. It's a growth opportunity. It's not something to really try to escape. You just go through it. It's very, it's very quick. It's very flash in the pan. The Tower is also very flash in the pan. That lightning bolt, boom, it's very quick. Rip off the Band-Aid. Just get it over with, right? Because, okay, yes, you know what the reactions will be. People will get over it. They'll heal, they'll move on, they'll fall in love with someone new, they'll grow, their careers will grow, their businesses will continue to grow with or without you. It's okay. I don't see you getting in this brawl. I don't see you participating in this. You might have a little bit to contribute to it, right? But usually the 5 of Wands is very projection oriented. So when you make up your mind about something and someone else gets upset, they project onto you, and that is merely them disclosing where they're really at. I have a feeling, people are not as mature as they might seem during this scenario. You're going to really see some true colors coming out. And if you're dealing with a Sagittarius and they do something that you don't like, best way to handle it is to just accept it. No grasping, no desperation, no trying, because the trying right now is kind of an ugly look. That's it. It's kind of an ugly look. So let's look at these oracle cards. What do you need to release? What is it? You can fill in the blanks. What do you need to release? What do you need out of your system? Work through your fears, the fear of saying the thing, the fear of admitting yourself what's true, fear of admitting to yourself what you really want and who you really are and the way your soul is really calling you. Like, I'm not going to say this is going to be easy, but 2020 is absolutely the time to make the change. Jupiter conjunct Pluto 3 different times in the Vedic calendar, by the way. This is actually happening at the 29th or the 30th degree, technically, of Sagittarius. So this is a powerful, powerful Sagittarian Jupiter-Pluto conjunct going on right now. Vedic, sidereal-wise. Strong Capricorn, Western-wise. Either way, changing systems, either way, changing beliefs, changing dogmas, changing paradigms. That's what's happening. And you're freeing your mind because that freedom is inescapable with Jupiter conjunct Pluto. It is absolutely 100% inescapable. Your growth, your awakening, your transformation, you can't do anything to get away from it. So you might as well just accept what's going on. Work through your fear. Unfortunately, there will be Sagittarians who cling. And the more they cling to what they know, the more they cling to not wanting to hurt people, the more they cling to what they understand, the more and more unhappy they'll be, and the more toxic their situations will be, and the more weakened they will be. And that's not good for anybody. In fact, if you're dealing with a Sagittarius who might have something to say that you don't like, I would encourage them to say the thing. Maybe you need to bridge the gap and be like, dude, Sagittarius, just tell me. Good or bad, no matter how much you feel like it's going to disrespect me, it's more disrespectful to not tell me. That kind of thing, right? Because I really don't think Sagittarius wants to be in this position, Page of Earth. And you don't want to be the messenger per se. But the scales of justice are heavy-handed. And then we get a card of destiny. The situation, the conversation, it's meant to be. The changes, and yes, it is quite powerful. It is meant to be. Okay? Now, I'm not saying everyone's going to be splitting up. It's just a change, okay? It doesn't have to be a romantic thing. I'm only saying that because it's strong 7th house activity. That's the only reason. But it could be business partner-wise. It could be family-wise. It could be friendship-wise. Any kind of one-on-one stuff. Last but not least, emotional challenges. Resolve the issue, period. It is time to resolve the issue. Flash in the pan, guys. Rip off the Band-Aid. Say the things. It will be over before you know it. By the time the sun enters into Leo, your 9th house, you will be free. It's as simple as that. That's it. Okay, let's take a look at the comprehensive cards for y'all. Go ahead and put the camera down. I'll see you in just a sec. Thanks. Okay, Sagittarius, big reading. Let's go ahead and clarify these. If you're new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out, we will discuss in the comprehensive reading, which will be linked down below if you want to join. We usually talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards. So let's see for the Page of Earth. See the Emperor. Beautiful. I love the authenticity coming through. I love the purity of heart. Definitely your heart is on fire right now. There's clearly some kind of burning desire that is important to you. The Magician. Oops. Okay, fine. And another King of Wands. So that King of Wands is definitely you. We just received confirmation of that. Okay, so Justice. Knight of Wands. And that's also your card specifically. You're really, really fiery right now. Love that fire. Passion, spirit, will, desire for freedom, and the High Priestess. There's certainly a quality of inner knowing coming out. All right, let's start clarifying these cards here. Let's talk about this Queen of Cups, whether it's a person or an option that you have in front of you that is clearly pulling at your heartstrings a little bit. Let's see what she's got to say. Yeah. She's the hard choice, I think. The one that you might not quite be able to rectify. I'm going to actually go down in this direction here. Let's go down to the Queen of Coins. Yeah. Not that the Queen of Coins is bad by any stretch of the imagination, right? Yeah, there's clearly, I mean, a reason why she's so important, and there's a reason why that particular option means something. Let's do one more for the Queen of Coins. Yeah. Let's take a look at your energy here. You shouldn't worry about the Queen of Coins that much, guys. She is going to be fine. He or she, it, the company, the person, totally, totally fine. That's you being honest and speaking truth. Ooh, King of Wands coming out 3 times and even clarifying itself. That's strong King of Wands energy. You can't escape yourself. You could not escape yourself. Let's do one more since the King of Wands is kind of redundant. That one, 9 of Wands. Yeah. Okay. Take a look here at the 7 of Coins. Death, the Tower. It's an inevitability. That's the thing about the Tower. It's an inevitability. It couldn't have been any other way. 3 of Cups. Okay. Empress reversed. 6 of Coins. I often feel the Empress and the Queen of Coins are very similar because they're so earthy. Okay. Tower. So she's connected. Let's do one more. Yeah, beautiful. I'm sorry, I have to, like, in the original artwork of the tarot, this actually was, the Lovers was a picture of like a man with a blonde and a brunette. It was always like between 2 women, like the Lovers, right? The choice between 2. And there's a high element of choice with the Lovers, always. But anyway, I thought that was that's interesting. It's kind of 3 of Cups, 2 women, 1 man. Again, it's not a threesome for everybody. It's not necessarily what it represents. It's just the symbolism of that is kind of interesting. Oh, another 3 of Coins as well. Okay, it's all going to work out. Like I'm saying, this is a win-win-win all around, 100%. The change will be in the best interest of everybody involved, without question. You don't need to worry so much. We'll all get straightened out. Yeah, there's definitely a victory on the end of this. And we have the High Priestess, which comes out twice. beautiful. There's no bad news here. There is no bad outcome by any stretch of the imagination. So this is where we're going to pick up. You guys, if you want to join, the link will be in the description box down below. Thank you all so much for everything. I love you. I hope you have an amazing Cancer season and beginning of Leo season. And I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello Capricorn, welcome to your July 2020 tarot card reading. It's going to be a big month for everybody, right? We just had that massive eclipse in Cancer. The energy kind of, simmered out a little bit, but we've got Mars connecting with Chiron, so there might be some interesting events that transpire. Let's go ahead here. Actually, Mars is just a few minutes away from entering into Aries as I'm recording this video. It will officially be in Aries when you receive the video. So we're going to probably feel a shift. Mars is really, really powerful in Aries. Now, Mars is also very strong in Capricorn. This will activate your energy, and there's strong Aries energy coming out for you. You, Capricorn, coming out is the Queen of Air, which I love. The wisdom that comes through with the owl imagery in this particular card. I know you've been through a lot. 2016, 2017, 2018, we kept talking about it and talking about it and talking about it. And now we're at that pivotal moment of incredible change. And that's what 2020 has been all about and will continue to be about. And then as Pluto finishes out its transit through Capricorn, in the Western astrology system or in the tropical zodiac for the next 4 years, you will continue to feel that you are becoming, right? That's the whole thing. You are becoming. And the Queen of Air takes a higher level perspective. She understands the process that she's going through. She doesn't judge the process that she's going through. She doesn't project her issues onto other people as she's going through this process. Queen of Air is incredibly intelligent, powerful, diplomatic, and strategic. I'm getting a sense that you have plans for your future. I'm getting a sense that you have ideas of where you want your career to go, where you want to live, the type of people you want to associate with, the changes that you're, thinking about. And yet you feel trapped. Okay, I'm going to be skipping around a little bit because when I get to this environment card, transformation, which is essentially the death card in the tarot, but this deck, the artist of this deck decided to call it transformation, which is exactly what it is. It is the breaking down of the old and the rebirth of the new. And the other card that came out, spring equinox, which we understand is the beginning of the new zodiac year in Western astrology. And it is a rebirth, transformation, death, transformation, rebirth, all wrapped up here, meaning you are, without a doubt, between worlds. This one says new directions. Between worlds, new directions, transformation, rebirth, new directions. Where is your life going, Capricorn? Right? That's the question. Where is your life going at this point? Where do you want it to go? Many of you might not have an answer for that quite yet. And of course, that's okay. You don't have to know exactly. I think the Queen of Air just knows that something needs to shift. And she knows whereabouts she wants to be. And I'm not talking about your money situation. I'm not talking about, that kind of superficial material kind of stuff. It's a state of being. A place where you feel fulfilled, where you feel safe, where you feel like you are making a real contribution. Capricorn, it's important for Capricorns to feel like they are contributing to the world, especially if you have strong upper hemisphere placements, 7, 8, houses 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. If you're making a important contribution in the world, you are more fulfilled than when you are just only serving yourself. And I think there's a lot of consideration here of, well, what am I doing? Not only to take care of myself, and not only to take care of just my family, but what am I doing to make the world better, to contribute to the light, to contribute to the love, to contribute to the equality and the caringness and the incorporation, right? Incorporating people into this oneness that we're trying to cultivate, right? This new earth kind of stuff. And maybe up to this point, Capricorn, you have been very, I know where I'm going, I know what I want, I know what I'm trying to do. 2020 really came in and smacked us all upside the head and said, whoa, like you need to figure out what's important here, really. I know you're going deep, and you will continue to go deep. Cancer, opposite of you, right? That opposition element, I think you're having a lot of things being reflected back to you right now. But as the sun makes its way through Cancer, which of course is cardinal water, which is like deep emotion, and then it's going to make its way into Leo, which is going to be in the 8th house. So you've got 2 months here of incredible soul searching, and it's not trauma-based. It's not, it could be, but it's not really trauma-based. It's more empowerment. And I feel like Capricorn is pulling something up from the depths right now that has either been hidden for a very long time or just has been sitting in the corner and hasn't been used. And, like this card says, you are in between worlds, meaning you won't have the answers right now. You won't and you don't. And you may feel very connected with your old way of doing things right now, but it's important for you to know and to understand that transition is underway, and there's really not a lot that you can do to stop it, right? Jupiter conjunct Pluto, Saturn coming back in, going to touch into that 30th degree again, coming back and back and back during its retrograde. And then late summer, early fall, all those planets moving back direct, and Jupiter and Saturn making their way into a conjunction in Aquarius, again in Western astrology for the first time in like 600 years in an air sign. So this year, highly transformational, especially for Capricorn, since you are the host. You have been hosting all this incredible cosmic activity. So if you aren't quite sure where you're going, don't worry, it will be revealed to you. Let's pop the 9-card block up here so y'all can follow along. The very first card we get is the 4 of Wands. Now, this, of course, is a card of stability. It's really, I hope that, you know that you're good, right? You're good in terms of where you are. And, this is a card of celebration and family and being around people that you really love. And that's a great place to be. And it's a place you can continually fall back on. I wonder if Capricorn might be stepping out of the comfort zone and then kind of coming back, and then a little bit further and then coming back. And there might be phases of this development, phases of this transformation that's going through, but you have a safe space. And I think this first card is reminding you, like, it's okay to come back to your safe space. You don't have to be a superhero here. You kind of are, but you don't have to be. And if you need a resting place, come back. And there are people that love you. There are people who want to see you succeed. There are people who are celebrating you on a daily basis. And you can come to them at any moment. And you should come to them at any moment. I want you guys to look. Okay, we have the 9 of Swords in the center top, pointing toward the High Priestess reversed. And directly under the High Priestess is the Magician reversed. I'm kind of looking at this trio here. Now, the 9 of Swords reversed, of course, is a card of stress, anxiety, trying to figure things out. Again, remember, the Queen of Air is above the 9 of Swords. She kind of has full command over this 9 of Swords energy here. It's a matter of what you're doing with your consciousness. You may still feel stress, in your stomach. You may be feeling a lot of pain or pressure. If you have any kind of chronic illnesses or anything like that, you may feel like it might be kind of flaring up, so to speak. It could be very uncomfortable for you. You might have trouble sleeping. You may have knots in your stomach. You may be even short with people as well due to a lack of rest, or maybe even too much sleep for some of you. The fact that these swords are pointing to the High Priestess is very telling. It tells me that something's got to come out. And for whatever reason, too, I did feel like this High Priestess might even be a person for some of you, and I'm not getting the best feeling about this person if it is, okay? I don't normally see High Priestess and the Magician as people. That's very, very rare. But it's usually people and our relationships with them that stress us out in a Nine of Swords fashion. So on one hand, she can represent your consciousness, your soul calling you, asking you, saying, Capricorn, you need to move in this direction. You need to evolve in this way. You need to make this move. You need to make this change. On the other hand, if it is a person who's kind of stressing you out, this is probably not the most friendly person, but it is someone who's definitely showing you a truth about yourself. It's showing you a truth about the life that you cultivated somehow through choices and through what you allowed to happen. It's not the best. It can be tough, and it can be tough to have that realization with yourself sometimes. I think a part of this transformation energy, as we see in the environment, this kind of death, rebirth quality, even she's kind of in between worlds. We kind of have like the different colors and kind of split in half, right? It's hard to see where we were, right? Or like, it's hard to like look back and be like, oh wow, I was so out of my mind then. I was not conscious at all. And it's even harder to look forward and realize how much your consciousness is going to grow. But again, that Queen of Air understands the process. There's like a faith that comes through that says, hey, you're going to come out of this. You're going to make your way out of this difficult situation or with this difficult person, and it's going to be okay. And that this is a period of time where you are going to have to exercise your faith. You know, we talk about faith all the time. It's so easy to have faith when things are going well. It's the times when we're experiencing a Nine of Swords, you know, when we're kind of in our tunnel vision here about something, that it's hard to exercise faith. Sometimes that Nine of Swords can feel very suffocating a lot. And you can have a hard time really stepping out of what's truly comfortable. But, you know, with this Magician reversed, it's almost as though you're kind of waiting for something. And when I was pulling these out, when I was shuffling, it's like you're waiting to take action because you're waiting to understand the pulling, the way that you're being pulled. You're trying to understand it. You're trying to make sense of it. You're trying to wrap your head around it. See, one of the things about being human that we do, that we've learned how to do, is that if we don't have words or labels or logic to it, it's not valid almost, right? Like if we can't put it into words, if we can't put it in a thought stream, then it's just a feeling. I don't know that you're going to be able to put words to this High Priestess reverse, right? I don't know that you're going to be able to understand what this is. Queen of Air understands that she's okay with not understanding. See what I mean? Your gut is speaking, and it will not speak to you in words. It won't do it. It's not how the gut, it's not how the heart operates, right? We've got our three intelligence centers. We have our mind, we have our heart, we have our gut, right? They're all the same. And they speak to us at different levels, different ways. Our first one, like the first point of attack, is the gut. It's the feeling. And I think that's where you're really coming from. And the more and more you try to reason and logic and argue and discuss, the more frustrating it might be. Now, I'm not saying this is terrible for everybody. I'm not saying everyone is having a tumultuous thing. Some people may just be like, I feel like I need to do something, but I don't quite know what that is. And that's it, period. That's the whole month. That's the whole reading for the whole month. If you're dealing with a difficult person, I do feel strong manipulation. unfortunately, right? Because I don't think it would be causing you so much stress. I don't think it would be causing a whole 9 of Swords ordeal, right? If there wasn't some shady business going on, right? Some counter magic. You trying to work magic in one direction and someone's trying to cut that magic off, cut that flow. Accidental hexing, sometimes, we could say. They probably don't know they're doing it, right? It's just through their thoughts and through their emotions and through, their state of being that they might be affecting you in a negative way. Low consciousness. I think this is a month where we have to acknowledge everyone's in a different place. That's it. Everyone's at a different place, and they just are where they are. And nobody can judge anybody, right? I mean, we do. That's what humans do. We do judge. Queen of Air understands when she's judging and understands that she should stop. Because judging and projecting judgment onto someone is usually you realizing that, oh, maybe you have more to go as well. It's really hard not to judge as a human being because we're taught that. It's really hard to not put them over there and me over here, to separate. Queen of Air elevates above that. She recognizes that kind of stuff. She recognizes when she's doing it, and she knows how to kind of mitigate, not entirely eliminate, because that's very hard, but to mitigate at least, and to try not to be aware of the tendency. Because I am seeing, a little scuffle, okay? A little argument, maybe at the home environment, because it is underneath that 4 of Wands there. Words exchanged, this Mars coming in contact with Chiron, it's volatile. Like, can we just talk about Mars for 1 second? Since January, right? Mars coming in contact with Jupiter, Pluto, Saturn, Neptune, Chiron, then Uranus at the beginning of the year next year. All the outer planets. It's Mars' game. Mars is the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. We got to follow Mars. Got to understand what he's doing. He's the exertion of energy. In your 4th house, it's a house of home and family. It's a house of your environment. Chiron is a planet of pain and suffering and healing. He's both ends of the spectrum. We need to expose the pain in order to heal. And in the 4th house, it can be in relation with the mother or the motherly figure in the story, or our healing, our ancestral healing, and sometimes that can be kind of uncomfortable, but star in the very center of the reading, there is liberation from all of it. Everything is happening for the sake of freedom from it, right? Kind of like how the light has no meaning without the dark. That's it, right? That's all it is. You're experiencing the contrast. That's how everything in life can be described, right? In contrast. The star liberates you. The star is an energy of freedom. And I believe that you will find breadcrumbs. The star operates in very, very small miracles here down the line. Little teeny tiny breadcrumbs. Get you from here to here, and then from here to here. One day at a time. One decision at a time. Queen of Air is okay. She's not trying to push. I know Capricorn, Cardinal, Earth, just like a real bulldozer, right? Let's just make it happen. Let's go for it. Let's jump in 2 feet. She's, yes, a Cardinal Air energy, but she's more dainty, more, fickle with her steps. She's not a bulldozer in any way, shape, or form. In fact, she represents kind of a wave of spirituality, a wave of love. Air is the ruler of the heart chakra. I think we forget that sometimes. We always associate water with emotions, but really air is kind of a really, really high vibration, right? We have earth, which is very low, high density, and then we go to water, and then we have fire, and then air, and then we have the ether. So air is kind of that bridge between the etheric realm, from the unseen element, to the seen elements, to the more physical components. And it's the bridge. And there's going to be a lot of information being downloaded. There's going to be a lot of ascension going on for Capricorn. You're in between worlds. Don't forget, you're taking new directions between the old and the new. Some of you may be moving, but experiencing obstacles moving. Some of you may be changing partnerships, but experiencing obstacles with your old relationships. Some of you may be changing careers, but experiencing obstacles with your old job. I do feel like there's kind of a continually pulling back, like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And it just kind of keeps yanking you back a little bit with that Magician reversed. I'm not sure why I feel that. Maybe you're feeling really hesitant to fully break out of a pattern, to fully break a cycle, to fully end something. May or may not be on your own choice. Some of you might be dealing with a difficult personality who, is maybe causing some issues. That might not be for everybody, but maybe for some of you it is. But ultimately, your destiny has been determined because of the intentions that you are setting out. Because of the intentions that are full of optimism and joy and passion for life itself, those intentions are creating your reality and therefore becomes an inevitability. Okay? Now, this is you for sure. This is a card of Capricorn, and you're definitely coming out as the feminine energy, which means it's more receptive, okay? Meaning you're in a download kind of mode. You're receiving information. And then you're dealing with a quite masculine person as well, someone who keeps, knocking on your door, calling you. This is a fiery kind of person. Sagittarius, Leo specifically, could also be Aries, or anyone just that has a fiery way about them. It could be someone that has a lot of, sexual attraction towards you. This could be someone that, for some reason, I feel like they're just like really into you. I don't know. I don't think this is the High Priestess person. This might be someone else, someone that maybe wants to work with you, that really wants you on their team, that wants to partner with you in some way. Seventh house sun, right, does activate your house of partnerships. So that could be something that's at least on your mind. It doesn't mean you're definitely going to jump into something, but at least it's on your mind. And we do have Venus coming back direct in the 6th house. The North Node now officially traversing this 6th house of yours, Gemini ruled, activating the work component of your life, right? No, that's Capricorn stuff anyway. So it's a work component. Asking you to be of service. And that's why that contribution element is really coming out. 6th house activation with the North Node. Almost Capricorn feeling compelled to give back in some way, compelled to share their story, share their healing experiences, share their spiritual journey, share their professional knowledge that they have, whatever it is, definitely sharing. And there are definitely people interested in what you have, definitely interested in your value as a person. But I also don't know that you are totally ready to engage fully with anybody. I don't know that you're fully ready to engage with even a lover, even if you've been together for a very long time. There might be a bit of a barrier there a little bit as you are figuring out who you are becoming. So I do feel with the cards, powerful change is inevitable. Powerful change with the star, it becomes your destiny. Like I said before, it's your destiny. And this is really being amplified by the Jupiter-Pluto transit that's happening like as I speak in this moment. And by the time I release this video, it will be kind of over, but you'll still feel the effects because as soon as Jupiter and Pluto start moving direct, they will, of course, conjunct again for the 3rd time this year. More stuff coming out, more truth, globally and personally. The next moon card that comes out is it's time to take action. Even though the action-oriented energy is a bit stuck, there will come a moment when you know to say the thing, do the thing, make the phone call, file the paperwork, whatever it is, it will come time to do the thing. And this is a real fighter spirit. You guys are really going to benefit from Mars in Aries because, again, Mars is exalted in your sign. So you have a really good relationship with Mars. So when Mars is really strong, you are really strong. That's why this Aries energy is coming out. That's what I was saying in the beginning. But as Mars creeps up into Chiron, kind of tough. But after that, I think you're going to be free and clear. We've got a Mars retrograde going on in Aries as well, September, October, November, and then he'll be going back direct again, right? And then he'll be moving into Taurus. So, Mars is going to be strong through Taurus, through Gemini, but then he becomes debilitated in Cancer next year. I think in the sidereal calendar, that's like July. Well, I mean, in the calendar, it's July, that we can kind of expect the debilitation of Mars sidereally. Okay? So it is time to take action as long as you know whereabouts you want to land. Because the goal is harmony. The goal is peace. The goal is love. The goal is togetherness. The goal is unity. And as an earth sign, we know that earth signs don't really like a lot of turbulence. They like things to just be smooth and go forward and that's it. It's practical, logical, doable, achievable, attainable. That's how earth signs like things. And that's epitomized by the harmony energy. So this is where you're headed. This is where it's all going. This is the inevitability here. So this is a beautiful thing. May or may not be with the person, right? There might be a different person. There might be a different partner. There might be a different situation that you may find yourself in. But all in all, harmony is the effect. So I always say manifest the feelings, not the circumstances, not the people, because we try to get someone to do or be or say something that we want them to say because it's going to make us happy. That's kind of like dark magic stuff that we don't really want to be playing with, right? We need everybody to be doing their own free will stuff. And we want people to use their free will, right? We want to connect with people who are aligned with us in that way, who can provide harmony in our lives by their own choice, their own fruition, of course. So let's go ahead and put the camera down. We're going to pull out the clarifiers so this story might develop a little bit. So I'll see you guys in just a sec. Okay, Capricorn, let's go through here and see what these clarifiers are. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are what we will discuss in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box down below. We usually talk for about another 20 to 25 minutes about these cards. So we got a King of Air, or King of Swords, and a Lover's card, clarifying your energy, Capricorn. I love how balanced you are. I think that's really great. You seem to be performing pretty well. Tower, we'll do one more. Big energy coming out for you guys. Tower is not a surprise, and the Ace of Cups. Yes, with all the 7th house energy, it does make sense that your heart is feeling very full and that you are feeling a desire to connect with people, both romantically and also just kind of socially as well. We have the 3 of Cups. We have the King of Wands for the environment. Okay, so there's clearly a King of Wands person around you. Someone who's very strong. And Justice. Beautiful. Okay, so let's go ahead and use this other deck to clarify the 9 card block, starting with the 4 of Wands. Nine of Coins and 3 of Wands reversed. One more for the 4 of Wands. Ooh, another High Priestess. Okay. 9 of Swords. What's going on there? 9 of Swords. Ooh, another Magician reversed. Some of you might be dealing with someone pretty shady. Others of you just really not knowing what to do about something. Some of you have oh, what's it called? An albatross? You know, like just something man, just will not go away. Ooh, Death and Chariot. Okay. We have the High Priestess reversed. Something definitely causing a headache. Okay, Ace of Swords. Six of Coins. The World reversed. Very in between worlds. 1 foot out, 1 foot in. Between your new life and your old life. Whatever you can do. Wow, okay. What was this card again? A lot of people coming out to play here. A lot of people, a lot of chefs in the kitchen here. So long as you have your own voice, there's a lot of noise. It would be, yeah, there's definitely a lot of noise. Definitely be in your best interest to separate yourself from people that have really strong opinions about what they think you should do about your life. And the Moon. 5 of Wands reversed. Feeling an isolation a little bit, being alone. Ace of Wands, okay. Magician reversed. Exactly 3, okay. Justice reversed, Knight of Coins reversed, and 2 of Coins, okay. The Empress and the Sun. Beautiful. That's where you are. That's you guys. That's amazing. That's exactly, of course. Like, y'all are good. Let's get some more insight on this King of Wands, huh? 4 of Coins. They may have an air element. Aquarius, Gemini specifically, or Libra. Do one more for the King of Wands. Okay. Kind of weird vibes from them. Maybe some mixed signals. We'll see. 10 of Swords, 5 of Cups. 9 of Wands, and bottom of the deck, ooh, the Emperor. Beautiful. Love that for the Mars and Aries. Definitely love that. This is a really strong Capricorn card, I feel, too. For me, this card is Aries, Scorpio, Capricorn, Cancer, for sure. So, okay, that's where we're at. So, if you want to join me for the comprehensive, you are more than welcome. If not, I love you. I hope you have an amazing Cancer season. I wish you nothing but the best, and I'll see you in a few weeks. Thanks so much. Take care. Hello, Aquarius. Welcome to your July 2020 tarot card reading. Thank you all so much for being here. Very first card that comes out is your energy, which is the King of Earth. So, I mean, we look at this card, there's clearly an element of wisdom that comes through. I think this is tapping into the Saturnian rulership of Aquarius, right? Classically ruled by Saturn, which is, you know, kind of the old soul, the part of you that elevates above all the stuff, above the drama, above the arguments and all that kind of stuff, and makes good, solid, wise decisions. Now, I think this is going to be a month where you are going to have to try to find how to step out of circles, right? How to step out of things, how to detach from things. And we know that, you know, Aquarius is kind of known for the detachment kind of thing, but this is like, I think it's really important for your health to be doing this. If you're dealing with an Aquarius and they kind of do a little disappearing act, I think it's okay. I think it's really, really important for Aquarius's like spiritual, mental, physical health to not be engaged in too much stuff and to only keep going the things that are really, truly important to you. Your careers, your families, okay? Because in the environment card, we have the Chariot, which of course is a beautiful energy. It's a beautiful entity to get. It does mean motion. And the King of Earth is a very fixed energy, but when he's coupled with the Chariot, it's kind of like fixed motion. So you're on a very real and a very specific trajectory that I think is important for you in your life. And any obstacles, because there might be obstacles that present themselves, need to be not perceived as obstacles, but simply circumvented somehow. And I really, really do that this could be an incredible month for Aquarius if you want it to be, right? If you want it to be. There can be a lot of work done, right? The sun coming through the 6th house, Mercury retrograde in the 6th house. There could be a lot of work done. Mars through the 3rd house. Now, the one thing with Mars in the 3rd house, Mars is going to be coming conjunct Chiron. And that's kind of a big deal kind of transit. It's more powerful than the Mars-Neptune because Mars and Chiron are much closer to one another and they're both closer to the Earth. So I want to pop the 9-card block up here so you can follow along. I actually want to start with the center card, which is the Devil reversed. Look, we've had so many opportunities to let things go, the things that don't serve us, the kind of situations, people, relationships, whatever it is, if they're not working for us, if they're not truly serving our greater good, it is time to let them go. And the thing with Mars in the 3rd, especially coming in contact with Chiron, is you could have a real mouth on you. Right? You really could. You could have a real sharp tongue and a little bit of that venomous, almost kind of scorpionic kind of communication style. So diplomacy would be good if you can practice that as much as possible. But I just don't know that you're going to be able to contain things anymore. I don't know that you're going to be able to hold things in, right? Chariot, movement, it's time for things to change. And it's possible that you might just have like a moment where it just comes out. Now, if you're not someone who has been containing things, if you've been working on yourself, if you've been doing these things, this is yet another layer of depth. This is yet another layer of detachment from the things that really, truly are not working for you, bringing you toward a healthier, happier life, a happier, healthier existence, okay? But if you're in a situation where you've been maybe trapped, maybe it is a romantic partnership, right? Because the sun was just in your 5th house. Now it's in the 6th house, and then it will be making its way to the 7th house at the end of July. So, there definitely could be an element of partnership being examined here. Business partnership, romantic partnership, either way. It could be under the microscope. Let's see what else you guys have got going on. Plus you have all the 12th house stuff, as the sun makes its way closer to the end of Cancer in the middle of July. The sun is going to be opposing Pluto and Jupiter and Saturn. And that sun is just going to it's going to make it kind of unbearable to hang on to things, right? Sun opposing Pluto. It's kind of an ending, right? You're going to have to let go of a belief or let go of the way you think it's supposed to go and adapt. Right? To adapt. Chariot, to adapt. And that Mars Chiron could really hit home. It could be a tough change, or doesn't have to be. It's all how we perceive it, right? Could be a tough change, or it could be the best thing that ever happened to you. Because what I see in the first 2 cards is, like I say, you stepping out of this kind of chaos or drama. Maybe it's like, turning off the news, maybe turning off social media. Maybe it's a group of friends that you're in that you're just like, man, it's a bit toxic, or it's a bit not so great, or maybe this relationship or this friendship or, this conversation just really is never going to get anywhere other than where it's at. And I need to detach. I do not see Aquarius getting involved in stuff. I don't see you wanting to stir the pot. I don't see you wanting to be in the mess. I very much see you in the periphery, acting more as a satellite energy, as an observer, which is a much healthier place to be. This kind of stuff is not healthy because here you get very defensive or offensive, maybe even. There's a lot of people that want to project their ideas and their opinions onto you. Same thing with this, right? Now, neither of these are fatal. You know, they're not completely detrimental in any way. It's just, it's tough because there's a lot of passion in these cards, right? Wands, fire, passion. There's a lot of passion coming through. So people are passionately expressing themselves. And when we are so passionate, our minds close a little bit. Passion is a beautiful thing if it's used in the right way, if it's used in a creative way. But if it's used to assert our ego, if it's used to assert a belief, it makes us less likely to open our minds and less likely to see things from a new perspective, which means it's hard to educate people in this kind of energy. It's hard to have real in-depth conversations with people with this energy. It's hard to not give up, because people might not want to hear. So I think you're just going to avoid it altogether. You're still going to have that tendency to say what you got to say. I think that's an inescapable thing with Mars through the third. Now, Mars is going to be in the third for 6 months, so it might not be this month. Like, I kind of think Mars coming into Chiron will trigger something on a national scale or a global scale, not necessarily huge, but it could be nothing in your personal life, right? Personally, maybe you don't feel that transit at all. And that's fine. But 6 months of Mars in the third, you're going to have something to say. Now, what I like about this Knight of Coins is it's kind of a lesser version, so to speak, of the King, right? We've got King of Coins, King of Earth, and then we have the Knight of Earth. So I almost feel it's like a downgrade, right? So if you were to engage in the 5 of Wands, 7 of Wands reversed, it would be a downgrade of your vibe. And I don't think that's the game Aquarius is trying to play right now. Aquarius does not like the feeling of being in a lower vibration. As a naturally high vibration, as being an air sign, right? You kind of have that naturally fluid, free, liberated kind of spirit. So when there's this kind of stuff, it's like, it's not good, you know? But I think you're not going anywhere. Like the horse on this card is standing perfectly still. He's not moving. He's not mobile. So it's not as though you're alienating people in your life. You're just not engaging with things that aren't worth your time. You as a person are evolving with the Chariot card. Chariot is, yes, there can be external influences, but it's more of a journey of self. It's more of a internal or a spiritual promotion, if you will. So, you know, as your vibration is changing and hopefully increasing, becoming more loving, more grateful, more appreciative, more caring and compassionate, as that vibration is going up, your external world can't help but evolve and change in some way. So I think you're not completely alienating stuff. You know, it's just not healthy to be there. And again, that devil in the center is a suggestion of disengagement, right? You kind of like, when we look at this card, they kind of have these chains around their neck, but they're kind of loose change is what I always feel. And I always feel like their hands are free. They're not truly shackled to anything, right? They can very easily just take their hands and free themselves. You know, it's kind of like by choice that they're here. But when we're here, those chains will just naturally fall off. Because your soul, the energy, your place in life has determined that the old is now the old and in the past, and the new is yet to come. 2 of Coins reversed. I don't know. I really don't think that Aquarius can put up any kind of pretense. See, and I think that if you were to engage in any kind of fight or any kind of a passionate drive, I'm not saying you can't be a passionate person, but when someone is trying to, you know, engage with you in this kind of passionate way, I don't think you can really withstand, because I think that would come from a fake place. Because you seem to be calm, right? Wise, King of Earth. Stable, secure, confident. So if you were to engage in something other than that, it would be fake. It would be pretense. It would be superficial. And I see that a lot. Often when I see this Two of Coins reversed, I feel like the masks are coming off. That's what I feel. Like there's, you're not fighting anymore. You're not trying to keep those coins up in the air anymore. You're allowing them to fall by choice, right? Devil reversed by choice. Is it an accident that the chains fall off and the coins fall? I don't think so. I think you are coming to a place, and this has been a little bit of a message for some of the zodiac signs this month. It's like with Jupiter conjunct Pluto, especially for you guys in the 12th, like we can't help but admit what we're about. Like we can't help it. We can't help but admit what we like. We can't help but admit what we want at this point in time in our lives. We just can't do it. And, the time has really come to start asserting yourself, to start, like I say, admitting that that's where we're at, and acknowledging that not everyone is also there. Everyone is on their own track, own path, own consciousness, own level of awakeness, and that's it. That's all it is. So there is no judgment, and I do not see Aquarius casting any judgment on anybody for anything. And hopefully no one is trying to cast judgments on you. Unfortunately, there could be a little bit of a loss. Sun opposing Pluto. Sure. Sun opposing Saturn. Sure. There could definitely be some kind of a thing that occurs that either kind of punches you in the gut a little bit, like, oh, my ego, that really sucked, right? Because the 6th house, you have to remember, 6th house is about self-mastery. It's the very last of the first 6, which are all about development of self before we open it up, right? We have the internal on the bottom hemisphere, external on the upper hemisphere of the zodiac wheel. So this is kind of the last of the bottom here. So self-mastery. And self-masters are okay with incurring loss. They're okay with the downside of things because they know that just often gets balanced out by the upswing. It's not a threat. It's nothing bad. It's nothing to worry about. It just is. If there's a financial loss, you'll make it up. I'm trying to look at these cards. Yeah, I'm going to skip ahead here. I knew we had something like this. We have prosperity lies ahead. So the 5 of coins is nothing to be shaken up about if you know that prosperity is coming. It's just a matter of time, and it's a matter of trust and faith. Okay? And then we also have the Temperance card, which is balance, alchemy, alchemization. The way we alchemize is by choosing to see something in a way that is more positive, it's more beneficial. We can say, well, here's a 5 of coins, here's a 7 of wands, 5 of wands reverse situation, and I can see it as an opportunity for me to focus on something else, or I can see it as an opportunity for me to get out of something that's not good for me, or I can see it as an opportunity, as whatever. It's alchemy, to transmute something. This is the card of Zen. This is the card that really epitomizes balance and calm. Zen is a lifestyle. Zen is a choice. We all know we can't really control the thoughts that enter into our mind, but we can control which thoughts we engage with. My eye's kind of bugging me. Sorry if I'm a little squinty. We have this 3 of wands here. Another card of prosperity. The ships are coming in, which means this is nothing. 5 of coins, is not very strong. I think all the 5s, we also got the 5 of wands, right? They're not that crazy. You can overcome them. You can work with them. You can learn from them. These are what gives the upswings meaning. The times of peace, the times of togetherness, and the times of prosperity. This is what gives it meaning. But this is not fatal. It's not detrimental in any way. There's the uptick coming up, but probably in the same month. Like it'll probably just be like a little bloop and like that's it, and then just keeps going. So it's not a big deal. Three of Wands is much more powerful. It's much more creative. And it also, really, enables your sense of self-responsibility for things, your accountability. Not only your accountability on how you choose to perceive something, but your accountability in your actions. What are you going to do? Right? And the Chariot is calling you clearly to make some moves. I'm feeling kind of a quality of chess, right? Like what pieces are you going to move next? Now, Seven of Cups. You still might not know which pieces to move. The reason why you might be confused is because you might be doing this out of order. Because you might be trying to figure out your next moves before you even truly release yourself. Before you completely, detach. You can't have both. You can't have the freedom and the tether at the same time. You can only do that internally with yourself, right? You can only have that security and that safety. This is a false sense of security anyway. It's not even real. So you got to do the devil thing first. You got to take care of it. And I think the Mars conjunct Chiron is a good time to do it because the healing will take place after it naturally, because that's what happens. Chiron is a planet of pain and suffering, but he's also a planet of healing. We must expose the wound before that wound can be healed. I kind of liken it to like a dislocated shoulder or a broken bone, right? You got to pop it into place first, and then it will heal on its own. So I feel like there's kind of a little bit of a ripping off of the Band-Aid here for Aquarius. You got to do something. You got to make the choice. You got to take the risk. You got to say the words. You got to take a little bit of a blow so that you can prosper. That's really what this is about, right? Prosperity. Prosperity lies ahead, and spirituality and practicality. What does it say? Balance, spirituality, and practicality. Yeah, because it's a full moon energy, which means it has a kind of a Virgo aspect to it, right? Because the sun, if it's a full moon in Pisces, sun would be in Virgo. So there has to be practicality to it. There has to be an element of tasks, And I think your path is pretty clear because whenever the Chariot comes out, it's always clear. Chariot is kind of a finicky energy, though. It's fickle. It can come in, but if you don't get on it, it will just disappear. You got to get on it. Chariot can only show up for you. It cannot force you to get on, right? What's that phrase? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. That's the energy of the Chariot. And if you don't drink, if you don't get on, it's going to be time for the next thing and you may have missed something. So whatever your heart is calling you to do, Aquarius, it's time. Because you can't escape your truth. And I know you're living in truth. I know you're experiencing truth. I know you're feeling it. You can't not be. Like I was saying, this is Jupiter-Pluto stuff. That's it. That's where we're at. We cannot escape the truth. Truth is Pluto. Jupiter is wisdom, the guru, expansion, magnification. And Saturn coming through Capricorn again, retrograding back into Capricorn, coming back and forth against your ascendant line. This is a huge deal. If you didn't watch my Saturn video, check it out, because this Saturn doing this back and forth over the ascendant line, you feel it. And it's simply, right, 12th house is all about endings. First house is all about beginnings. So this Saturn is kind of towing the line between the old and the new. Karma, DNA, karma. There are karmic events happening both nationally and globally, as we can clearly see, and also internally, personally. We are confronting ourselves. Pluto holds up a real harsh mirror sometimes. It can also be a beautiful mirror, depending on where we're at. If you are sowing a beautiful harvest, one that will nourish you, then your karma will be good. But if you have sown a toxic harvest or a toxic crop, then that harvest will harm you. And this is energy. This is your state of being. You can change this at any moment. You can choose love over hate. You can choose joy over fear. You can choose unity and acceptance and communication over anything else. And I think that by stepping out of this, that is you sowing new seeds. Sowing's the wrong word. Planting new seeds. Is that the wrong word? Okay, and then the last one we have is mindful wisdom. Create inner harmony. And I love the owl coming out. I love the owl, and then we have the stag kind of symbology here. Both symbols of wisdom, both symbols of leadership. And I think that's where you're at. And this card says balance, mindful wisdom. And then we have the Temperance card. So you are in a beautiful state of balance, beautiful state of harmony. But let's go ahead and put this camera down and we'll take a look at some of the clarifiers, especially for the 7 and 5 of Wands, the Devil, 7 of Cups. Definitely some things can come out about that. So if you want to hang tight, just a second, I'll see you there. Okay, Aquarius. So for those of you who are new to my channel, these are the comprehensive cards that we'll take a look at in the comprehensive reading. The link will be in the description box down below. We usually talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards. Okay, let's take a look at the King of Earth. What does Aquarius need to know? Oh, the Devil, 3 of Swords. Okay. Ace of Wands. There seems to be a kind of a conflict of like bondage versus freedom. Knight of Wands. Do one more for this. And the Sun, beautiful. You're clearly making your way toward and into the light. Clearly. 8 of Cups, signifying a walking away, a movement. Remember the Chariot, movement. Both of these. Okay, 7 of Cups coming out twice here. And King of Cups. Let's do one more. You may have a King of Cups in your life. Ooh, King and Queen of Cups. Okay. Definitely someone with whom you have a like mind in your environment here. Okay, let's take a look. We kind of have the Scorpio and the Taurus archetypes being represented, which of course are fellow fixed signs. Deep emotion is involved and feelings of obligation. Let's take a look at the 7 of Wands reversed. 2 of Cups, okay. Ooh, another Knight of Wands. Interesting. I had a feeling this Knight of Wands wasn't you, because I feel like they're just a little off character from one another. You might be dealing with a fire sign, Sagittarius specifically, or an Aries, Leo. Feeling an issue with shared promises. Oh, another King of Coins. That's definitely you. One more for that. 3 of Cups reversed. Some of you might be walking away from one thing and solidifying your commitment in another direction. Wow, there's something with the 3s. Definitely something with the 3s. 3 people, 3 choices, 3 options, 3 companies, 3 cities. By releasing yourself, you are also releasing someone else. Even the 3 cups down here. Freedom in the 5 of coins. Freedom found in the loss. Queen of Cups coming out twice. Is the Queen of Cups someone that might need to lose? Quote unquote, lose. I don't know how else to say that. 3 swords. It's interesting how the 4s have like the 1, right? We got the 4 of Cups down here. It's like 1 cup versus 3 cups, 1 sword versus 3 swords. There is something with morality and doing the thing that is right that is coming out for everybody, not just Aquarius, but everybody. Maybe it is for the sake of karma even. Ace of Coins reversed. If anyone is doing something kind of shady in your life right now, a friend, a business partner, a lover, it's not going to stay hidden for very long. And the Hermit, very interesting dynamics coming out here. Sorry, I know I always make a mess when I do this. But this is where we're going to pick up when we begin in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, you are more than welcome. If not, then I will wish you nothing but the best this remaining Cancer season and into Leo season. All right. Love you guys so much. Take care. Hello Pisces, welcome to your July 2020 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. So, very first card that comes out is your energy, which is the Messenger of Earth, which is actually a Knight of Coins card. So let me tell you why I love this energy so much. It's very productive. This is about checking the boxes, right? Done, getting your goals accomplished. Small little tasks that are manageable, things that you can do without feeling any sense of overwhelm whatsoever, and getting yourself from point A to point B. This is the physical part of manifestation, right? This is the part where you do the things, send the emails, make the phone calls. There's another component to this as well, though, which is really nurturing. And whether it's another person that's in your life or people in your life, or whether it's just your care for the planet. And I feel like with the Messenger of Earth, the earthy component, plus you have the Fortune's wheel, which is like the wheel of fortune in your environment. The wheel reminds me of like the world. So whether it's your care for the environment, your care for things of the world, your care about just people, humanity, I feel like this is going to be a time when it's really, really going to come out, especially because there's just a lot of really crazy stuff going on, not only in the US, but globally as well. So a lot of things coming to light. And I see you getting very involved in things, very involved in messaging, so whether that's social media type stuff, and like kind of spreading the word about things, and helping to educate, helping to also learn yourself and to evolve. And I think that your efforts, whether they're, just for yourself or for other people, doesn't matter, they will all be fruitful. There will be a good karma attached. I love this Wheel of Fortune. I think it's such a beautiful artwork. You know, there's just this component of the beautiful harmonics of energy, the harmonics of our frequency. You are cultivating blessings right now, and they will appear in exactly the right time. The Fortune's Wheel is kind of an interesting energy. It's usually one of those cards where there's really nothing you can do to make that wheel pull faster. Like, what's coming is coming. So the only thing you can do is just, in the meantime, right, just continue and focus on the frequency that you're putting out there. Continue and focus on the vibrations, because when you think of yourself as like the conductor of an orchestra, you know, you don't want to be sending out all these really weird notes and sounds, because it can really just sound really crazy. But when you are in harmony, when you are in a place of peace and gratitude and appreciation, that is when the beautiful Fortune's Wheel can really turn over. And it's like, can keep coming and coming and coming, you know, and as long as you're in that state of being, that wheel will continually turn over. Okay, so this is a really beautiful outcome, or a beautiful environment card, if you will. Just a reminder for you to just pay attention to your harmony, okay? Now let's go ahead and put the 9-card block up here so you guys can follow along. Page of Coins. I think this is something similar. Oops, sorry. I always forget there's like an image over here. There's something similar to the Messenger of Earth. I think you have really beautiful things to give. You have beautiful knowledge, you have value. And because you're willing to give, there will be an opportunity for someone to give to you as well. So maybe some of you will be earning more money. Maybe some of you will be getting a job offer, or just business in general will kind of resume. I often see the Page of Pentacles as like patrons, you know, people who patron a business, coming in, spending money, that kind of stuff. So if you're concerned, if you're a business owner and you're concerned, I think you don't have much reason to be that concerned anymore moving forward. Now we do have this Mars coming conjunct Chiron, which can be tough, okay? Chiron is kind of a tough planet, and he's much closer to us than Neptune. So we saw how that build up to Neptune was, and we know how it affected us personally. Well, I think that's going to have some similar effects, okay? In the next few days, you might start feeling, you know, a little bit more tired than normal or whatever. You can say, okay, well, that's Chiron. I know what's going on. If you're feeling emotional, that's Chiron. Mars coming conjunct with Chiron. And, you know, it's just a little blip on the radar. It's just going to be like a little, like a week and a half, and then it's going to be done and over with. So if you are feeling any tension, because this is happening in your house of money, okay, if you are feeling any tension, just know that that will relax once Mars gets off of Chiron and, you know, makes his way through Aries. He will be in there for 6 months, okay? Mars will be in the second house for 6 months. So there's ample opportunity for you to get your finances in order, okay? And, you know, also one thing I love too about the second house is, even though it's not technically associated with family, it is our domestic life. And I feel like your focus on your home, your focus on your loved ones, the people that are really, really close to you, are going to continue to be a point of focus. I think the best way to really navigate through July is just simply focusing on the things that make you happy. And that's it. You know, focus on the things that put a smile on your face, the things that give you joy. Because when this devil shows up, he's really out of place, right? I mean, like 10 of Cups, 2 of Cups, the world reversed. I mean, here he is just like this big kind of, the color black, right, very absorbs all the light, right? So in space, there's a kind of an absence of light. And he, in color, like paint, you know, black is how it's like absorbing all the colors. So there's kind of this absorption going on with the devil. Something will really grab your focus. And I almost feel a little bit of a teeter-totter effect, because you don't want to completely avoid the devil energy around you or within you. You don't want to not confront it, right? Because that's kind of our shadow work that we need to do. So you don't want to not confront it, but you also don't want to be sucked down into it either. Really, really pay attention to that 10 of Cups energy as you observe your devil situation. Now, sometimes the devil can be, kind of a really tough spot that you find yourself in. It can be a difficult moment within a relationship. It can be some unhappiness in the workplace, or any kind of addiction or behavior that you're really trying to move off of or to move away from. This is probably going to be a time when you're going to have to really look at yourself, because this Jupiter and Pluto, by the way, and again, we see that in the world, there is no escaping the truth. There is no escaping the reality of things. There's no escaping the way it once was. We have to, and I've been saying this in the past couple signs as well, we have to just admit it to ourselves. We have to admit what needs to be integrated. We have to admit what we want, admit the way we're feeling, admit that we want to say something or we want to do something. Because the more and more we repress it, the more, that devil is going to have a presence. All the devil really wants is just acknowledgement. It just wants to be seen and heard and acknowledged. And once we do that, we can move on. So from a place of 10 of Cups, from a place of love and joy and abundance, we can observe our devil card. We can look onto it. We can see it. And we can make choices that will help us make it through it. Okay, so whatever this tight spot is, and I do feel it's it's got a grip on you a little bit, this devil card. It's definitely got a grip. And I'm actually going to go to the World, which is right underneath it, because both of these cards are ruled by Saturn. And we have one which is more prominent because it's upright. We have the devil, which is upright, and the World is kind of sneaky back there. Right? Kind of reversed. And I think this is actually a preferable way to be rather than like this. Because if the cards were like this, I would say, oh, look, you're going to perceive that things are evolving and things are changing, but behind the scenes, there's something going on. But no, it's kind of the opposite of that. It's like, okay, there's a thing, but behind it is the growth. Behind it is something really beautiful. It's powerful change. As the wheel, the world, yeah, there's definitely a quality of the connection with the world. I'm sure you guys are feeling, right, Pisces, so empathic. I'm sure you're feeling like stuff that doesn't really belong to you, a lot of the tension that is clearly, maybe your life is just kind of normal, but you might be really all out of sorts. You're probably absorbing things because of how empathic you are. But it's okay. And I think this is also a lesson for you to learn how to separate those two things, how to not absorb things that don't belong to you, especially if they're negative things. We can do that through consciousness, through breath work, through meditation. I kind of like to say, play with your consciousness a little bit, take your consciousness and send it places and then bring it back to you. And then send it out somewhere else and then bring it back to you, right? Kind of play a game of ping pong with your consciousness if you can. It will help you control your consciousness a little bit better. So that when something is trying to, absorb you or take hold of you, you can then bring it back to yourself. And you can say, I am in a world situation. I'm in a world turnover. Because this is a card that does represent an ending, right? Number 21, end of the cycle. Represents the end. So you can consciously experience the turnover. You can't control it, but you can consciously experience it and stand as an observer and pay attention to your harmonics. Okay, we want beautiful harmonies. We don't want disjointed sounds or disjointed frequencies. The devil can kind of make us feel disjointed. But I'm happy that it's positioned like this, because this is what's really going on, but you might be perceiving it like this. That's something you can easily work with. And it would be a really, really good idea. I know I'm jumping around here, but it would be a really good idea to talk to somebody, right? At the most minimum, the Two of Cups is a conversation. At the most minimum. This can blossom into emotional connection, intellectual connection. It can blossom even further into a relationship. A lot of people call this a soulmate card. Sure, yes, absolutely. If you're finding that within your life, this could even blossom into, a really beautiful union or friendship with somebody. And so sharing your experiences, sharing what you're feeling, sharing what you're thinking, what I'm hearing is like share the burden. Because what's actually going to happen is it will lift. So if you do need to talk, Mercury retrograde, now is an excellent time. 5th house sun, this is a time of self-expression for you guys. So go for it. Okay? I love this. And for those of you who are looking for love or who are in the market for that, it's got to be someone that you can talk about your devil with. You can talk about your shadow. You can talk about, and I'm not saying to drown your sorrows or anything, there's always that, awareness there, but to talk about your shadow as though it truly is a part of you. Not that you're a victim to it or that it was such a problem, but that this is a part of me and that this is something that made me who I am. And by doing that, you invite a whole other person into your life or into your sphere. And this can create a really beautiful union for some of you. It might not be romantic. It could be a friendship, a really powerful, long-lasting friendship. So while this messenger of earth is primed and ready to do whenever you need it, right? You can simply do it. Some of you might be questioning, well, what am I supposed to do, really? I would wait until this Mars Chiron thing is over in the next couple of weeks and you can finally breathe a little bit and you'll see things much, much, much more clearly. Mercury retrograde will be over. Everything will kind of be, just our perspective will be a lot better. Okay? You seem to be really contemplating, where do I spend my time? Where do I spend my energy? Where do I spend my money? How is my money situation? How are my resources being allocated? I don't think this is a negative energy at all. Remember, you're still attracting things. You're still attracting. So you can attract and assess at the same time. There's no negativity coming through here. It's just paying attention. My old boss, when I used to work at the commercial real estate place, it was just like a one guy investor. Every Monday he would come in, sit down with the business manager and say what's my net worth today? And they would run down the balance sheet. And that's all it is. It's just running down the balance sheet, running down the inventory. Where are we at? Taking stock. Because you need to know where you're at in order to know where you're going or to know what steps to take. This messenger of earth is 100% ready to do the steps, to take the steps. And maybe if you have someone in your life that you can really talk to, they can also advise you because I think they will absolutely have your best interest at heart as well. Okay? One thing I love is the calm mind of the Four of Swords. To me, this is a very wise hermit kind of energy. And it's in a stark contrast to the devil because a lot of times the devil wants us to get all unruly and spin out. But I don't see you doing that. I see you taking a step back, breathing and observing and allowing the devil to exist. You're not trying to put it down. You're just trying to figure out how you can, work with it and, move past it or ultimately evolve from it. Devil is never bad. Anytime the devil comes out, it's just an opportunity for us to go deeper within ourselves. That's all. That's all it is. And Four of Swords gives you the wherewithal, the practicality, the logic to really think it through. Because we know where you're really at, which is kind of on the high seat of morality and value. We know where you're operating from, right? From the best intent, the Hierophant. These are the same. These are exactly the same. One's the light, one's the shadow. They're the same. Two sides of the same coin. That's all. And the Hierophant operates from that soul purpose. The Hierophant operates from that place of knowingness. I always say this is like my Buddha. The Buddha within you the one that is enlightened, because you can never take enlightenment away from a soul, right? It's just the humanness that kind of gets in the way, but the soul is always at the heightened state. So we can access it when we're ready. And I see you working your way, kind of just breadcrumbs all the way to like a fully enlightened state. And this is an important ascension time for you, Pisces. This is an important ascension time for all of humanity, but when you're conscious of it, when you're aware that this is the process that's going on, the process, world reversed, when you're aware of that, you just kind of sink into it. This is kind of, the devil's kind of like the ego, the Hierophant's kind of the opposite of the ego, you know? They give each other meaning. One cannot exist without the other. The only issue, Seven of Wands, is that I don't know that everybody is going to accept this enlightened Pisces. We know that you guys can, get in trouble a little bit because you are kind of a sign that gives a lot. You give, you care, you see the best, you believe in people's potential, right? This is kind of that Jupiterian, Neptunian rulership that you guys have got going on. It's a beautiful thing, but it does get you in trouble, I think Pisces is very susceptible to narcissistic relationships, very susceptible to takers, to people who try to take advantage. Because why would you believe otherwise? Why would you believe, right? Why would you believe that people are, a certain way? And so now's an opportunity for you to really stand your ground. Now's an opportunity for you to draw the line and say, you know what? I'm stronger than you think I am. I'm more powerful than you think I am. Like Pisces can be very underestimated a lot of times because, they are kind, they are nice, but when you push, definitely not. And I see that with the Seven of Wands. Standing your ground, standing firm. And in a way, I almost see you defending this, but not in a rationalization, justification kind of way, but in saying, I'm not going to make apologies for that. This was my journey. It was my experience. It was my issue. It's my trauma, whatever it is. Like, it's mine and it belongs to me. And I think that there is a lot of gratitude with the Ten of Cups. There's a lot of gratitude coming out for the devil situations in your life that have really made you who you are. When we can find a way to express gratitude for this kind of stuff, that's how you know that your inner Buddha is working full force. So, the Oracle cards. First one, the energy is gaining my momentum. Yes, it is. The Wheel of Fortune is turning over without question. Absolutely. I believe that Mars through Aries is going to create a lot of pathways, going to create a lot of things, a lot of doors, a lot of opportunities. Whoops, sorry, I held that upside down. And you're going to have the opportunity to really walk through. The other moon card that we got was expect powerful change. We've been seeing that already, nationally, globally, but also personally. Seven of Wands, right? Because I think that change is exactly the very thing that you're defending who you are changing into, and defending other people's right to change as well. We have hope, which is a kind of like the Star card. It's also a card of healing. And we use hope to really fuel our faith. We become unbreakable. We become unstoppable. And there can be so many developments. And I think you are going to experience a lot of developments. And I love these last two cards. They kind of go hand in hand. We have nurturing and birth of creation, potential growth. And we kind of have that, egg of creation, almost even kind of like a yoni kind of symbol going on there. And there's this newness that's happening, world reversed. There's a newness that's coming through. And it's because you are nurturing your dark spots, right? The parts that you don't want to shed light on. You are nurturing them and you are taking care. And there's no fear of going in deep, no fear of confronting that within yourself, none whatsoever. And because of that, your potential grows exponentially, which we're seeing here with this last card. Okay, let's go ahead and put the camera down and we'll start pulling out the comprehensive cards. But this is where you're at. Really beautiful place, guys. All right, I'll see you guys in just a sec. Thanks. Okay, Pisces. So the cards I'm about to pull out here are the cards that we'll talk about in the comprehensive reading. We'll talk for about another 20 to 25 minutes about these. The link will be in the description box down below. Let's go ahead here and take a look. Messenger of Earth. What else does Pisces need to know here? Ooh, the Emperor. Love it. There's power behind it. It's very Aries. Definitely the Mars energy coming out. The Fool. What did I say about new beginnings? Ace of Cups. Let's take a look at this Wheel of Fortune. Ooh, the Lovers. Love that also with the Two of Cups. Five of Coins. Queen of Coins. Let's do one more for the environment. You may have an earth sign in your life. Seven of Swords. Okay. Now, clarifying the 9-card block. Page of Coins. For Pisces. 9-card block for Pisces. If I can pick those up. Okay. So another 7 of Wands, 10 of Swords reversed, King of Wands reversed. Oh, hold on. Sorry. Don't know what I'm doing here. Let's do one more. For that King of Wands reversed. Okay. Definitely money coming in or opportunities, one or the other. Without really even trying so much. Probably just going to happen. Okay. 3? Okay, that's good. Let's take a look at this Devil here. What did I say about the balance? If you don't balance, that 10 of Cups is just going to get sucked right in. Be an observer of the Devil. Ten of Cups reversed. Or 10 of Coins, excuse me. Okay. Got 10 of Cups and 10 of Coins here. 9 of Swords, Judgment, 8 of Wands, 6 of Swords. Interesting. Okay, 2 of Cups. Another World reversed. Consciously going through the transition without trying to force the transition to happen faster. Double Lovers card on top of the 2 of Coins. If you, excuse me, I keep messing this up. 2 of Cups. If you guys are in a relationship, it's probably going to be great, but also slow. Okay. Queen of Coins. 2 Queen of Coins here. Some of you may be in love with the Queen of Coins person. Specifically, that's a card of Capricorn or a Taurus or a Virgo. You are coming out very earthy, and there's a lot of earthy energy around you. Okay. Ooh, we like that. We got 2 Ace of Cups. That's beautiful. See, there's no shortage. Ace of Cups, Ace of Coins. No shortage of opportunities for Pisces whatsoever. 4 of Coins, Hierophant. Ten of Wands. I feel like Spirit is going to be opening doors for you that you know you must walk through. And yet still there's a little bit of resistance there. And that's where the shadow work really comes in. Why is that resistance there? Why is there fear or insecurity? I don't remember how that was pulled out. I think like that. Your cards are really talking to you, so they keep falling out. This is where we're going to pick up Seven of Coins reversed on the bottom. This is where we're going to pick up for those of you who want to join. And if not, then I'll see you guys next month. Have an amazing Cancer season. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello Aries, welcome to your July 2020 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. Very first card that comes out is the Page of Earth. Now, this card kind of took me aback when it came out. I was like, whoa, wait a second. I was not expecting like such a youthful, like kind of low, small kind of energy for Mars and Aries, for the Aries reading. I was expecting power. Now, I think you have both. I think you have power, but I think this is a suggestion that you need to be careful with what you do with it. This is kind of like tip of the iceberg versus the rest of the iceberg, right? This is the tip of the iceberg. So you can kind of tread lightly, initiate conversations slowly, and then build up to the whole big thing, you know, because this Mars and Aries energy is going to be really combative. It's very warrior-like, but as it comes in contact with Chiron, you know, Chiron is a planet of our wounding and of our pain and of our frustrations and of the things that, you know, are still unresolved. And not only could you get triggered, but you could also trigger people as well. Now, not to say that that's good or bad, it just kind of is, and it's going to happen when it's supposed to happen. But it doesn't need to be in a mean or an aggressive way. And I think that's what the Page of Earth is really saying, of like, hey, Aries, pay attention to what you say, pay attention to how you approach. Because if you're not careful, things could just jab a little too deep. And in the environment, we have the Hierophant, which of course I always call as like my inner Buddha card. It's that witness, that observer that exists within all of us, that is merely experiencing the experience. It's really easy for us in our day-to-day lives when we're, you know, having lunch with people, we're going to work, we're doing our thing. It's really easy for us to be like really in our ego, you know, and, you know, our personality, and like we say things without thinking, and we just are who we are, and we're being truthful and authentic, and it's just what it is. But the Hierophant is always a kind of a step removed from that. It's the one that knows what's happening. It's the one that can feel the energy of the room. It's the one that can feel out what's going on with other people and which buttons to push and which ones not to push. I'm not saying don't be yourself, but the energy is heated right now, and we see that, you know, nationally, globally, and we also can feel that internally as well, especially with this lunar eclipse building as well. So it's just kind of an interesting time. So the more self-aware you can be, the more powerful you become. And the more relevant your ideas, the more relevant your opinions, when you're not locked into some kind of a perspective, but you're willing to open yourself up, because this is incredibly open, right? The Hierophant is all inclusive. So all perspectives are welcome. All ideas are welcome, no matter how weird or strange or amazing or wonderful or bizarre or crooked, right? Doesn't matter. All ideas are welcome for observation. And the more observant you can be this month, the better. The smoother it's all going to go. The smoother your relationships will be. Unfortunately, it is the responsibility of those who are aware to continually stand in their awareness and to continually practice compassion and understanding, especially towards those that don't have it. sometimes that can feel a little unfair. Why am I always the one that has to be so mature? Why am I always the one that has to, behave in a certain way? Why this? Why this? Why this? Because it's where you're at. The only thing that will hurt, if you come down off of this Hierophant throne, if you come down, that's just going to make you feel not so great, right? If you come down out of that vibration, you'll just be like, ugh, I don't feel so good about that. I don't, it didn't go so well. It didn't go right. I don't feel good about what I said or what I did. And then you'll have to, take steps to rectify it from there. But it is going to require that awareness for sure this month. Actually, probably the next 6 months, as Mars is in Aries, as Mars is doing his retrograde in Aries, in the Western Zodiac, in the tropical Zodiac. So that's just kind of where we're at, right? So you're going to be affected by that the most. You and Scorpio with that Mars rulership. Also Capricorn, because Mars is exalted in Capricorn. So, it's really going to shake up that Saturn retrograde in the last degrees of Capricorn. It's going to be really something. Definitely going to be something. Let's put the 9-card block up here so you guys can follow along. I'm going to kind of jump around a little bit here. I kind of want to start with this. For some reason, I think this illustrates the point exactly, where we have the Page of Pentacles, which is the same. Oh, sorry. I forgot. I'm going to have that image up there, right? It's the same Page of Earth. So we have the Page of Coins, right? Tip of the iceberg, bottom of the iceberg. Like, we know y'all are heavy hitters. We know you can bring it. We know you can just full on go for it, do it, accomplish it, everything. But even the King of Coins is still reserved, sitting still, calm. More in his manifestation mode more than anything. And of course, in control of the emotional component. Look, Mars is our most emotional planet. He's the most volatile. He's the reason we can all of a sudden start crying after hearing something. He's the reason we can bounce back to happiness just like that. That's Mars. When he feels it, and it's undeniable what he's feeling. So King of Coins is very flat. He's just, he can feel the emotions, he can feel the spikes, but he's not going to project and he's not going to push it out. He's going to take a minute and make sure, okay, is this a practical move or not, right? There's always that element of practicality. Now, you guys have a lot to offer this month. I really think Aries is stepping into their most valuable time, right? You guys are energized, you're charged, you're feeling good, you're feeling creative. You got a lot of this, fourth house stuff kind of coming from the heart, so to speak. We've got Venus coming through the third house, which is an incredibly creative house. Also that North Node through Gemini there as well. So, your house of creativity, your house of career, your house of, from where you're coming from is all being activated. And so I think Aries are the contenders, right? In job interviews, you've got, clients that you got to go win over. Though Aries are the ones to beat. And we can see that with this right here. But I do see a soft opening for Aries, right? With everything you do, soft opening, but really impressive at the same time. If you're in a relationship, this is really the way to approach an argument, to approach an issue. Just lay it out softly, smoothly, but still directly. I'm not telling you to keep anything in or to omit things. It's easier to be swallowed because we're all feeling the Mars and Aries. We're all feeling that kind of stuff. And if you're the one that's aware, if you're the one that's conscious of what the energy is doing, you can kind of temper it and you can still have the discussions that need to be had because Mercury retrograde, conjunct the sun, that's an inevitability that those conversations need to be had. But they don't need to be explosive. Definitely don't need to be explosive. This Mercury retrograde sun conjunction is happening in a square with Chiron as well, which can be real tough. So, choose your words carefully. Carefully. That's going to apply to pretty much everybody, but you'll see people won't be able to choose their words carefully. People will unintentionally trigger people or set people off, okay? But it is a time to allow change for yourself as well. It's not a good time to cling to what you think is real or to what you think is true. Last month we went through the Mars Neptune conjunction, which was, a lot of stuff going on. But I think we're still making sense of everything. We're still trying to find the truth, because Neptune is the planet of illusion. It's the planet of smoke and mirrors. So there's a lot of things that are still, I think, yet to come for ourselves and in our own life. We're still trying to make sense of our own path, of our own purpose. We're trying to make sense of, what we're really meant to do here. But I think the universe has some really incredible ideas for you. And it's important for you to let go of the things that the things that determine, like, this is the way it's supposed to be. Let that go. And really open yourself up, because in the center of the reading we have this 10 of Wands. Now, 10 of Wands to me does not usually indicate bad stuff, especially not when it's coupled with the 9 of Cups and the 6 of Wands. To me, this is the work that you are absolutely willing to do for the sake of the outcome that you're hoping for, right? You're willing to do the work for the money. You're willing to do the work for the love, for the family, for the relationship. It's not a problem. It's tough, but it's not a problem. This is the kind of thing that Aries, not just Aries, but just kind of anyone. It's like, this is what's on the table. This is what you have to do. And you just plug through it. Just one thing after the next. Boom, 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 boom. Get it done, get it done, get it done. And I think you'll wear that hat proudly and gratefully, especially as we see here with the 9 of Cups. This is the work that you're willing to do. There's a sense of pride in it. It's meaningful. And it's not just meaningful for you. It's meaningful for other people too. This could be internal work. This doesn't have to be anything on the outside either. This could be your own stuff. Going deep within yourself. Really feeling that sense of passion for healing, especially as Mars conjuncts Chiron. Planet of healing. A lot of career components for you guys as well. So I think like your direction, you guys got kind of hit weird with that South Node through Capricorn in the 10th. So the past year and a half, you may have been like, wait a second, do I do this? Do I do that? And do I incorporate it like this? And you may have been kind of wavering or all over the place in the career realm. But now that South Node is gone. It's in the 9th house now. We got a really spiritual point, right? The South Node in a really spiritual house. The North in the 9th house. If I can talk. Mercury Retrograde is totally kicking my butt, as it always does, as a Virgo. But anyway, so we have a really spiritual point in a really spiritual house. And you're going to be receiving a lot of downloads. Really, truly a lot. And you are going to emerge, whatever this work actually is, you will be successful in it. You will have some kind of a victory. You will evolve. And you'll come out of it. I think the 10 of Wands really could be just the year 2020. I mean, like when we really look at what's happening, it's just been like one thing after the next, and we're only at July. So you still got 6 months left of this. So there's a promise here with the 6 of Wands. It's a promise that you will be victorious. It's a promise that it will work. It's a promise that you will have the reward of your hard work, 10 of Wands. Financial reward, yes. New clients, yes. The relationship you're looking for, yes. All of the above, maybe multiple things. Now, one thing I love is that your Emperor came out. So when I go like this, Page of Earth with the Emperor, we know that this card is you. And then we also had, remember, the Page of Coins with the King of Coins as well. These are the same. Pages are the front men. They're the mask, so to speak, the kind of facade. It's the approach. Let's say it like that. It's the approach. Soft, innocent, playful, kind, productive, productivity oriented, effectiveness oriented. You know, sometimes people can just bring stuff to the table just to stir the pot, just to be dramatic, just to whatever. But Page of Coins is not going to do that. It's going to bring something to the table so you can work through it, so you can, you know, solve the problem. You can use critical thinking, you can learn. Right? That's the approach. And the Emperor is the energy of the bulldozer. Just let's go through. This is the Mars, for sure, for sure. But this is mature Mars. When Mars is mature, he can still sit still, as we see with the Hierophant as well. Like, I'm not going to lie, you guys got some real heavy hitters. I think it's great. I think it's awesome because it's showing how much growth you've done, how much healing you've done, how far you've come. It's showing me all of that. And I think it's showing you, and I think you know that about yourself too. Like, you know that you aren't who you used to be. You know you're more powerful than who you used to be. I really think 2017, 2018, 2019, we're all in preparation for this year. Remember last year, I kept saying it over and over and over. And this year, I've been hounding it too. Like, remember what I said last year? The theme was to become untouchable. So that when this kind of stuff happened, we didn't fly off the handle and freak out, you know? No, like, you take it, you deal with it, and you witness it. And you work with what you have. And I think the Emperor is actually quite scrappy. You know, he may have risen through the ranks, paid his dues, done all the things to get up on this throne. He's not, you know, this is not nepotism by any stretch of the imagination, right? There's no entitlement with an Emperor card. This is earned. It's a status that is earned. And you definitely deserve to be here, and you deserve what's coming because you are moving forward real quick. There are going to be big changes in your life between now and the end of the year. And it could just be internally. It doesn't necessarily mean all outside, right? It could just be you're going to feel better about something, or you're going to heal from something, or you're going to forgive somebody that you never thought you were going to forgive. Many of you who are looking for relationships actually might find those relationships. Some of you might get pregnant and have children. Some of you might move, you know, your physical location. And I think it's the thing that is really going to bring you a lot of happiness. Happiness that maybe you always knew was for you, but you didn't really know how it was going to come to be. And to be honest, I am sensing a little bit of magic going on here. Aries is a very magical sign. Pisces in the 12th. Very magical, very manifestation oriented. I think the Queen of Cups represents anything that belongs to your heart, because she is the energy of the heart space. We do have the Cancerian energy being amplified right now by the sun. So whatever belongs to your heart will be coming closer, or you'll be going toward, either way you look at it. Now, the Queen of Cups, I think, is, you know, I feel like it's just waiting. She's just waiting. Doesn't have to be a person. Could be anything. It's just waiting. She's also on a throne. She is not on a horse. She is not walking. She is sitting still. What I feel from this kind of alignment here is more of a coming together like this, rather than you going here or her coming toward you. It's like a coming together, a bridging of the gap. And this is happening energetically. And I love this Hierophant, the artwork here, because she does seem very like witchcrafty to me. You know, she does seem, you know, really high level kind of thing. And I sense that that's what's happening. Like, this is your vibration. You know, and this vibration is absolutely attracting something really powerful for you. So that's why you need to pay attention, because if you don't approach it with that Page of Earth kind of energy, or that Page of Coins vibe, you know, I feel like, you know, there's a thing that happens vibrationally, like when you bang into something, or you bang a whole bunch of pots and pans together, right? It's really loud, it's sharp, it's all like kind of uncomfortable. The whole resonance is just totally off. Whereas this is the awareness of the frequency that you're emitting, the awareness of your harmony. And when you are in a harmonious place, all things in your life can also be harmonious. We all know there's things out of our control, right? But for the most part. Now, for these oracles, meditate and contemplate. Again, with the Hierophant. Yes, that guru, that Buddha within you, that light that is trying to realize and to actualize itself. It will be an excellent time for meditation and contemplation, but not only that, because it is also Mars and Aries time to take action, as we have with this new moon in Aries. I like the new moon qualities because it does signify kind of a new spark. And we know that Mars, travels through the zodiac about every 2 years. So this is the first time in 2 years that Mars has been in Aries. All right, we think back to 2018, what was going on around this time, It's an opportunity to really carry that through, to carry that out. And I think many of you are actually going to push really forward on something. But from a maturity place, or a place of maturity toward the light. This is kind of like the Sun card. It's a card of absolute blessing, absolute abundance. This is the card we all want to get because it's a signification that everything is going to be okay. Everything's going to work out great. Yes, the money will come, the love will come, the job will come, the house will come, all the things. Okay? All the things. Now, we had this meditate and contemplate card, but we also got this meditation. Improvements require persistence, which means we have to keep this going, 10 of Wands, right? We have to keep that train chugging along. And there might be a tendency to get a bit, lazy with things, a tendency to get a little bit sidetracked. I think this Venus in Gemini can take us kind of all sorts of different places. North Node in Gemini can also do that, create a lot of, here and there and up and down and left and right and kind of stuff. But ultimately, if you stay focused, right, if you can do the meditation, you can help to quiet the mind a little bit. And then the final card we had was, I thought, interesting, ancestors or generations. And I do believe this Mars in Chiron with the Sun, kind of in that squaring position with the Sun, it is time, I guess, for us to break the cycles, to break that karma, find that empowerment, find that self-love, find that independent thought somehow, right? Somehow try to break away from the Maya if you can. Okay, this is where we're going to pick up. If you want to stay tuned, I'm going to put the camera down. We're going to pull out the clarifiers and we'll see what else comes out for you guys. All right, see y'all in just a sec. Hello, Aries. Let's go ahead and take a look at these comprehensive cards. If you're new to my channel, we're going to talk for about another 20 to 25 minutes about these cards in the comprehensive reading, and the link for that will be in the description box down below. But let's see what comes out for you. Page of Earth. Let's see. Ooh, Ace of Coins. Beautiful. We love that. I think you guys have really cool opportunities coming in. Lovers, amazing. See, in harmony, in unity, soft, loving, Two of Swords, diplomatically. And, ooh, another, see, exactly what I'm saying, exactly. This is the bottom of the iceberg, but we need to be operating with a consciousness of the difference between the tip of the iceberg and the rest, just because that Mars is so powerful and it can overtake situations very quickly. Nine of Coins, card of abundance. Empress, card of creativity, love, passion, also pregnancy for some of you. So be careful if that's not what you want. We have the Devil, kind of an opposite of the Hierophant. Let's do one more. And Six of Coins, amazing. Financially, I think you guys are doing great. That south node coming through Capricorn, not super friendly in the 10th house. So if you have been having any money or financial issues, I think they're going to start kind of going away for you, you know? Let's take a look at this Four of Coins. Okay, Four of Coins reversed. Yes. People trying to talk to you, not realizing what's under there. Oh, okay. You will have your paradigm shifted. That is fact, okay? High Priestess and the Four of Swords. You will come into seeing something quite different in the upcoming months. Chariot. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, damn. A lot of major arcana for you guys there. Okay, another Page of Coins. Excellent, excellent. Also, those were all upright, actually. I think I saw them flip over. I'm going to do them upright, guys. Sorry. Whenever we have that many grouped together, I'm just going to flip them over. Okay. I can read them upside down in the comprehensive too, just because we'll see. We have the Nine of Cups. Excellent. Nice hard work energies. Getting down to business. Working, clients, things happening. Within your relationships, things happening. Okay, Devil not so bad there. Not really worried about that. Okay. Two of Swords coming out twice here. Four of Cups, okay. Focus. That's what it's all about, focus. And elevating yourself out of the drama. A lot of wands, a lot of passion, beautiful. We love it for a fire sign. Ooh, okay, one more for the Emperor reverse. Why are you reversed here? Five of Cups, Seven of Coins. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, you here. Seven of Wands reversed. Yes, picking battles carefully. Man, a lot of cards coming out for you. They're just like dancing. You just want to talk. I'm not trying to make the messages confusing, but if they fall out, they fall out. That's the healing we like to see, right? Three of Swords reversed. Yep, definitely the end of a pretty substantial something. The end of the old. Excellent, excellent. We love to see that. Actually, I'm only going to pull one more out for her. Okay, never mind. One more. Okay, perfect. And then we have, oh, the sun. Exactly, right? The sun. Light, number 19. Okay, great. This is where we're going to pick up. You guys, if you want to join, you're more than welcome. Link will be in the description box down below. Thank you so much. I hope you have an amazing rest or remainder of your Cancer season and beginning of Leo season. And I'll talk to you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Taurus. Welcome to your July 2020 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let's tap into these cards. First and foremost, we have the Messenger of Earth. Now, of course, this is a beautiful energy for an Earth sign, right? Practical, stable, getting things going, doing things, active, Venus through the second house, North Node through the second house. There's going to be an added emphasis on your material possessions, your wealth, your money, your comforts, your luxuries. And if you're finding yourself at kind of a space where you're like either not satisfied or you're not really happy with the way things are going, Mars through the 12th, Jupiter conjunct Pluto, Saturn retrograde through the last degrees of Capricorn in the tropical Zodiac system. Yes, you are, things are going to change, right? Definitely things are going to change. And it's an excellent time for you to get on board with the idea of change, because in your environment, we have the Fool, which means there's new beginnings for you. Now, the Messenger of Earth is going to be really prepared for these kinds of changes, going to handle them really well. Messenger is agile, right? We often think of the Messenger as being in and out and, going from here to here to here. So it's flexible. It has that capacity to turn on a dime and revise its path whenever needed. And I'm sensing wisdom from the Messenger of Earth as well, looking on at the Fool as though it is ready. And she's even kind of blowing like a little trumpet thing here. So there's like a song, like something is calling you, something is pulling you, almost kind of like a hypnosis I'm feeling. And I think you've come to an understanding within yourself that things are changing. You as a person are changing. All this ninth house activity is really deep spiritual stuff. So, it's a good time to make the revisions. Now let's go ahead and put the 9-card block over here. As you can see, we got, first of all, a lot of major arcana coming out. 6 out of 9 major arcana, and the whole first row all reversed: Death and Tower and the Sun. Death card reverse. Let's talk about this. This is Mars through the 12th, 100%. So 12th house is a house of endings. It's the very last wheel of the Zodiac. It's where we need to surrender. It's where we need to release. It's where our illusions shatter. And I do think that there will be some shattering effect that you will experience at some point in this moment, okay? Probably in the next 6 months, as Mars is through there. And the world as you know it last month will not be the world as you know it at that time. Now, I'm not saying all the external stuff is going to change. This change is going to come from the inside because it's coupled with death, which is always an internal process. It's an internal metamorphosis. So your perspective is going to be changing based on an ascension going on. And when you come into that heightened state of awareness, that heightened state of consciousness, all of a sudden, boom, everything is different. Now, the one thing about the Death card, though, is that it is slow. And because we have the Hanged Man in the center, there is an indication of a delay or a suspension, as we often like to say with the Hanged Man. Tower is quick. It's like, boom, it's very fast, flash in the pan kind of stuff. But when it's reversed, coupled with Death, coupled with the Hanged Man, there's it's just prolonged. That's the only word I can use to really say it. It's prolonged. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to be like one thing after the next, after the next, after the next. It's probably just one growth spurt that your spirit has to go through. One realization that your spirit needs to experience in order to really invite, because I'm seeing a lot, like a strong invitation of blessings coming into your life. This is a necessary experience for the blessings. The tower has to come down because it has to make room for the new things. And I think that your tolerance of this is actually quite high because, again, the agility of the messenger of Earth is unmatched. We can evolve quickly with the messenger energy. It's like the knight energy in this tarot, right? It's called the knight. So the Knight of Coins. So that's where you're at. That's what the 12th house is really going to be. There might be a surfacing of something, a surfacing of, past trauma, with that Chiron energy in there, it can kind of muddle things up a little bit. So it can be something from the past, something from a long time ago, or something that you didn't even know existed. Now all of a sudden it's like bubbling up outside of you and you're like, oh my God, I really need to get this out of my system. I think the more that you can get out of your system, the better, because the 12th house is really like the ultimate, the moksha house. It's like the ultimate in breaking karmic ties, breaking entanglement, so you don't ever have to go through it again. And that's where you're at. So this Mars retrograde is really going to enable full detachments of things. And the sun reversed. Now I'm going to kind of skip around a little bit because as I was looking at these cards, I was seeing something kind of interesting happen. We have the sun reversed. The Hanged Man is upright, but of course he's upside down. And that kind of halo, that ring, is kind of in the same bottom of the card position as the sun. And so it is with the moon. Now I was kind of looking at this and I was like, that's kind of weird. I don't think I've ever really noticed that kind of positioning before in cards, but it's almost as though you're in this very thick twilight energy, and you might be looking around and being like, haha, Jane, that's so funny. Like, yeah, okay, we're all in a twilight zone right now. Okay, yeah, maybe, and maybe it will be continued throughout the rest of the year with this Mars in the 12th house energy. But you as a person might have a difficult time finding clarity for yourself as well because of 12th house Mars. I would highly recommend doing all your creative things, okay? Doing your hobbies, your art, your music, especially your writing, your poetry, your stories. Those are the kinds of things that are really going to get supercharged with all of these kind of reversals. And what's going to happen is that if you can engage in those kinds of activities, I think you'll experience a really profound and deep and permanent healing from things. Because like, how tired are all of us of talking about healing? It's been like, I've been doing this YouTube for like 5 years, right? So we've been talking about it like the whole time pretty much. But there does come a point, there does come a time when it's time. Now, we're all on our own time schedules. We all have our own paths. But for Taurus, I think that's what this Mars in the 12th house is really all about. It's about the finality of things. And because it's conjunct Chiron, there's healing involved. So the sun is going to shine. Absolutely. The wheels are always spinning. And what I'm sensing with both of these set, it's like the moon hasn't come up and the sun has just gone down, right? Sorry, I'm getting all sorts of beepy things. Let me turn my thing off. When you sync your phone with all your computers, you get like notifications like all over the place. But yeah, so like the sun has gone down, the moon hasn't quite come up. We're in this weird twilight zone. Can I call your reading that? Like the twilight zone? Yeah, let's call it that. I think that's really where we're at. The thing I love about the Hanged Man, though, is the sort of coming into consciousness process. It's important for you to remain humble as the Fool, right? Remember that you're at the beginning stages of stuff. And like I said, with the Death card reverse, it's kind of like the beginning of the death process. You're not fully through it quite yet. So if you can remember that you're a little on the naive side in terms of understanding what's going on, we always say like hindsight is 20/20. So if you can understand that you're in a weird space, then you don't have to judge anything, and you can save all that energy, right? You don't have to judge yourself. You don't have to judge the moment. You don't have to judge the people that you're, dealing with and, working with or whatever. And you can just let everyone just be who and what exactly they are. And you can say, there is going to come a time when I'm going to look back and all this will make sense. There's going to come a time when I'm going to be able to see this. But I acknowledge that my perspective might be a little bit skewed right now. 12th house Mars. But I love, again, the creativity. I have to keep kind of coming back to that for some reason, because I feel that that's the channel. That's like the receptive energy. If you can pull it down from your higher self and through out into the world, you won't spend any time feeling frustrated by being here. See, I think some Taurians are going to be going through this process. They're going to experience this tower, and they're going to try to convince themselves, how much they know or how sure they are. And I feel that that's slightly problematic. Because the Hanged Man always works miracles. He's a very strange energy. It's like, I don't know if you guys ever saw that movie. I can't even remember what it's called, with like Amy Adams, with the aliens, with the big ships, and they had like this language. They had to figure out that language. That movie was so good. I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of it right now. But it's like at the end of that movie, they're studying this language and they're trying to put all the pieces of the puzzles together. And then all of a sudden, one day, boom, all the pieces just come together and everything makes sense. But you can't force that moment. You can only be prepared for it. And I think that's what this is really trying to say, is clean out your consciousness, get your creativity pumping, do the things you know how to do. Continue focusing on your money, continue focusing on your work, your family, the things that you love and care about, because there's going to come that bolt of lightning, just going to come strike you down, and you're going to be like, wow, that was incredible. And I think it will be an incredible experience, if I can even use that word. I think it will be. I also recommend, as much as possible, continue to work on your own. Of course, Taurus is the king, the queen of self-reliance, right? So this is your whole gig. Because the Three of Coins is reversed, there may still be communication things going on. Not only was Mercury still retrograde, but once it goes back direct, it will be in shadow. So it might still be a little strange. I don't think it's too bad. But I like when Taurus works and does it themselves, because they can just plow through and make it happen, and it can be as perfect as they want, and it can look as great as they want, and that's it, right? So only call people in when you really need them. Don't be afraid to ask, obviously, but only really call them in when you really need them. Mars in the 12th does like to be isolated a little bit, right? It does like to be on its own, likes to be alone, it likes to be with itself. So we can't completely avoid people though, so of course feel free to call upon them, work, family, whatever, when you need them. But make sure to give time for yourself. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this Eight of Wands just pushes you forward. This is probably going to happen when the sun enters into Leo, or maybe even into Virgo after that, once it hits that 5th house there. And you're going to feel that things are just going to start really pushing through a little bit. Now, I actually feel more than movement, more than that, this is things coming to you, almost like a barrage of things, just like getting hit with, and I always say blessings because it is a wand energy. And of course, wands and fire are associated with the more dharmic natures of life. And we have blessings, we have money, we have clients, we have people, we have all sorts of doors opening, people contacting us, whatever it is. And you get to choose which wand you really want to take or which wave you want to catch. That's your free will. That is your right. That's your rite of passage. You've earned that. Okay. And this is going to be really great. And I think it's going to be a very welcomed energy after this sustained period of the Hanged Man. All of you will experience this in different time frames, I think. Hanged Man may last longer for some and shorter for others. Depends on what's going on in your own personal life. Depends on how much you engage with, social media and all that kind of stuff, or not, or if you isolate, doesn't matter. You all have your own special path. You all have something that is written specifically for you. And as we move forward to the moon reversed, like I already pulled this card up, the moon hasn't quite risen yet or set. Depending, we don't even know. Are we on the way to day? Are we on the way to night? Like, we don't even know. It's just like this weird twilight zone. But things are coming out with the moon reversed. They're not fully illuminated, but they're not out yet either. But I think you can sense this. These are powerful cards. You can sense it. You can feel it. This is highly intuitive, this moon energy. Like, you know that something is changing. You know in your gut that things are evolving in a certain way. I like the moon for faith, because it is important to have faith. And it's important to recognize that there are infinite possibilities with the moonlight as well. Usually I feel that the sunlight is a straight shot, straight path, and it's clear and it's obvious, whereas the moon, you could go in any direction. And it's all possible. So you're somewhere between one and infinite. And the Hanged Man is just kind of balancing everything out. And yet you are progressing, whether you realize it or not. See, the death energy is a very quiet energy, actually. It creates a lot of change, but it's very quiet. I often liken it to like a tsunami, right, that comes up and it's just the water keeps coming and comes, like, oh my God, like here it comes, And then all of a sudden an entire shore is like swept away, or an entire neighborhood or something is just swept away, but it's like you didn't see it coming, you didn't feel it, you didn't hear it, just the water just came in and it didn't stop. And that's kind of how death works. And that's kind of how this whole year has gone, no? Like one thing after the next, after the next, after the next, like, oh my God, like what's next? But for you personally, there might still be some things coming. Nothing bad, nothing negative at all, just change. Okay? But you're doing well, like you're afloat, you're doing it, you're headed toward paradise, as we see here. And then we get the second Fool card. Remember, the Fool was the card of the environment. So now we have the Fool energy as a reminder, as a reinforcement, like this is a beginning. Did I say this already? I may be repeating myself, sorry if I am, but these are the two sides of the same coin. There's the end and the beginning here. And to me, these are very Plutonic. We have the destructive part of Pluto, and we have the Phoenix rising part of Pluto. So that's the turnover right there. But remember, look, there's still a sun in the corner. Here the sun is up, where it's supposed to be in the sky, right? It's doing its thing, and the path is clear. And there's a sense of excitement about this as well. There's a sense of passion and joy and feeling, really alive. And this might be something that many of you may have, might be missing, or maybe all of you, maybe you feel it, and that's great. And this is just going to be a reinforcement of that. For the oracle cards, balance spirituality and practicality. Yeah, you're going to have to. Remember, you're still the messenger of Earth. There's still all the things that need to be done. But Mars in the 12th, make sure you do your spiritual stuff. Make sure. Astral travel, past life regressions, just meditate with no agenda at all. Breathing exercises, yoga, also art, music, creation, writing, all that stuff. Balance them both. You need both. And then also have faith in your dreams. It's always a good time to start dreaming really big. It's always a good time to think bigger, maybe. Maybe that's what it is. Think bigger. Because when the old is gone, the new is going to be... And there's no need for this, trapped in fear. I don't know why the heck this card came out. Are you feeling a little afraid of what's going on? Are you afraid of how the rest of this year is going to go? Are you feeling a little bit debilitated? You know, are you afraid of the change, Tower? You know, this is all mental though. It's all up in here. Trapped in fear. That's it. It's just fear. Fear is something you can contend with because it's contained within. So you can look at the fear and you can acknowledge it, but also act in spite of it at the same time. You don't have to be a victim of this. Fear is just here. Now, you also got two of these Earth, I forget what the name of this deck is called, but you got two of these, Strength and Earth Magic. The Earth is important, Messenger of Earth. It's important to do the earthy things, focusing on your money. It's super, super relevant for you right now. And to have the strength to focus on those things, have the strength to really continue on, and to feel optimistic and hopeful. Now, I'm not getting messages of any other people in this, which means it's all going on inside of you. Now, other people may show up in the comprehensive, and we can address that in just a minute. But, you know, for now, this is about guts, courage. This is about really putting yourself out there. This is about allowing yourself to be in this twilight zone and like owning it and really kicking it to the curb, so to speak. Okay, now the last card we got is a card that says Spiritual Evolution, Set Your Heart Free. Yes, and this Six of Swords is my card of spiritual evolution. I always say that with my Six of Swords. Spiritual evolution. That's where you're at. We're all at different places. This is where Taurus is at. And that's great. And it's a beautiful place to be, because once Mars comes into your sign and connects with Uranus, boom, beginning of 2021, things are going to change. Uranus, planet of change. You're going to feel that energy coming back, and it probably will feel like a rush of energy. If you are feeling tired, please rest. Mars in the 12th is a very sleepy Mars. It needs to sleep. It needs its time to recuperate. And maybe y'all have just been pushing really hard, so maybe you haven't necessarily given yourself that time that you need to rest. Okay? All right, Taurus. I'm going to put the camera down, and we'll see you guys in just a sec. Thanks. Okay, Taurus. So, for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are going to be the cards that we will talk about in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box down below. Usually talk for another 20 to 25 minutes. Okay, Messenger of Earth. Let's take a look. Your energy, Taurus. Ooh, man, that Emperor's been coming out a lot. There's a force. There's definitely power behind the things that you're doing. Two of Wands, power and a vision. Ooh, another Hanged Man. Okay, so you're definitely being suspended. Mars in the 12th, keeping you up in that tree for a minute. Ooh, and the Creative Empress. Love it. Let's take a look at the Fool energy. Two of Swords with a blindfold on. Another Moon, signifying that the environment is definitely strange and you definitely can't see a lot. And then we have the Eight of Cups as well as the Ten of Wands. Okay, that's where you're at. Let's take a look here. Oh, you know what? Give me 1 second. I'm going to put some reversals in here. Okay, got it. Take a look at the Death card. Nine of Wands. Might be a bit inaccessible for people right now, with the exception of those people that you love very much. protecting that death process a little bit. Okay, take a look at the Tower here. That one, another blindfold. A couple blindfolds going on. See? Definitely going to be a change with the money. I'm going to do one more for that. Okay. I actually think what's happening is something is getting out of your way so that you can build that wealth. Yeah. Definitely a lot of money on the docket here. Money on the mind. It's important that you remain optimistic at this time. Okay, third Hanged Man. So officially that's the most important energy of the reading. Let's do one more for that. Boom, there it is. See, there are so many benefits to hanging up in this tree for just like a minute. Just for a minute, that's all it is. Boom. Love. Love. Prosperity. Wealth. All sorts of wonderful things. 10 of Cups. Exactly. 10 of Coins, 10 of Cups, of course. Go hand in hand. Okay. To do one more for that Hanged Man there. Clarify that 5 of Coins. For some reason another Fool. Okay, so we got the Fool 3 times as well. So Hanged Man and Fool, predominant energies in the reading. Ace, 3 of Swords. Page of Wands, beautiful. Another Tower. So I'm not going to take these, that's too many. And we're going to see the Six of Swords, excuse me. Hierophant reversed. Two of Coins. 5 of Wands. Fool. People aren't going to be super happy that you are kind of ejecting. Oh, damn. One more for that. Another Death reversed. And King of Wands at the bottom of the deck. That might be supplemental for that Queen of Wands that I saw falling out. So, okay, here we go. This is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you guys want to join me, you are more than welcome. If not, have an amazing July, and I'll see you guys very soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Gemini. Welcome to your July 2020 tarot card reading. I'm going to start your reading just a little different than what I normally do. Normally, I just dive right in and I say, this is your card, this is your energy. But I want to start with two of the oracle cards that I pulled out, which the first one is this submerged, iceberg submerged. We know that, the visual of the iceberg where there's the tip of the iceberg and there's the bottom of the iceberg, which is always much, much, much bigger. And I do sense that because of the eighth house stuff you've got going on, right? Because you've got Jupiter, Pluto, Saturn all retrograding in the eighth house, there's going to be more stuff to surface. Now, I know that you're like, oh my God, like it's been really kind of a strange couple of years. There have been a lot of things that I've really had to confront. I've really had to face within myself. Of course, we know that the eighth house is the house of death, right? Which is really like the death of the ego more than anything. It's like the death of our illusions, the death of the way we know something to be, the death of our ideas. And we can re-emerge, we can submerge and then re-emerge with a whole new mindset, which is what the ninth house is going to be all about for you next year. I think next year you're going to feel very free. You're going to feel like, oh my God, like all that heaviness is over. But for now, there's still stuff coming up, I think, still stuff that is submerged in your psyche, in your subconscious patterning that still hasn't quite been broken yet. That I think is due, because the next card I got was shield your energy, look beneath the surface. And I don't know, that's pretty telling, right? Look beneath the surface. We've got the tip of the iceberg, which is this big, and then we've got the bottom of the iceberg, which is really gigantic, which means you're going to have a bubbling up of something. I'm kind of like looking at this frog and he's kind of like popping his head out. And I feel like that's what's going to happen. It's something that has been out of your consciousness is going to pop its head out, and it will come into your consciousness so that it can be addressed and it can be changed or transformed or transmuted in however, it needs to be. For many of you, it is a pattern in your life. That's what I think it is for a lot of people. It's a pattern. It's a consistently recurring situation that you, like on your conscious mind, you're like, no, I'm over it. No, I'm done. No, I've stopped attracting these kind of people. I've stopped bringing this into my life. And yet life has maybe shown you that maybe you haven't quite done that yet. So what you're going to do is actually do it this time. That's what these retrogrades are for. It's about actually putting that punctuation mark, the very last word of this chapter, and moving on to the next chapter. Okay, so I wanted to start with these because they are deep and they're meaningful, right? What did it say? Look beneath the surface. The surface is the conscious mind. The surface is what you think. It's the narrative that you have that you're like, thinking that you're so on top of it or whatever, but down below there's something gnawing at you, something trying to come out, and something being like, no, look deeper, look deeper, look deeper. I'm still here. Right? And I'm almost feeling as though once this thing that is submerged emerges, you're going to feel free as a bird, and you're going to feel unstoppable, and you're going to be attracting money and love and clients and new jobs and new homes, and all the wonderful things that you're, hoping for yourself are going to then be free to come in, because this is no longer down there. I don't know why I like down there. It's like that, eighth house underworld, the Hades, environment is like all down there. Nothing's going to be down there anymore. So I think that's where you're at. And I think it's very exciting. Now I'm going to jump to your card, which is ultimately the Page of Fire, Page of Wands, so to speak. And environmentally, the Emperor. So we actually get some pretty fiery energies coming out here. I think this is the Mars in Aries really kicking in gear for everybody in the Western system, a tropical zodiac. Again, tip of the iceberg, Page of Fire, this big. Bottom of the iceberg, the Emperor, gigantic. And the environment is going to show you what this thing is. It's going to show you what this pattern is. It's going to show you what this behavior is, for the sake of change, because the Emperor is, very wise, of course. We have that lion. There is a quality of leadership. There's a quality of being guided. And I do think the universe is going to provide external circumstances for you to be guided in a specific way, to be guided to see something or to meet somebody that's going to help you, or to, help this process along. There are no accidents right now. I gotta just say it. There's no accidents. There are only synchronicities. And everything is meaningful right now. So if you're put in a situation where you feel uncomfortable, it's helping you to surface this. And the Page of Fire is the open mind. And I love this for an 11th house Mars that you guys have got going on, right? It's the open mind. It is the mindset of clarity and seeing things from so many different angles. There's an element of, uniqueness and out of the boxness, if I can say that. So if you're put in a situation where you feel uncomfortable, stay there. Because I think that you may have some situations where your beliefs are really, really challenged. Because you believed something for so long that it became a truth. This is one of the things, and I'm guilty of saying this myself. But I've always really struggled with the idea of speak your truth. Because when we speak our truths, there's always a flavor to it, and that flavor is something that has been molded and all of that. It's based on our life experience. It's not wrong, but it's always biased a little bit, right? And the thing with the Emperor is that he's not really interested in telling people what he thinks. He's more interested in what it actually is. And so what I'm feeling is a curiosity for learning, a curiosity for allowing this deeper thing, whatever it is, to finally be rid of itself. And I'm seeing you sitting in those uncomfortable situations because you are determined, because of 8th house, Mars and Aries, those two different things, 8th house Capricorn stuff and the Mars and Aries in the 11th house, you are determined, plus also North Node in your sign, let's not forget that, to make this change. And it might be really uncomfortable, but, and we can get into the cards, let's pop the 9-card block over here. I'm going to skip to this middle card, Judgment. You will receive the information that you need, guaranteed. And what I'm seeing with this 6 of Swords is I'm seeing Gemini just staying put, right? Like I'm seeing you sitting there and opening your mind and listening to people that challenge you, listening to things, because we have to always keep in mind that confirmation bias, right? We all know what that is. Like we have a belief and we will continually seek out people and information and articles and whatever to confirm that we are right. But what I don't see that here. I see you guys going against that confirmation bias. In fact, what I'm seeing is you putting yourself in situations that will 100% challenge that confirmation bias because you want to see the other side. Because you want to come out of the darkness. You don't want to be submerged anymore. You don't want these deep roots to be, taking hold in any way. And the Judgment is a promise that you will be, you will raise in your consciousness, your awareness will peak, and you will be free. There is a rebirth with Judgment. As we see kind of like a resurrection, it's interesting that these people are like blue, kind of like they're dead, right? They're kind of like dead rising. It's a resurrection. It's an image of a resurrection. And we also got death. You are going to be resurrected, Gemini, for sure. You can't go through this much Capricorn 8th house stuff and come out the other side the same person. Impossible. Impossible. Death is a theme going on right now for a lot of the signs because I think our illusions of things are shattering big time. And we have one more Jupiter-Pluto conjunction. I think it's, oh man, I forget the date, like November 12th, I think it is, something like that. After the retrograde stop, Jupiter and Pluto are going to come together for one final conjunction. We got 3 Jupiter-Pluto conjunctions, extremely rare, by the way, extremely rare. So we got 3 of them. And it's going to kind of put that final aha moment for everything. And we're going to be like, oh my gosh, wow, I see it now. Okay, gotcha. And then it's done forever. Never to return to that kind of, feeling or emotion or that kind of relationship or that kind of thing ever again. But if you're seeing yourself playing something out, like same pattern, same type of person, same type of conversation, same kind of thing, same, if you're truly determined to change and to attract the thing that you ultimately want, you're going to have to do the dirty work and you're going to have to get a little uncomfortable. But this is incredible spiritual progress. Who cares if getting a little uncomfortable? So someone says something that might hit you a little bit or it might trigger you a little bit. Who cares? That's fine. That's a beautiful experience to have. Like getting offended or getting hurt or whatever, it's a beautiful experience to have because it means that someone is hitting up against a wall and you feel pain by it. And now that you realize where there's a point of pain, you can work to break that down and you can set yourself free. This is all about spiritual freedom, 100%. And the North Node in your sign, he's going to want to grab things. He's going to want to attach to things and to hang on. But the South Node opposite of you in Sagittarius is going to want to really let things go a lot, right? But I think the next year and a half is going to be a lot of focus on you. You're going to have a lot of opportunity to really be all in yourself, be all in your space, and focus on your life. Focus on what you want. And the 8th house stuff is helping you to let this go. Because I think there are things that you're looking on, right? You're looking on and you're like, what should stay? What should go? What's good? What's not so good? It's important that you give yourself credit for how hard you've worked because we know, and we've had this conversation many times over the past couple of years, that you are one of the leaders of change right now. And you might not be feeling or perceiving the reward. But in fact, this is huge reward. 7 of coins, huge. And I think your perspective on things is going to start shifting. Your mind is busting open, without question. Your mind is busting open. You're going to be given new information, right? Judgment, Ace of Swords. You're going to be given new information. And I think for that, you will be very grateful when the time comes, whenever that is. When the time comes, you will be very grateful. Because this is what's going to lead to those new businesses that you're beginning. Right? This is the breakthrough of the fear. This is the breakthrough of the insecurity. It's the breakthrough of the narrative that has always held you back. So when you finally break through from that, you are free to live the kind of life that you know you want to live. This is kind of like doppelganger type stuff, right? Like this is Fight Club Brad Pitt character whose name I can never remember. Just being the person that you've always really wanted to be. That's what it is. That's where we're at. So now in the Vedic system, I'm not trying to confuse you guys, but in the Vedic astrology system, Uranus is not in Taurus, it's in Aries. So there's revolution of self going on, hot and heavy. Revolution of self. And I think that's where you're at. I think you're feeling that energy quite heavily. Center of the reading, Knight of Wands. For some reason, you're attracting a lot of fire into your life. You are behaving, Mars and Aries probably, you're behaving very fiery. And you're probably, this is a card of Sagittarius, so a Sagittarius or a Leo or an Aries or another fiery type of person, doesn't matter if they're actual zodiac sign, could be, pouncing back into your life. coming in, invited or uninvited, who knows? And I think that they are actually a quite relevant piece of your story. They're a quite relevant piece of your change. It's possible that some of you had a in and out kind of situation with somebody, a lover, a friend, a potential kind of deal that maybe didn't work out and now it's back. I think the reason why maybe you weren't ready for it before is because this thing, this person, whatever it was, represented who you were meant to become. And now it's coming back as a gauge. Remember what I said? There's no accidents right now. So there's something going on with your connection with this thing or person that says this is meant for you, but before you weren't ready. You're becoming ready. You're getting to that point of being ready for this type of, for some reason, I actually am really liking the Knight of Wands. A lot of times he gives me kind of a strange feeling. I don't think this is something that's like here to stay. I think it's an indication. It's like a sign, so to speak. It's an indication of your progress. It came in once before, perhaps. Maybe it didn't work out. Death, Four of Coins reversed underneath. Didn't work out. There wasn't a lot of stability there. Never is with the Knight of Wands. Never stable. Never predictable. Never consistent. So it left. And now it comes back. But it's an indication that you are moving in that direction. I also love the optimism coming from the Knight of Wands as well. I love the optimism of his freedom, like just being, I love being free. I love having that opportunity to grow and especially to learn. This is kind of your counterpart, right? This is technically a card of Sagittarius, the mutable fire. And because you're coming out very fiery, right? I do sense that there's a connection here. This is your opposite. This is your 7th house. So things are going to be mirrored back to you in this manner via this situation or person. But this, if it is a person, clearly very philosophical, likely highly intelligent, cultured, worldly, probably pretty wealthy, or someone who has, comfort in their lives, always seems to have things work out for them, weirdly. But that's something that you have in you as well, right? We are always the same as our opposite, right? We're the two poles. We're always the same as our opposite. And we share a lot of things with our opposite pole. And this is probably the part of you that's emerging. You're emerging more Sagittarian-like, so to speak, because it's kind of your shadow aspect. Kind of your shadow aspect. It's meant for you. It's meant to be incorporated in your life. It's meant to bring out the fullness of who you are. Maybe not the best, but the fullness. Right? Strength reversed. Is there fear of something in your life? Fear of the truth? Fear of saying the thing? Another theme that has been coming out big time this month is just like I keep saying, like just admit it. Admit what you want. Admit who you are. Admit what you keep doing or what you keep saying. Admit that this isn't working. Like just admit it, whatever, any situation in your life. Admit it. Because if you don't, it will remain submerged. And the problem with keeping things submerged or keeping things below the surface is that it can become quite toxic if it does not have an opportunity to come out. If it's an act of denial, because the whole thing is, this is not something that, it's like you know, but it's that process of admitting that you know. A lot of focus on you with that North Node in your sign. And I think it's okay for you to be selfish right now and to make decisions based on what you need in this moment in your life. It's not a good time to be giving everything to everybody and trying to accommodate and trying to, be all diplomatic and not trying to hurt people's feelings or whatever. It's a good time to just be what you need to be in that moment. And we always change moment to moment. So it's not really about consistency. It's about authenticity. Because there's something you're gonna have to let go. For sure, for sure. Admit it, quote unquote, whatever, admit it. And then we have this Four of Wands, very last card, which tells me that when this whole process is done and over with, that you will actually be more stable, more celebrated than ever before. And you will find freedom in that stability. And there are people celebrating you and your choices and your development. Because it's possible that a lot of people on the outside looking in can see, which is so common, right? Anytime we look in on someone else's issues or whatever, it's always like so easy to figure it out. It's like, just do this, just do that, just do this, just do that. But when it's ourselves, it's like, can't see it. So a lot of people are going to be supportive and really cheering you on, saying, yes, Gemini, go for it. Yes, Gemini, yes, Gemini, yes, Gemini. We love you. We support you. We see you 100%. And you have something to fall back on. It can be all about you, but you have support. That's okay. That's a beautiful thing. You have support. Now, if you're watching this for a Gemini, this is not like you supporting your toxic ex, all right? This is other, like, this is their family and all that. It's not you. I don't want anybody to be in a toxic situation. That's the antithesis of the vibe of this whole reading, okay? No one should be in toxicity. Everyone should be in love. Everyone should be in truth. Everyone should be in a process of learning and growing and listening. Time to take action. Yes, it's time to do the things. What do you need to release? I don't know, Gemini. I think you know. What do you need to release? You can answer that question privately and on your own, because those things, action and release, are going to beget positive movement forward. Now, I see this is kind of like an Eight of Wands energy. It's a very swift. And the Eight of Wands has been coming out as well. It's like we have to just deal with the thing, and then everything is just going to just plow through. Everything. Every area of your life. Career, children, family, love, friendships, home, everything. And I think this is what 2021 is going to be like. There's still going to be some things like globally probably happening, but for you as an individual, it's very likely that the whole year will be like this for you, with all that ninth house Jupiter stuff going on. Okay? Alrighty, let's put this camera down and let's look at the comprehensives. See you in just a sec. Okay, Gemini, let's go ahead here and take a look. For those of you who are new to my channel, we're going to talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards in the comprehensive reading. The link will be in the description box down below if you want to join. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Page of Fire. Clarify. Ooh, Six of Coins. Love it. There's a quality of give and take. Temperance. Ace of Wands and Seven of Coins. The Moon. I think the universe has some really, really special things in store for you, Gemini. Knight of Cups. New love, new creative partners, new business partners, new passions. Ooh, Eight of Wands. I love that with positive movement forward. Let's do one more for the Emperor. Everything the Emperor represents. Nine of Wands. Excellent. Okay. take a look here with the other Rider-Waite deck. Let's look at the Six of Swords. Nine of Swords. Stuff you don't want to see. Stuff you don't want to know. Ooh, Page of Wands reversed this time. Okay. I feel like the universe for all of us, not just you guys, but for all of us, it's like holding our eyelids open and being like, you better look. That's what I feel. The universe is going crazy on us. Okay. Page of Cups. When we look at the sky from a heliocentric perspective, we have like 6 planets all lining up in Capricorn right now. It's actually really incredible what's happening. Beautiful. Two of Cups. Excellent. No, ooh, Judgment to clarify judgment. Let's do one more for that. Five of Coins. All right, 7 of Coins. Ten of Wands. Knight of Cups, King of Cups. Might be a water sign coming through for you. Ooh, we like that. Okay. I like some of these. Okay. Excellent. There are going to be offerings for you for sure. If you know who that Knight of Fire is, probably don't do business with them. I think they're just an indication, like I was saying, because I don't think they're that stable. It's an indication of your growth, though. An indication of where you're at. Yeah, it's the death of a thought pattern. That's really what it is. It's the death of a narrative that you have, a belief. Ooh, another Six of Swords reversed. Okay, same as this one. Let's do one more for that. Ooh, another Strength reversed. Okay. Interesting. Beautiful. 2 cards of Leo. Definitely a lot of fire. You may have a Leo, Sag, or Aries around you. Beautiful. Knight of Cups coming out with the King of Cups as well. 10 of Swords. Honestly, if you're looking for love, I mean, you can definitely follow your heart, right? And if it feels right, go for it. But if it's a water sign, I'd take it really, really slow, okay? Oh, beautiful. Oh, we got the 8 of Wands like 3 times. Probably the strongest energy for you. 8 of Wands. Excellence. A lot of kings, a lot of knights. A lot of masculine energy right now. This is Mars and Aries really amplifying the divine masculine, which is incredible. Ooh, another king. We got all 4 kings coming out in this second round of cards. Did we get the King of Fire? Oh yeah, right here. Temperance reversed and King of Swords. There we go. Bottom of the deck says 6 of Coins, really amplifying this card here. Okay, and this is where we're going to pick up for the comprehensive reading. So if you guys want to join, you are more than welcome. The link will be down in the description box down below. Thanks so much. Take care.